Hey coders, welcome to another exciting episode with Coding with NJ. In this series, we are going to implement an e-commerce website without any frameworks or libraries. Before I give you the demo of the website, let me entice you with the key features of this project. Because this single website implementation is going to teach you so many professionally valued skills. We are going to implement this website as a RESTful website. So at the end of this series, you will not only know how to consume third-party APIs into your application, but also how to build such application that offers its services through REST APIs. The second professionally in-demand skill that you are going to learn is to develop efficient and fast websites by building them as single-page applications. Since SPS don't reload whole page each time a user interacts with the page, and only those resources are requested from the server which are not already requested. This makes websites serve to its customers much faster. Another worth mentioning skill that you will learn is to design your code with keeping in mind the long-term maintenance of the code. The most important thing for code maintenance is to keep the code separate. For example, in our case, we are going to keep the front-end code separate from back-end code. This way our code is not jumbled together, and if we ever need to find any error or any bottleneck in our code, it's much easier to find it. Or replace a patch of code with new code, that's also going to be easier. Now I know you are getting impatient, but allow me to brag about one more skill before I move on to demo. Because we are going to implement website as a RESTful website, you will also learn the nitty-gritties of how to handle course-related issues and what you need to do at both front-end and back-end to tackle this issue. With that, let's move on to the demo. This is the landing page of our website, which is implemented in HTML, JavaScript, and CSS, and our backend is implemented in PHP. The communication between the two is going to be done through the Fetch APIs. As you can see at the top, you can see the navigation menu, and the menu items that you can see over here, these are all basically brought in dynamically from our backend. So these are all categories in one of the tables in our database, and all these categories are currently active, so their status is active. If any of these activities status is inactive, then we won't be able to see this category over here. So this way, since it's dynamic, it has been pulled from the backend. That means we don't have to hard code the categories. And the moment we add new category to our categories table in the database, that category is going to be dynamically placed over here, and we don't need to do any further programming to make that category available over here. Then comes the banner. And again, all these banners have been pulled dynamically from the backend. They are not hard-coded. So if we add one more row in our banners table in the database, that banner will be made available dynamically over here. And if we set any of these banners status to inactive, that banner won't be displayed over here. Next comes new arrival section. So this section represents one of the recently added items to our products category in the backend. And the way they are designed is that if I click on any of these, I'm being brought into this model page where I can see the name of the product, description, price, and how many are currently left in the stock. So if the stock is less than 5, I will see in the red how much stock is currently left. And if the stock is greater than 10, then we will only see the text in stock in green color over here. Then from here, I can select the number of products that I want to buy, and then I can add it to the cart. Then if I click somewhere outside this cart, this model disappears, and if I go up, you can see the item over here. So if I go there and let's say update the category, the total value will also be updated. You can see this is the price of single item and this is the total. Let me change it one more time from 3 to let's say 4, and you can see the total updated as well. Let's go back to the main menu, to the dashboard. Next to the newly arrived items, we have featured items. So this is going to pick random items from our products database table. So each time we refresh this page, we are going to see different products being featured. So this is also dynamic. So as you saw, the featured products have been changed. However, new arrivals are same. Let me refresh it one more time. Again, our featured products changed and the new arrivals are the same. Then we have this footer section where we have links, social media links to our website, and some generally asked questions and information and other stuff such as the locations, store locations, and things like that. Currently, I'm doing this shopping as a guest user. As you can see, I'm not logged in. So let me add one more item. Let's take this one. Add to categories. Now we can see we have 2 products displayed over here. Let me edit one more time. We will still be able to see the 2 in the circle because the products are 2. The quantity of each product would be different, but the product themselves are 2. So let me change the quantity again from 2 to 5. Again, the number of products remains the same. And if we want to delete them, we can delete if we like. Let's go to the main section. Over here, we can see all the items which comes in men's category. Then we have women's section. And we have different products related to women. Likewise, we have girls category, boys, babies and boys, and accessories. So the pictures are random. Please ignore those because the focus of this tutorial is not the pictures, rather the overall website building logic and skills. Now let's try to log in. Let me put one more item so that I can show you the difference. So basically, now we have 2 items. Let's add one more item. So the guest user has 3 items in its cart. So I'm going to log in as user 1. And this user has already done shopping earlier and it has some items in the cart. So you will be able to see those items. Now as you can see, the cart over here displays number 1. That means there is only one product. And this product was placed in by the user named user1. Now you can see this user icon with tick mark and the name of the user over here. So that means this is the user who is currently doing shopping and he's a logged in user. And his cart is completely separate from the guest cart. Now if you log out, now the guest cart is disappeared because when you do shopping as a guest, no information regarding your shopping cart is going to be stored. But if you do shopping as a logged in user, your shopping cart is going to be saved until you purchase it. So these are some of the features that we are going to build in the initial episodes of this tutorial. Later on, when we have progressed further along in this series, we will be looking into the checkout section, the search bar and other stuff as well. So we are going to start off by implementing this navigation bar. So the approach that we are going to take is that we are going to implement this navigation bar, its front end, its back end and its database related stuff. And once we are done with the navigation bar, we will move on to the next section, which is this banners. And then we will move on to the rest of the stuff. The approach that I'm taking is that I'm going to develop front end, back end and the database at the same time for each of these different components of our website, so that we can understand much easier how these components related to each other, rather than implementing the whole front end first, then moving on to the back end and then to the database. So that's the approach I'm taking because in my opinion, that's the best approach to learn something. Now without further ado, let's start coding today. So we are going to use Visual Studio Code Editor as our editor of choice for this project, and the root folder of our project is called Shop Online, and within this root folder I've only placed one folder named images, which consists of many subfolders. Basically each of these folders represents images for our categories in the database. For example, this women's folder contains all the images that you see in our image products on the database. So likewise we have accessories folder, baby, banner. So banner folder contains the images for our banner, boy, girl, man. Beside these category images, we have a logo image that will display as the logo of our website. Now we are going to start off the code. So basically we are going to implement our menu bar. So these 2 kind of rows are part of our menu bar. In the first one we have this logo, then search bar, and in the right side we have login and registration related icons and our cart. In the second row we have all the categories as our navigation links. So let's start off with index.html and let's get some idea from our demo project for the top level structure of our index.html page. Over here our index.html starts with this navigation stuff, then we have banner, then new arrivals, featured, and finally we have some business related information stuff. So what we are going to do is that we are going to define a header for our navigation related stuff, and then we are going to have another child in the body element which is going to contain all the products and their information. So we are going to use HTML element named main. So this main will contain in return this banner, new arrivals and featured parts. And then finally for this bottom level section, we are going to create a footer. So let's go and define this structure first. Let's create a folder named user, because all the logic that we are going to define, we are defining it because eventually the consumer of our business is going to interact and buy stuff from there. So everything over here is going to be user facing. We eventually will define the admin section for this website as well, and for that I will give the name admin to that folder. So that's why I have chosen the word user for this folder. Now inside this user folder, we are going to have two more folders. One is going to contain all the front-end logic, and the second is going to contain all the back-end logic. So for the front-end logic, I have given it the name front-end. So this front-end is a subfolder inside the user folder, but we are seeing it this way because currently we don't have anything in our user folder. We only have one subfolder in the front-end folder. The moment we put anything else in the user folder, then we will be able to see the hierarchy like this one. So images folder, and inside these images folders we have these subfolders. But this seems like a different type of hierarchy because currently we don't have anything in the user folder other than front-end folder. So anyways, in the front-end folder, let's create index.html file. And since we will be using CSS styling and JavaScript, so let's create those files as well. For the JavaScript file, I'm going to give it name global.js. Now let's go to index.html file and generate the boilerplate code. Let's link our JavaScript and style files. So in the head section, we are going to link our CSS file. And since we have given it the name style.css, so we are keeping it the same. Now at the bottom, at the end of the body tag, let's attach our global.js file. Now let's define the children of our body. As we just discussed, the body is going to contain three children: header, main, and footer. So let's create those elements first. Header, main, and footer. Currently all of them are empty. Let's go and define some contents for our header section. Now to decide on the structure of the header section, let's go back to our demo project. So for the header section, if you notice, it looks like we have two children in the header section. The first one seems to contain again two children. At the left side, it contains logo and search bar, and at the right side, registration and login and cart related stuff, whereas the second child of the header contains navigation links. Since these are dynamic links, so they will be coming from our backend. Anyways, let's define the top level structure first, and we will worry about the backend part later. So in the header, it contains two children. The first one, I'm going it the name heading, and the second one, I'm going to give it the name navigation. So in the heading, as we notice, it seems to have two further children. So let's give it name left heading. And the second child, let's give it the name right heading. In the left heading, we have again two children. The first one is logo, and the second one contains search bar. In the logo, we are defining an anchor HTML element because we want our image to be clickable, and no matter how deep we are in our navigation hierarchy, when we click on the logo, we should be redirected back to our dashboard page, that is index.html page. So the URL for the href is going to be starting from our root folder, which is shop online, but we will refer to it with this /. So this / means root, and which is shop online in our case. So starting from this root folder, that is shop online, we have to go to the user folder, and over there we have another folder named frontend, where we have index.html file. Now this is the href link for our anchor tag, and let's define the contents for this anchor tag, and the contents of this anchor tag is going to be an image. So let's define the source for our image. So our image is a logo in the images folder, this one. So again, starting from the root, go to a folder named images, and there we have a file named logo.png. Let's remove this. Now for the search bar, the second left child, since it's a search bar, so that means we are going to need a form. So I've given this form the class name search-form. We don't need to define action attribute over here because we are going to define everything through JavaScript. And inside the form, we have an input field of type search. Let's give it the name search as well, and we don't need ID. Let's define placeholder in its place and give it value search and 3 dots. The second field of the form is again an input field of type submit. Let's give it a submit as well, and it also needs to have name, because this form data is going to be submitted to the server, and server will be able to distinguish between these two fields through its names. So every input field in the form must have the name attribute defined. So let's give the name submit as well. Okay, let's go and have a look how it currently looks in the browser. So let's open this index.html with our live server. Okay, so this is how it currently looks, but we can't see the logo. I must have done some mistake in the spelling or the path somewhere. Oh, it's not ONG, it's PNG. Okay, so this is how it currently looks. Now let's go and define the second child of our heading div, which contains this registration and login related stuff and the card. So basically, again, the right child of this heading div is again going to contain two children. The first one is going to contain login and registration related stuff, and the second one is going to contain this card. So let's go to the right heading, and over here we again have to have two children defined over here. The first one is going to, let's give it name login status div, and the second div is going to be card div. In the login div, we need to have three children defined, one for the login, second for the registration, third for logout, and fourth one is going to display the user icon along with username once the user is actually a logged in user. So let's define those children. Let's define login. This is our first child. I'm putting the text login over here. Later on, we will remove this text and bring in the font awesome icons. The second child is going to be named register. Let's put text register as well. So login, register. The third child is going to be logout, and the fourth child is logged user. Let's remove the 0. So over here we will have an icon which will indicate that currently the user who is visiting the website is not a guest user or anonymous user. It's actually a registered user, and we will also be displaying the user's name over here as well. So let's put temporarily logged user text, and since we will also be displaying the user's name as well, so let's put as spawn and give it class name. Let's give it class name logged username. I think let's change it back to username. That's more user friendly. Okay, then for the second one we will put card over here. So now let's go and get the font awesome icons. So for that, I'm going to use Font Awesome's website, and we need to bring in the Font Awesome link and place it over here in the head section. So let's go to the Font Awesome website. Now you need to have a kit created with it. I have my kit already created with Font Awesome. So if you are a free tier user for the Font Awesome, then you can only create one kit. I am free tier user, so this is the kit I have with Font Awesome. I'm going to copy this kit code, and I have to place this in the head section before our style file. Now, since we have this Font Awesome kit code in our index.html, we can go and choose the icons that we want to use. So let's go and click on the icons. Then over here it shows the current version of Font Awesome. For some reasons this version doesn't seem to be working for me, so I choose the relatively older version. And now I'm going to click on this free because I am only interested in free icons. Let's start with login. So this is the login icon. Let's copy the link and let's go and place it instead of this login text. Paste. Not register, user. So I'm going to choose this one. This cross says that you are not a registered. If you are not a registered user, you can register with us. So copy and paste it over here. So this is the meaning that I have associated with this cross. You can associate any meaning you like, and you can choose any other icon if you like. For the logged user, I'm choosing this user icon with a tick mark that will indicate that you have already been logged in. Copy, and over here instead of this logged user tag, let's paste this. Now we have to go and select an icon for the logout. copy and let's paste it over here. Now let's go and choose the icon for the cart. Let's choose this one, copy, and in place of this cart text we have placed this tag. Now let's go and have a look in the browser. Okay, so we have got all the icons, but they are way too small, so I want to increase their size. So for the font awesomes, the way to increase their font size is to use one of the classes that Font Awesome has made available for us, which is, if you want to double their size, you have to use a class called fa-2x. If you want to triple their size, you have to use fa-3x, and so on. So I only want to double their size. So wherever I have inserted the I tags, I'm going to use fa-2x. So copy, paste, and cart, paste. Okay, they look better now. So now for the first child of our header div, we have everything in place. So we have a logo, then we have search bar, then we have these login and registration related stuff, and the shopping cart. Now let's go and define their styling before we move on to the second child, which was this navigation links. So in our style.css file, the first thing that I want to do is that I want to bring in the Google font that I'm going to use for the website. So the font that I have chosen for this website is Roboto. So let's go and get the link for that Roboto font. Okay, this is the font, and these are different styles of this same Roboto font. So whatever style you are interested in, you can click on this plus sign and it will be included in this list over here. Since I have used the same font for my demo project, so I have all these three styles already selected. So I'm simply going to do is, let's go down, and I'm interested in the import version of this link. So copy everything in between the style tags and paste it at the top of the style.css file. Now let's define some basic styling for the whole HTML page. And over here, the general styling that I want to apply to every HTML element is I want to remove their margins and headings. And the second thing that I want to do is that I want to set its box sizing to be border box. The reason for removing the margins and padding from everything is that every HTML element has a default margin and padding set. And since we don't know that what is the default margin and padding for those HTML elements, it's better to remove the margins and paddings and assign them the margin and paddings that suits our needs, the needs of our current project. This way we will know for certain that these are the margins and paddings we have assigned, and no default margin and padding has been appended to our elements. And the reason for setting box sizing to border box is that if we define a width and height for any HTML element, and then we define the margin and padding, then the total width and height is going to be the width and height that we have defined for the element plus the margin and padding. So overall, the HTML element will look different than what we have visualized in our mind. By setting box sizing to border box, whatever height and width we have defined for the HTML element, the margin and paddings that we define, they are going to be subtracted from the height and width of the HTML element. So they won't be like added on height and width to our HTML element. They will take up the space from the width and height that we have defined for the HTML element. Now we want the whole HTML element to have the font Roboto, so therefore we have to define the font over here. So let's go to Roboto font and let's copy this thing, font family, and paste it over here. So Roboto font will be used as the font of choice, but if for some reason this font cannot be brought in, then sans serif will be used as the second choice. Let's define the background color for the body. It's Alice blue. Okay. Now we want this image and search bar to be the left child of its parent, and these icons to be the right child of its parents. So if we define the display property to be flex for the parent, then this will happen automatically. So the parent is heading, display is flex. Okay, these are side by side. This is the first child and this is the second child. Now we want some space between the first child and the second child. So for that we are going to set the justify contents to be space between. Okay, now you can see as much space as possible. Now we want these children to be defined next to each other as well. Therefore, for each left heading and right heading, we are again going to set the display property to flex. This way, the first child of left heading will sit next to its second child. So the search bar will come over here. And likewise, this cart is going to come next to these icons over here. So left heading display is flex, and right heading again display is flex. Okay, now let's define the background color. Now let's assign the height to our heading. This one, let's define the height. So the height that we want to assign is 8% of viewing height. So viewing height means whatever the screen in which you are viewing this website, so 8% of that height is going to be assigned for the heading div. Let's give it background color and let's give it a shade of black. Okay, so this is how it currently looks. Now if you notice, the image is quite bigger than the height that we've assigned for the div, its parent div. And the second immediate problem that you can see is that some of these font awesome icons are not visible anymore. So let's try to change the size of this image so that it fits inside the height which has been assigned to its parent. Okay, so to make an image fit inside that 8% of viewing height, we have to explicitly define the height for its parent container, which is logo in our case. So inside this heading div, we have two children, left heading and right heading. In the left heading, again we have two children, logo and search bar. So let's assign explicit height to our logo, which is it's going to inherit from its parent. So that means it's going to be 8% of viewing height. Now for the image which is inside the logo, let's give it height 100% and let's see if it has worked. It seemed to have worked. Now let's try to bring this search bar in the center of this horizontal bar. So since this is left heading, we have already set its display property to flex. So justify contents to center and align items to center as well. What happened? Let's give this height to inherit from parent as well. Explicit height. Okay, now fine. Okay, because we had not explicitly defined the height for this left heading, so therefore again the image got disaligned. Explicitly defining the height to inherit from its parent also gives this left heading the height of 8% of viewing height. So this way the image has no choice but to fit in its container, and they are in the center as well. Now let's go and work on the right heading div. So again for the right heading div, let's set its justify content and align items and height to inherit as well, because we don't want any kind of surprises there. Okay, now the right heading div has two children, the first one of which was given the name login status. Set its display property to flex as well because it contains 4 children and we want all of them in the same row. Since these are font awesome icons, so we are going to set the color to white. Okay, they look better. Cart is not visible because it's in black color. We have to do the same for the cart. Okay, now we need some space between them. So let's go to login status, and underneath the login status, we are saying all the children of login status should have some margin and padding defined. So let's define some padding, and I want to define the padding to its right. So let's give each of them temporarily some margin. Let's give it 1 rem. Yeah, that's better. And since there is no space between the cart and the right side of this window, and likewise there is no space over here, so we need to define some padding for this whole row as well, which is heading. So let's go to the heading class and give it some padding. So for the top and bottom, we are not defining any heading, so it remains 0. And for the left and right, let's give it 2%. Okay, that's better. We will be making these icons appear and disappear dynamically through JavaScript, but currently since there is no JavaScript, so they are all visible. But we will need a class called hidden, such that when any of these icons contains this class, that icon won't be visible. So let's define this class as well. So let's go at the top, since this hidden class can be attached to any HTML element. So after the body, let's define this class, and the only property we are defining over here is display is none. Now let's see if this works. So what we are going to do, we are going to index.html, and let's select this user icon, the username, when the user is logged in, this one. And over here attach this class hidden. And now one of the icons should be invisible, which contains this username. Okay, brilliant. So as you can see, if we attach the hidden class to any of these icons, the icon disappeared. So we will be appending and removing this class from these icons dynamically according to our needs. But currently, let's remove this class name so that we can see all the icons there. So let's remove this class. Okay, now we need to define some styling for this left child. Again, we have to make this icon turn into a circle, and we have to increase the height of the search bar as well, and likewise the button. So let's start working with the logo image. So there is this logo image. Now we have to set its border. Actually, it's not border, it's border radius. And we have to set it to 50%. Okay, that's better. Now we need some space between the search bar and the image. So let's assign some right margin. So instead of giving the margin to the image, let's go and give the margin to the container of this image, which is logo. Padding right. Let's assign 1 rem. Okay, that's better. Now let's work on the search bar. The search bar is a div, and inside this search bar we have this form with the class name search-form. So basically we have to set the display property for this form to be flex as well, so that these two input fields must always stay on the same row, and that can happen when the display property is set to flex. So the class name was search-form. Set the display property to flex as well. Okay. Now we want to make the search icon slightly higher in the height, and we can do that by defining its padding. So we are going to define the padding for this first input field and the second input field. So we are looking for input field whose type is search, as well as input field. Oh, let's do it later. Let's work on this one first. Let's give it padding. The top, let's give it 5 pixels, and top and bottom is 5 pixels, left and right 10 pixels. And let's give it, okay, let's have a look first. Okay, so it has slightly increased in height and width. Okay. Now let's put some space between these two elements. So for that, not left, margin right, and let's give it 10 pixels. That's better. Now we have to do the same for our input field of type submit. Okay, that's better. Now we have to define the border bottom for this first child of the header element, so that when we define the second child that has the class name navigation, we can see a clear separation between the two. So since this whole div is given the class name heading, so let's go back to the heading part. There it is, heading, and let's give it border bottom solid 2 pixels and gray in color. It's not clearly visible at the moment because it gets blended in with the color of the body element. The LS blue color and the gray color gets blended in. But once we have defined the background color for the second child of the header, which is the navigation, then we'll be able to clearly see this line over here that we can see over here. So let's go and work on the second child of header, which is navigation. So everything in the navigation, that is these links, they are coming from the backend, from the server. So currently we haven't got any backend. So the only styling that we are going to apply over here is the background color. Let's give it a slightly different shade than this one. We can't see any color because the navigation is currently empty, so it's not occupying any space in our browser. But once we assign it a fixed height, then we will be able to see it. So let's give it height. The height is going to be the same as its sibling, which is 8% of viewing height. So the header in total has now 16% of viewing height, and each of its two children have half of this 16% of viewing height. Okay, now we can clearly see these two children of the header element. The only thing left to do is that we have to bring in the navigation links, the categories from this backend, and display them over here. Now, since those are brought in from the backend, that means now we have to make a fetch request to our backend and request it to get the category data. So now we have to work on the JavaScript logic, which will make a request to our backend. So that means we have to define the backend, which listens for this particular request. And once that backend gets this request, it will ask the database server to give us all the categories which are defined in the category table. Since we haven't defined any database table either, so let's start by creating a database and then creating a table called category, which is going to contain all of these categories. For the database, I'm using MySQL, and what you see on the screen over here is MySQL Workbench. If you are more comfortable using PHP MyAdmin, then you are more than welcome to use that one. I prefer to work with MySQL Workbench. So over here, first of all, we need to create a database. So let's click on this icon, which creates a schema. A schema simply means a database. So we are going to create a schema or database. Let's give it the class name eShop. Sorry, not the class name. The name of the database is going to be eShop, and click apply. So this statement is going to be executed behind the scenes, which says the schema is being created with the name eShop. We are happy with that, so apply and finish. Now we've got eShop database created, so let's refresh it. So there we have this eShop. Now over here in the table, since we don't have any table, so you don't see any triangle over here, so let's right click it and create a table. So the table I'm going to create, I'm going to name it categories. Now we need to create columns. The first one is always ID. It's of type integer. It's a primary key. It cannot be null. And we have to click on this auto increment so that this ID is generated automatically. We don't need to provide it. The second one is going to have the class name. Since the category table, so let's give it name. So this represents the name of the category. Varchar 45, I'm okay with it, and it cannot be null, and it has to be unique as well. So you cannot create two categories both having the name, let's suppose baby or accessories. Okay. Then the third is going to be the status. The category name is status, and let's choose a data type to be Boolean. Boolean or tinyInt1 will mean the same. So when I select Boolean, it's going to be tinyInt automatically. Okay, so the default value for it is going to be 0, and it cannot be null. When a new category is created, the default value is set to 0, that means it's inactive. When it's set to 1, that means it's active. So when we request from our front end for the categories, then the server will respond back with all the categories whose status is set to be 1, and all the categories whose current status is set to 0, those will not be sent with the reply to our front end. The reason for this is that, for example, a user is doing shopping in summer, so obviously he's not interested in winter stuff. So in summer we can set the winter category to 0. This way no stuff related to winter is going to be displayed for the user. So I think we are happy with the columns in our category field, ID, name and status. Let's apply. So it's going to create a table in the eShop schema or database with the name category. It has ID of type int, not null, and auto increment. Then we have a field named name. Varchar 45 is its length. It cannot be null, and status, which is tinyInt1, magnitude 1, so it cannot be null, and default value is 0 as well. So this basically means it's a Boolean type. Then our ID is a primary key, and this has been, an index is automatically being created for the name because our names are going to be not null and unique. So wherever we click on the unique tag, the unique icon over here, an index is automatically going to be created. So apply, finish. Again refresh. Now we can see this icon over here. That means this table contains actual tables. Let's look at its data. Currently it's empty, so let's define some rows in this table. The first category name is main. and set its status to 1. Then women, set status to 1. Then we have a category named boy, it's active category. Girl, also an active category. Baby, an active category. Accessories is also an active category. We are going to define a temp category and setting its status to 0 so that when the data is pulled in from the backend and displayed in the front end on our web page, we can verify if this is working. So if we are able to see this temp category in our navigation, that means this logic is not working. And if we don't see this, that means our logic is working. Let's create this table, data, finish. Now we are going to define the front end, which is going to request our backend to send all of those names in the category table whose status is set to 1. So let's go and work on the front end. Since it's going to be defined through JavaScript, so global.js, the first thing that we have to decide is when shall this request be made. So we want all of these categories to be available when the user first types in the index.html in its address bar and hits enter. That time those categories should already be populated. So that means we want this request to the server should be made when the DOM contents has loaded. So at that time, a request should go from our front end to the back end asking for those category names. And the moment those category names are made available to our front end, they should be displayed in the browser. So that means we have to define an event listener for DOM contents loaded. And DOM content loaded is an event listener which can be attached to a document. So add event listener. The event listener is the event is DOM content loaded. And when this event is triggered, we want the following function which we are defining next should be executed. So the name that we are going to give to this event listener is request categories. Now let's define this event listener. It's a function, so request categories. Okay. Now since we want to make a request, a HTTP request to our server, so we are going to utilize an API which is by default available in all the browsers called Fetch API. Now this Fetch API takes 2 parameters. The first one is the URL endpoint where our server is listening and waiting for this request, and the second one is going to be an object which is an optional parameter, and this object contains different request related settings that we will provide if we are not using the default settings. If we are using all the default settings, so we don't need to provide this second object. So let's start with the URL endpoint where our server is listening for this request. So it's going to be HTTP localhost : I usually use 8080, but since at this port number our demo is already running, so I'm going to go for 8081. And over there the particular endpoint should be, now this is the URL, the domain name. Next to domain name we have to specify the endpoint, the specific endpoint. So I am going to give that endpoint the name menu.php. So this is the endpoint where if a request is received, this endpoint will return us all the names of the categories. The second one is an object, but since currently we don't need to define any settings other than the default one, so I'm not specifying the second parameter. Sorry, I don't need to put this curly brackets. So once this fetch request is made, then whenever the server responds back, we get a promise. Therefore, we have to use a then block. And since we haven't yet defined any backend, but when we define, we want to make this website work as a RESTful service, REST API service. That means the data that is going to be responded back from the server, it's going to be in the form of a JSON object. So that means whatever the data has been returned in the form of a promise, we have to convert this promise into normal JavaScript object. So currently what we have received in the promise is actually a JSON object. So then class takes an arrow function, and we are passing the promise that has been sent from the server to this arrow function. So let's give it a name. Let's call it response. And now the body of the arrow function, since we are only applying a function called response.json, so we don't need to provide curly brackets or the return keyword. So what this is JSON method is going to do is that it's going to convert the JSON object into JavaScript object in the form of promise. So since it's a promise that is being returned from this JSON object, therefore we need to have defined another then block. So this then block will catch the promise which is returned from this execution. So now let's call this one data, because now in the second then block arrow function we actually have data. So over here we can apply the logic that fulfills the needs of our project requirements. But currently we simply want to console log whatever has been returned from the server, so that we are certain that actually we have received some kind of data. We should also define a catch block. So this catch block is going to be executed if for some reason the server was unable to send us the reply back. In that case, this fetch is going to be executed. This catch is going to be executed. So again, this takes in an arrow function, and that arrow function will get the error object that has been returned from the server, not the positive reply, but the error. And we simply want to console log that error. If these then blocks executes, then this catch won't execute. And if this catch block executes, that means this thing could not be executed successfully. Okay, anyways, so we will come back and revisit this part and redefine the logic over here. But for the time being, this is all that we needed. Now we have to define its counterpart at the server side, which will listen on this endpoint, and when it receives this request, it will return us all the categories in the database table. So now let's go and define this backend side of our website. So in the user folder, let's define another folder. Now, if you notice, this backslash disappeared and the front end is being displayed separately. That's because now we are putting something other than this front end into our user folder. So when user folder has more than one folder, then it will display it in the normal hierarchical form. Since the stuff that we are defining, it has to do with the backend, so let's give it the name backend as well. Now in this backend, let's define a file named menu.php. So before we define any logic in this menu.php, let's create another folder in backend and let's give it the name include. Now this include folder is defined inside the backend, and in this include folder, we are going to keep the files with whom the front end will never interact directly. So all the files which are directly in the backend, so these are going to serve as the URL endpoints with which our front end will communicate. But in the include folder, we are going to place supporting files which are going to help these URL endpoint files perform their task. So one such thing that we are going to put in this include folder is a file which is going to connect with the database. Since database is going to be required by all the URL endpoints which we will define over here, so this is a common functionality which is going to be required by every server file, and it is never directly requested from the front end. So therefore we are putting this in include folder. So let's create a file. Let's call it db.php, and this is going to contain database connectivity related code. So let's turn this file into a PHP file by putting this tag over here. Now we need to define the logic which will make this PHP talk to our database. So we are using MySQL for this connectivity. Let's define a variable connection, which is going to be an object of type MySQL. And this constructor takes 4 parameters. The first one is going to be the URL where our database is listing. The second and third parameters are going to be the username and password to log into this database. And by database, I mean the database management system, the whole, what we are interacting through Workbench. And the last parameter is going to be the actual database schema or the database with whom we want to communicate. So our database is going to listen on localhost port 3306. This is the default port. If you want to omit this port number, you can, because it's a default port, but I'm keeping it. The second parameter is the username and password to log into DBMS system. In my case, the username and password are both root. If you have set different username and password for your database management system, then you have to provide those username and passwords over here. The last parameter is going to be the actual database with which we want to communicate. And since we have just created the database with the name eShop, so that is the database we want to communicate with. Next, we have to make certain that we have actually got a connectivity with the database in this object. If not, then we should terminate the program. So if this connection object now contains some value in one of its properties called connect error number. If this property is not null in this object, that means some error did occur and it has been stored in this property. So if that is the case, then we simply want to inform the user, and since we are only sending JSON data, so we have to apply JSON encoding by calling JSON encode method, and this JSON encode has been passed an array, associative array to be specific. So the first element in this associative array has the index named error, and this index contains some error message which is going to come from connection objects, another attribute called connect error. So this connect error num returns us the error number, and this one the actual error message, and then we want to exit the program. However, if that is not the case, then this statement will never execute and we will have a connection in the connection object. Now we have to go and work on the menu.php file. Let's convert this file into actual PHP file by placing this PHP text. Now the first thing that we need to do is that we have to bring in that database file. So to do that, we are going to use require. Now we have to provide the path of this database file. Since this database file is inside include folder, which is in the same folder in which our menu.php file is, so we are going to say starting from the current folder, that means the backend folder, there is a subfolder named include, and in there we have a file named db.php. This menu.php file requires it. If this requiring action does not take place successfully, then this logic will not proceed any further. But if it does, then we can proceed further and define our further logic, which is we are waiting for a request from the front end. So if there is any request, it's going to be stored in one of the PHP's super global variables named server, which is actually an associative array with its indexes being named. So we are interested in one of its index, which is named request method. Now what is this request method? So whenever a request is sent from the front end to the back end, we always define what kind of request we are sending. When we don't define this request type, that means the request type is supposed to be get. Since we did not define anything in our fetch request, here we have not defined the request type, that means it's assumed to be get. Had we defined it, we have defined it in the second optional parameter by putting the word method to be get like this. But since it's a default one, so if you don't place it there, it's automatically assumed to be get. Now I have already placed it, so I'm going to keep it that way. However, the point is, if you don't define it, it's always assumed to be get. Therefore, we are saying if the request that we have received from the front end, if that is of type get, then I'm ready to serve that request. And how am I going to serve it? So what I'm going to do, by I over here is the server, the menu.php server file. It's going to use the connection object which it received from this statement, and using that connection object, it's going to ask our database to return us the category names in the categories table. So let's define this statement first. Select name from category where status equals 1, semicolon. Now all the rows in the category table that have status set to 1 return the name column of all of those rows. This is what this statement is saying. Now we have to execute this statement using connection object, and to execute it, we are going to call a query method, and we have to pass this statement that we want to execute, which is in our statement variable. Now, if we have successfully executed this query, in that case, we will return a result that we are storing in this result variable. But we have to make certain statement executed successfully or not. If this statement didn't execute successfully, then this result variable will contain the value false. However, if this statement executed successfully, in their case, this result will contain the data set returned from the database. Therefore, we have to enclose this whole thing inside the if block to make sure, to be certain that we have actually got the result set and not the false value. So this if block will execute only if the result variable contains the data set. If the result does contain data set, then we are going to loop through it one row at a time using while loop. So while result, and call a function called fetch assoc on it. Now what this fetch assoc is going to do is that it's going to take one row at a time from this result variable and convert it into an associative array and returns that associative array. So therefore we have to store this in some variable. So I'm going to give it a name row. While this result set keeps returning a row in the form of associative array, this while loop will execute. And inside the while loop we can define the logic that what shall happen. So what we are going to do is that above this while loop we are going to create an empty array variable. Now this is an empty array, and inside this while loop we are going to keep populating this array with the rows that have been returned. Now since we know that we have only requested one column from this request, so therefore this fetch assoc is going to contain just one value in each row. So therefore what I am going to do is that instead of bringing that one value as an array and storing this as an array that contains only one field or one value at a time, I am going to put square brackets over here And in the square brackets, I'm going to mention the name of the column that I want to be extracted from the row that has been returned. So since we know that we have only requested from one column and whose name is name, so I'm saying the associative array which is going to be returned by this fetch assoc, take the index value whose name is name and store it in this row. Now this row actually contains just the name field. So let me change it to name, and we have to push this name in our empty array. Array underscore push is one of the PHP methods. So first parameter to this array underscore push is the array to which we want to push the data, and the second one is the data which is name in our case. Now this array consists of all the names of the categories. Now once this iteration is complete and all the data has been pushed to the array, we are ready to send this array as a response back to our front end. So we can do this outside this while block. Now remember, if this while block never executes, that means an empty result set was returned. In that case, this array will be empty. But it's okay, we can send empty array if we don't have any data. So either this array is populated with names of categories or it's going to be empty. So outside this while block, within the if block, now we are all set to send the data back to our front end. So we are again sending it as a JSON object. So encode, JSON encode, and we have to pass an associative array. The first one, I'm going to give it the index name, categories, and its value is going to come from this array that has been populated with names. And then at the very end, let's put the exit. We can put an else over here. This will handle the case if the query didn't execute successfully. So in that case, we want to send an error message back to our server. So now the index name is error and not categories, and the data is going to be something went wrong. Try again later. So either this statement will execute or this else statement will execute, and then we will exit. Now I hope everything is working properly. Let's start our backend server. And I'm going to start this server at the port number 8081. So php-s localhost :8080, not 8080, it's 8081. Now this statement will execute because I'm going to start the built-in development server which is provided with the PHP itself. Now hit enter. Something went wrong. No such host is known. Oh, S is missing. Okay. php-s localhost :8081. Okay, now our server is listening. This is going to act as a backend server, and it's listening on the port 8081. Our request is also being sent to the port 8081. Now let's see if we are able to make this request successfully. So let's go to our browser. Let's refresh it. And because this fetch request should have already gone when we refreshed it and the DOM content got loaded, so if everything worked fine, then we should have a data in the console. So I'm going to open developers tools, and turns out we haven't got any response, rather we have a error message. It says access to fetch at this URL endpoint from origin, which is this, has been blocked by the CORS policy. No access control allow origin header is present on the requested URL. Since our front end is a completely independent website and our back end is a completely independent website, because we are serving front end from port 5501 and back end from port 8081, that makes these two front end and back end as completely independent websites, and the request that front end is making to the back end is actually considered an external request, a request from someone who is outsider. And the default settings in PHP are that they only serve the request which come locally, means which come from the same domain on which the server is listening. So we have to provide some headers which will tell PHP to serve external requests as well. So we have to define this access control allow origin header in the PHP. And through this header, we will inform the PHP that you should serve any request that comes your way. So let's go and do that. In the menu.php, we are going to define this header. Access control allow origin. And we are, for the time being, putting an asterisk. It means no matter where the request comes in, you must serve it. Later on, we will see this asterisk will create their own problems, but for the time being, we are keeping it asterisk so that we can see when does things again stop working. We will discuss the reasons why this happened and how to resolve this issue as well. But for the time being, this is going to work fine. So let's go to the browser back and refresh our page, and let's see if we get the response back from the server this time. Let's refresh. Nothing. We did define this header, didn't? So what could be the reason? Well, if you notice over here, I'm saying the URL for the backend that I have provided over here is after the domain name, I'm saying the menu.php should directly be in the root folder because this is the domain, and after slash starts our URL endpoint. So after slash we have directly menu.php, that means it's in the root folder, whereas that is not the case. Our menu.php file is inside a folder named backend, which is inside another folder named user. So we have to provide the proper URL. So we have to go to this fetch request in our front end, in our JavaScript file, and make this modification. So in this fetch, after this root, let's put in the folder named user, and inside this user we have another folder named backend, and this is where menu.php is. Now let's go and refresh the browser. Okay, it has already been refreshed because we are using live server, and you can already see the categories, an object with one attribute or property named categories, and the value of this categories property is an array which contains 6 elements, which is man, woman, boy, girl, baby, and accessory. And remember, we had one more field in our category table which was named temp, and since it was set to status 0, it's not being sent back in the response. So now what we need to do next is that instead of displaying this data in the console, we need to make these elements available as categories over here. So now let's go and work on that. In the fetch second then class, where we were displaying console.log, let's comment this out. And now we need a reference to the navigation div, which is empty, this one. We need the reference to this div so that we can append new elements in it. So let me get reference to this nav document.query selector, and the class name is navigation. So now we have got a reference to this, but before we start appending anything in it, we have to make certain that the data that we have received actually contains a property named categories, because if something goes wrong, then the data that we have received will contain another property called error rather than the categories. So we have to check if data.categories means if this data object has a property named categories, that means we have received category names from the server. So now we are ready to create and append them to this navigation div. So in that case, we are going to create an unordered list that create element called UL. Now we have to iterate through this categories array. So data.categories for each. Can remove this. And this for each takes an arrow function. As long as we have elements in this categories array, one element at a time will be passed to this arrow function, and it will be referenced to this element name. If we like, we can short form it to cat, means category. So now we can create li elements for each of these categories. Let's give it a class name, because we will be assigning click event listeners to these li elements, and whatever element has been clicked, we want the product belonging to that category to be displayed in the browser. So we must know which navigation link or which li element has been clicked, so that we can make another request to the server to send us all the products that belong to that category. So therefore we need to have some kind of way to identify these list items as unique list items. So for the class name, we are going to give them the same name, which is the name of the category. So which is, now we have to attach event listener to it. When this li item has been clicked, we want the following event listener to be executed. Let's call it get category products. Okay, we have to define this function yet, but before we do that, let's finish the logic over here. Now we have created an li element. We have to append this li element to ul. So ul dot append child li. Now outside this for each loop, once this loop finishes its execution, then we have an unordered list with all the list items representing the category names, but this unordered list has not been appended to our DOM yet. So we have to append it to the DOM so that we can see it in the browser as well. Since we are appending it to the navigation div, so nav.append child and pass in the UL variable. So now let's go and have a look in the browser. Okay, since the text is also black, that's why we can't see it. Okay, no, nothing has been appended to it. That's because we have only assigned class name, but no text contents are defined. The text contents are also going to be cat. Still nothing. Get categories product is not defined. Okay, so let's define this function first. Let's put console.log and some message. Okay, clicked for the time being. Now let's give it a try. Okay, we can already see these. So no matter where we click, we can see the message being printed. So we are able to bring in the categories in our browser, and we have successfully attached even listeners as well. However, we need to yet properly define the logic for it. Currently, it only has one console log message. But before we do that, now we have to define the styling for this so that we can see them inside this second row as a navigation links, like this one. Okay, so let's start styling them. Now first of all, we are going to set the display property for this unordered list to be flex. This way, all of its elements are going to go in one row. Then we will set the color to be white so that we can see it against this black background. So let's do at least these two things, and then we'll see what we need to define next. Let's go to style.css. Now since this li is inside the navigation link, so the UL, which is inside the navigation class, let's set its display property to flex and color to be white. Nothing happened. Spelling mistake. Okay, now you can see all of these, but they are stuck together. So we have to put some margins and paddings between all of these. Copy and paste, and then all the LIs which are inside this UL, we have to target those because we have to apply padding to those list items. So let's give it padding right, and let's make it 2 name and see what happens. Okay, now we have to set the justify contents and align items to center for the flex so that they are in the center. So let's go back to the UL where we are setting display property to flex, justify contents to center, and align items to center as well. But they don't seem to have been aligned. So let's explore what's the matter. Okay. So currently my UL is selected. As you can see, there is this equals $0. This means that this unordered list is currently selected. Now I have to check its styling properties. So styling properties over here. So if I hover over this align, now you can see that whatever is the total height of this UL itself, according to that height, contents are aligned. So it turns out that the UL itself is not occupying as much space as its parent, that is the navigation div. So we have to give this UL the same height as its parent, and hopefully then all the items in the UL will align center according to our visual needs as well. So let's go to UL and let's give it height and make it inherit from its parent. Now you can see the items are aligned visually as well, because now UL has the same height as its parent element, which is 8 viewing height, and now the items are aligned according to that height. Okay, now we have to remove this dot which is appended with each li items. So let's set list style to none. Now it's gone. Now we have to make the size bigger, the font size. We have to make the font size bigger. So let's go to li. Font weight, let's make it 500, and font size to large. Let's have a look. Okay. Now we have to make sure that the first letter of each of these categories is bold. So text transform, and we have to set it to capitalize. Let's change the font size to, let's make it 2 then, and let's see the effect. Okay, maybe that's way too much, so make it 1.6. That's better. Let's close this end. Okay, that's better, but we need some more space between each of these elements. So padding right, make it 4 then. Maybe 4.5 then, or 5 then. Good. Now let's refresh and let's click on these categories and see if the event listener is working. So yes, it's working. Let's click women, and this is working as well. So before we work on this event listener, let's further define the styling, which bring this, what shall I say, this blue background button. So that reminds me, we have to give the same color to our search button as well. So what we are going to do is that we are going to define, let's have a look, the color. So this is the color. Let's copy this and let's give it, let's define this as a background color. Okay, so this is how it looks. That's because we have only defined the paddings for each of these list items. However, we haven't given any margins. If we give any margins, then we will be able to see the breaks between these list items. So let's make the padding, let's make it 2 rem, and let's give it margin left to be 3 rem. So in total 5 rems distance between each of these list items. That's better. However, since we have only defined the padding right, so therefore we see the padding over here and not over here. So let's change this and equally divide the padding between left and right parts. So instead of saying padding right, we are saying padding. Now let's give it 1 rem top bottom and 2 rem. Don't you think 2 rem is too much? 1 rem left and right, and let's make it 0.5 rem. So 0.5 rem top and bottom and 1 rem left and right. Let's go and have a look. That's better. Now let's give it border radius. Let's define border radius and see what should be the border radius. Let's give it 1 rem and see what happens. Okay. 1.5 then. Let's make it 1.4 so that we can see this horizontal line rather than the complete. This is almost round. Or if we decrease the padding top and padding bottom, then we might be able to see that horizontal line. So let's make this padding top and bottom to be 0.4. Okay, that's better. Let's decrease 0.3. Yep, that's better. However, I think we should decrease the font size. They are protruding, so decrease the size. So font size, let's make it 1 rem as well. They are way too small. Make it 1.3 rem. I think I'm happy. So as far as, we need to give the same color to our submit button as well. So what I'm going to do is that let's go to the top and let's define a global variable. So if we want to define a global variable, we have to put it underneath colon root. Now let's define a variable. And to define a variable in CSS, we have to prepend it with 2 hyphens, then the variable name. So let's give it a name, primary color. And the value that we gave, this thing. Paste it over here. Now let's go down. Over here we have to use the kind of a function call, but it's always named var, and over here we have to use the variable name, primary color. So it's working. Now we have to give the same color to our submit button. Since we define the input, okay, so this is the submit button, and since we only want to give color to just submit button, if we define the color over here, it's going to have the color applied over the search input field as well, and we don't want that, so we have to define another block, input height equals submit. Now background color to be variable primary color. This way we don't have to define the RGBA values separately, and the benefit of that is that if we decide to change the primary color from this color to something else, we only have to make changes at one place and they will be applied wherever that variable is used. So this is the value, but I think we should give it some smooth edges as well to both the search bar and the submit. So border radius, let's give it 3 pixels. That's better, but let's increase its heading top to 10 pixels and left and right to 15 pixels. Okay, that's better. We need to increase this margin between these list items as well. They look congested. Margin left changed from 3 frames to 5 frames. Okay. And let's make font weight to be 700 as well. Okay, that's better. Okay, so we are done with the first top level child of body element, and we have successfully finished our navigation part. In the next part of this series, we will be working on how to bring in the banner. In previous episode, we built this navigation bar. There is still a little bit of tidying up that we need to do over here, such as these backgrounds that you can see against these categories. They should only be visible when we click on them. But since this logic is going to be defined in the event listener, which is associated with these categories, and we yet have to work on that event listener, so for the time being they are going to remain as such. When we finally get to work on that event listener, then we will define the logic which will make these backgrounds only appear and only with the category that has been clicked. With that said, let's start working on our today's objective. So today we are going to start off by creating this footer, and then we'll move on to defining this banner. So let's get to it. Let's go and have a look at the footer and figure out the basic structure of the footer. So our footer consists of at least 2 children. The first one contains these social share icons, and in the second child we have this help and locations and privacy and legal stuff. So in the first child, we are going to define an unordered list, and each of the items in this unordered list is going to contain the font awesome icons for these networks. And likewise, for the second child, we have 3 more divs in it. One div consists of this heading, help, and these are all list items in the unordered list. Likewise, for the second div in the second child, this is heading, and then these are all list items of an unordered list. Third child is also contains a heading, and then these 2 list items, and the rest is styling. So now let's go and define this footer. So this is our index.html, and as you can see, our footer is currently empty. Now let's define 2 divs in it. The first one is going to be social share, a div with the class name social share, and for the second div, let's give it class name journal info. Now let's go to our social share div. Let's define an unordered list. Now over here we need 4 list items. We can define anchor tags over here such that when we click on them, we shall be redirected to another page which contains the information related to this link, such as the Twitter account associated with our website. But since we don't have the social share network, so I'm going to keep it simple, and I'm just going to bring in the font awesome icons over here. We need 5 such list items. I have already created one, so let me create 4 more. Now let's go and bring in the font awesome icons. Let's look for Facebook. Let's choose this one, copy, and paste it over here. Twitter. Okay, we've got all the font awesome icons, and now let's go and have a look in the browser. Let's go to the demo project, and we can see the icons over here. Again, we need to increase their size. fa-2x class with all of these items. Okay, that's better. Okay, now let's define the second child of the footer element. So our second div in the footer is got a class name called general info. Now this div contains three divs. The first div has the class name help. Second div has the class name, let's make it store location. And third div, let's give it a name legal. Now let's start working on the help div. The first element in the help div is going to be a h3 element for the heading. So it's help. Now the second child is going to be unordered list. Okay, that's the help part done. Now let's move on to store location. Let's give it h3 locations. Now let's define UL. LI, let's start with London, Paris, New York, Front, Hyderabad. Now let's move on to legal. Again, let's give it h3, tech, privacy, and legal. Now let's define unordered list, cookies, and privacy policy, terms and conditions. That's it. As far as our HTML is concerned for the footer, we are done with that part. Now let's go and have a look in the browser. Okay, so this is how it currently looks, and we have to now define the styling which gives it the appearance of this thing over here. So let's get to it. So the first thing that we need to do is that we have to bring all of these icons in a single row, and likewise for these three divs in the second child, we again have to bring them in the single row. So that means we have to define display property flex for both of these children of the footer. So let's go down, and since we are starting styling for the footer section, so it's better to define some kind of boundaries so that later on when we need to do some modification in the footer section, it's easier to find where does our footer lie in this sea of CSS styles. Let's paste it, and over here and here. Okay, now within these two comments we have to write all the styling that belongs to footer section. So the first thing that we need to do is that we have to define the flex property for both of the children of the footer. So the first child has the class name social share, display flex, and we want these items to be in the center and justified as well in the center. Okay, they haven't come in the center. I wonder why. Oh, that's the reason. So the thing is this, we have another block inside the social share div. We have to define the style property for this unordered list to be flex, not for the div, because the div contains just one child, which is unordered list. It is unordered list whose children we want to be placed in a single row. So let's go and put UL over here. Okay, that's better. Now we need some space between them. So what we are going to do is that copy and li. Let's give it some margin. Margin top, let's give it 0.5%. And the left and right, let's make it 1% and see how it looks. Yep, that's better. We need to remove these dots which appear with every list item, and because this is default style of unordered list, so we have to go up to UL, list style to none. That's better. Now let's go and define the flex property for the second div as well. So the second child is called general info. Again, display is flex. Let's have a look. Okay, that's great. Now we need some space between these three divs, and to give them space, we have to set its justify contents to be space between. Justify contents to be set to space between. Justify contents space between. Yep. Now we have to set the align items property And this time we are not going to set it to center, because if we set it to center, so if you look at the third child, it has just 2 children. So if the align items has been set to center, this third child will look like to be placed in the center with respect to these 2. So we want all of these children to start off from the same position or the same horizontal line, and then it won't matter if one of the div has fewer number of children. So align items too, we want it to be, rather than starting from the center, we want them to start from the sub position. So the value that we have to use is this one, flex start. Now visually it hasn't had any effect, they still look the same, but it's always better to have a property explicitly specified. Now let's move on to the rest of styling. So let's go to the demo and try to get some clues from there. What shall we do next? So our demo has this background color, and then there is some space between each of these list items. So let's give some background color and then think of how can we put some space between these. So since color is only in the second child, which is general info, so let's define background color to be, okay. So now we got background color in our second div as well. Now we need to remove these list styles, and then we have to think of placing some space between each of these list items. Since all of these list items are inside this general info, so we are going to say general info, then UL. So any unordered list which is inside this general info div, we are going to set its list style property to none. So this way, this style is going to be applied to all of the 3 unordered lists which are in 3 different divs of this general info div. Let's change the spelling, otherwise the style will not apply. Okay, brilliant. Now we have to place some space between all of list items. So I'm going to define margin bottom for all of these list items. This way each one will have a bottom margin, and as a result some space between these different elements. So again, since I'm going to apply to all of the list items which are in 3 different unordered lists, so let's copy, paste, and put li over here. Let's remove this thing. Now let's define margin bottom. Let's put temporarily 10 pixels and see how it looks. Let's make it 15 pixels. Good. Now we need to define some margin bottom for our h3 elements as well, so that there is space between this h3 element and the first li element. So again, what we are going to do is that since all of these h3s are within this general info div, so let's put it over here. Now h3 target, and again margin bottom, let's define the same margin bottom, or maybe some more because it's a heading. Let's make it 25 pixels. Probably we should have some margin top as well. So let's remove this and make it a margin that applies to all 4 sides. So for the top and bottom, I'm going to make it 25 pixels, and left and right I'm going to keep it 0. Okay, that's better. Now if you notice, some of these headings and list items have capital letters and some have small letters, so we have to keep it consistent. So again, we are going to apply text transform and capitalize each of these letters. And since we are going to apply everything inside the general info, so we need to have this property applied over here, general info. So this way, no matter how nested a child is inside the general info, this property is going to be applied to all of them. So text transform, and we are capitalizing it. Okay, that's better. Now we have to figure out how can we make these list items slightly grow in size and change their color when the cursor hovers over them, like this one. So to do that, we are going to use transform property on each list items hover class. So we have list items in both of the children of footer element, which is the general info child as well as the social share child. So what we are going to do is that since we want this effect to be applied both of these children's list items, so I'm going to define this logic on the footer element itself. So footer, so any list items inside the footer, this should apply to all of those. Over here we have to define transform, and the easiest way is to say that we want this transform property to be applied to all of the styling properties. So this way, any of the values for the set properties for this element changes, then this transform property is going to take effect. Then we want this transformation to take place 2 seconds to complete, and the way it should start and complete is we want this to be ease in out, Means when we move the cursor over it, it will slowly start in, and when we move the cursor away from the element, it will slowly come back to its original form. So over here we have defined how shall this transformation take place, how long should it take, and on which properties change should this transformation be applied. So we are over here saying all. Now again footer li, and this time we are going to capture the hover class. So when we are hovering over this list item which is inside the footer element, following should happen. So we want to change the color to be the primary color for each of these items. So the color is primary color. The other thing that we want to do is we want the size of these elements to be slightly get bigger, the font size. So we are going to set font size to larger. Now let's have a look. Good. Okay, that's better. So we are done with the styling. The only thing that we need to work on is, since this is a footer, so this is supposed to be always at the bottom of the page. So why do you think this footer is not at the bottom of the page? Well, the reason for the footer being not present at the bottom of the page is that after this header we have main div, but that main div is currently completely empty. So it's not occupying any space on our browser. So that's why the footer is the next thing that comes after main. And since main is not occupying any space, this has made footer get pushed up to the top. So we have to make sure that even if our main is empty, this footer always remains at the bottom. And one of the ways that we can do that is that we have to assign minimum height to our main element. So this way, even if the main element is empty, it will always have certain minimum height. And that will push footer always to the bottom. Let's go and assign this minimum height to our main. Since we are defining main, so it's supposed to come before the footer. So let's, main starts here. Let's give it minimum height, 55% of viewing height, 45. Now if you notice, the contents of journal info div are squashed against the walls of the browser. So we want some padding between the contents and the walls of the browser. So if you remember, we assigned 2% padding to the left and right in the header section. So we have to assign the same kind of padding to this second child of the footer, so that these contents appear to be aligned with the footer contents. So we have to go to the second child of the footer, which is journal info, and we have to give it the same heading that we gave to our heading div in the header section. So the top and bottom we kept it to 0, and for the left and right we made it 2%. Okay, now they seem to be aligned with the contents in the heading div. Now we are done with the header div. We can move on to displaying the banner section. But before we move on to the banner section, there is one more thing I need to sort out before we move on to the banner section. So for that, let's go to the demo project. So if you look at the demo project, now we have this scroll bar. Now even if I scroll down, I will still be able to see the header, and it feels like the product seems to be sliding underneath this header section, and the header section remains fixed there. So currently this isn't how our header section is going to work if we put some elements in it and we have a scroll bar over here. So once we get scroll bar over here and we scroll it down, then this header section will be pushed up and out of the screen. So to make this header section stick there, we have to set its position property to be fixed. But once we do that, we are going to encounter a new set of problems. So let's go and first set the position property to fix, and from there on we will see how to move forward. So let's go up to the header section. Let's put a comment here. Now over here we have to define styling for the header element itself. So far we have defined styling for its children, but not for the header section itself. So let's set its position to be fixed, and let's go and have a look in the browser. How has this affected in the browser? So as you can see, it appears that whole organization of the elements in the browser seems to have gone haywire. First of all, our header doesn't seem to stretch out throughout the browser width, and our footer have also seemed to have gone up as well. So what could have gone wrong? Well, before we dissect that out, I'm going to assign temporarily a background color to our main section. Now remember, this is going to be a temporary color. Just to explain. what's happening. Let's give this light salmon color. So this has happened. Now we must be thinking that since we have defined the main element after the heading element, so this color should start from this position, and that will push the main section further down, and eventually that will push the footer section to the place where it was in the beginning. But for some reason, setting the position fixed for our footer element have not only shrunk its size, but it has also brought the main section to start from the very top left corner of the browser. So currently it appears that our main section as well as the header section, they are both starting off from the same position. And since the header is a smaller element, so it's occupying less space, and main section is occupying more space. But they are both starting from the same position. But the way we have defined them in the HTML, clearly our header section comes before the main section. So this should not happen. So what has actually happened is that when we assign a position to any HTML element other than static, which is default, and therefore we never define the position, so that element goes out of the normal flow of the elements in the HTML page. So now the normal flow is, this is the first element and this is the second element in the HTML body element, whereas this header is some rogue element which does not obey the normal flow. But then you must be wondering, if it's a rogue element, so why it has still chosen to start from the top left corner, just as we had initially put it there? Well, that's because once you define a position to be fixed for any element, it will always start off from the top left corner of the browser. So that's why it's starting from the top left corner, because its position is fixed, not because it was the first element in the HTML's body element. So that means if we assign position to be fixed for our footer, this footer will also be placed over here at the top left corner of the browser. So whenever we assign a position fixed to any element, it will always be placed against the browser. So that's why it has come over here. Now the next question is, why is it occupying just 3/4 of the browser width and not the rest? That's because the contents that are in this header element, they are occupying that much space. If they had occupied lesser space, then we would see even a smaller header element. So that leads us to the second part, that once we define a position to be fixed for our any HTML element, we have to define its starting position, where we exactly want to place it with respect to this starting position of the browser, the top left position of the browser. So with respect to that, where do we want to place this element? We have to define those properties or attributes ourselves. So we still want it to be placed where it is placed, but we want it to stretch out throughout the browser width. So therefore, the three properties that we are going to define are, we have to set the top to be at 0, means from the top of the browser, it should start exactly where the browser screen starts. Then left should be 0 and right should also be 0. What this is going to do is that it's going to make the header section stretch out throughout the width of the browser. Nothing has happened. Oh, we have defined these attributes in the main section, whereas we are supposed to define them in the header section. Over here. Placed. Brilliant. Now our header section is fixed. There is one more property that we need to define to make sure this header is always at the top, and if there is any other elements which are starting from the same position as header, they will always come underneath it, just like our main section currently is. But to make it always the case, we have to define a property called z-index for this header section and give it value 100 or some higher value. So z-index is 100. But now the problem is that our main section still starts from the top left corner. So we have to somehow bring this main section down and start it where our header section ends. So the quick fix to this problem is, if we give some margin to this main section such that that margin is as high as the total height occupied by this header section, this will bring down the actual main section and it will start off right after the header section. So let's go to the main section and give it some margin. So we are interested in margin top. Since our header section contains 2 children and each of them occupies 8% of viewing height, so that means 16% of viewing height will bring our main section down. So rather than giving it 16, let's give it 20 section of viewing height, so that we can be certain that our main section is actually starting after the header section and it's not being overlapped by the header section. Okay, brilliant. So now we can clearly see that this is the point from where our main section starts, and since our main section is at its proper place, so this brings the footer section at the proper place as well. So now we can remove this color, and we should also decrease the margin from 20 to, let's first make it 18 and see the effect. Okay, 16 is fine. Brilliant. Now before working on the logic to bring on the banner, let's remove this temporary color. Now finally we can work on the banner section. Now this banner is also a dynamic banner. That means we haven't defined all of these pictures in our HTML. They all are dynamic. We request it from the backend, and not only this image but also these contents that you can see over here, the title and description, they are all coming from the backend as well. So basically we have to define a table in our database where we will store all this information plus the link to this image, and once we get this data from the backend, we will display it in the banner section that we are going to define in the main section dynamically through our JavaScript. The other thing that you must have mentioned that this banner is actually a slider. So as you can see, these arrows, this left and right arrow and these pagination links, this whole logic is basically coming from the slider that we are using. So the simplest slider that we have used is a JavaScript based slider, and it's called swiper slider. The reason for choosing this slider is that there are many different sliders available, but most of them are dependent on some kind of libraries. Swiper is one of the most basic sliders which doesn't depend on any external library. So basically we have to include the CDN link for this swiper, and then we simply have to use it. We don't have to install any other library if you want to use this swiper slider. Let's click on getting started, and there are different ways through which you can integrate this swiper slider in your HTML or in your project. So the method that I'm choosing is this CDN paste. So basically I have to copy this link and insert it in the head section of the index.html page. Let's go up and let's paste it over here. Now we have linked swiper slider CDN link with our project. Now let's go back to swiper slider and let's look at what we need to further do. So these are the contents that we need to add to our HTML where we want to add the swiper slider. So these three divs, they are going to act as slides in the slider. So that means the image that we want to behave as a slider or slide, you have to give it class name slide. And these all divs should be wrapped around another div which is called swiper wrapper. So that means this part is mandatory. And beside this part, there is another div which is called swiper pagination. And then we have two more divs, swiper button previous and swiper button next. And we have one more div, swiper scroll bar. But all of these divs are optional. For example, if you want to have pagination in your project, this one, these blue dots that you can see, so these dots, they represent pagination. So if you want to display this pagination icons, then you should include that other div as well. This one, if you are not interested in that pagination, then you can remove it. Likewise, the previous and next buttons, these two buttons, they are being displayed over here because I have included these two divs as well. I haven't included this swiper scroll bar, so it's not available. And if you notice, all these things are inside another top level div which is called swiper. So this is the structure that we have to define in our project. But since our slides are going to come from the backend dynamically through JavaScript, therefore we will not be defining this part. We will have a div called swiper. Within this div, we will have an empty div called swiper wrapper. And we will be populating this swiper wrapper with the divs with the class name swiper slide dynamically. Then besides the swiper wrapper div, we will have another div called swiper pagination and these two divs as well. So let's go and define this structure in our index.html file. So let's go down. Where is our main section? There it is. Now within this main, we are going to define three sections. One section is going to represent banner, another section is going to represent featured, and third one is going to represent new arrivals. So currently we are working on the banner section. So let's define this section and give it a class name banner. Now within this banner div, we have to define a div with the class name wrapper. And within this wrapper, we have to define three divs. One for the slide, one for the pagination, and one for the previous and next buttons. So swiper slide is one div. Then another div, swiper hyphen pagination. And two more divs, swiper button previous and swiper button next. We don't need to define anything for these divs. This div, however, the swiper slider div, is supposed to contain, this is swiper wrapper. And within this div, we are supposed to have different divs, and each of them should have a class named swiper slide. And each slide is going to represent one banner image along with the text contents on the screen. But since we are going to define them dynamically, so we are going to leave it empty. This is rep. And this is not wrapper, it's just swiper. So the first top level class is swiper, and inside that we have swiper wrapper, swiper pagination, swiper button previous, swiper button next divs. Now let's go to our MySQL workbench and define a table in our database, which is going to provide all the information related to these banners. Since we have eShop selected already, now we can create a table. Right click, create table. Let's give it a class name banner. Let's define ID field, int primary not null, auto increment. Then name, let's keep it varchar 45. It can't be null. Then third field is going to be description. Let's make it varchar 255. So we can't have a lot of text there. We should have enough space for the text to describe the banner properly. Now again, it can't be null, and let's define the image field, which is going to contain the address where our image exists. Let's make it 255 as well. It can't be null either. We need one more field for the status, such that if we set it to 0, then that banner should not be displayed on the browser. It can't be null, and the default is 0. Okay, let's create this field, a table. So there is spelling mistake in the status, so let's cancel it and fix this. Okay. Now we have a table created. Let's put some data in it. Let's give its name Easter sale more than 50% off. Status, let's set it to 1. And image, the path is starting from the root folder. We have a folder named images, and in there we have a folder named banner, then banner2.png, this one row. Now it's Christmas sale, amazing Christmas sale. Images, banner, let's make it banner3.png, and status is 1. Then for the third row, New Year sale, must have New Year stuff. Images, banner, banner4.png, set status to 1 as well. Summer sale, get summer clothing, images, banner5.png, let's set status to active as well. Oh, I have in the Christmas column. Christmas sale, never let it go. Images, banner5.png, let's set status to 1, or let's set status to 0. So let's make it winter clothing, new winter arrivals, images, banner5.png, and let's set status to 1. Okay, now let's create those tables by clicking apply, finish. Now we have 5 fields, but one of the banners have status set to 0, so we should be able to display 4 images in the banner slider on our index.html page. Now let's go and work on the JavaScript, which makes the request to our backend to get this banner data. So let's go to our JavaScript file, which is global.css, and since we want this request to be made at the time of page being loaded, just like the request for the categories, so we are going to attach another event listener for the event DOM content loaded. So let's copy this, paste it over here. Now in the second event listener, we are sending a request to bring back categories data, banners data, request banners, and this request is also going to make a fetch request. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to copy this function as well. Copy, paste. Now let's go and change this function's name from request categories to request banners. Now we have to change the URL endpoint, because this time another file is going to serve us, which is going to be banner.php. Now this banner.php and menu.php, these are different endpoints which are serving us different resources. So when we are using this endpoint, menu.php, then we are being served a resource from the database table category. So any data that we are being served from a database table, that data or that database table is called resource at the front end. So at the front end, which appears to us as a resource, is actually a database table at the backend. So this menu in the terminology of REST API is called a resource. And this resource is giving us all the categories that we are displaying in the index.html page as our menu categories. Whereas the second one is giving us another resource called banner, and it's going to give us all the data in the banners database table. Okay, so we change the URL since this is also a get method, so let's keep it that way. And likewise, the response that is going to come from banner.php is going to be in the form of JSON. So the first then block is converting that JSON data into a JavaScript object and returns that JavaScript object as a promise. Then we are using second block, and now we have that response in the form of JavaScript object, and over here we can apply different kind of logic. So for the time being, what we are going to do is that we are commenting this whole logic out. So let's uncomment the last one. Over here, what we are doing, we are just requesting data from the database and displaying it in the console. Then we will figure out how can we organize it and append it in our index.html page. So that's why I have commented this part out. Now let's go and define this banner.php file at the backend. So in our backend folder, we have to define a file named banner.php. So the top part for this banner.php is going to be the same as the top part for the menu.php. So I'm copying these 4 lines and pasting it in the banner.php. So basically over here, we are as usual requiring our database connectivity file so that we have access to our database through that connection object. Then we are telling this that you are supposed to serve any request no matter where it comes from. And then we are checking if the request that has come, is it of type HTTP GET request. If that is the case, then we are going to serve it. And again, what are we serving it? We are again going to select everything from, so we are going to have almost the same logic. So rather than just bringing the name of the category, we will take everything whose status is 1, and the database table in this case is banner rather than category. So we have to do some minor changes over here. So what I'm going to do is that I'm copying everything and inserting in the banner.php's if method. Paste. Now let's go and start make changes. So instead of just requesting name, we are selecting everything from not category table, rather banner table where status equals 1. Then we are executing this statement, and if this result variable contains data set or result set, then this won't be false, and then we can get inside the if block. Then we are creating an empty array and we are saying while. Now this time let's remove this name because we are interested in whole row that comes from the database, and since it's a row, we are changing the variable name from name to row, or let's make it row array because it's an array now. So what this while loop is doing, it's going to get one row at a time from the result variable and applying the fetch associate method on it, which converts that row into an associative array, and that array is being stored in this variable named row array. Now we are pushing this row array into this empty array that was over here we just created. So row array. Now this array is being populated with all the rows which are being fetched from the result set that has been received from the database. Now the data that we are sending, we have to change the index name from categories to banners, and we are providing the whole array that we have been populating with each row that we received from the database table. If something goes wrong, means if the statement doesn't execute, in that case this else block will execute and it will inform the user or the front end that something went wrong. Now let's go to the browser and we should be able to see banner related data in the console. Let's refresh and open developers tools. Okay, we have received an object, and an object contains a property named banner, and this property has as its value an array which contains 4 elements. At index 0 we have an object whose ID is 1, name is Easter cell, This is the URL of the image, and this is the status. And if you notice, we have got ID 1, 2, 3 and 4 ID. ID 4 is missing because we set its status value to 0. So that's why it hasn't been returned. Now all we need to do is that we have to display this information as a banner over here in our index.html page. Now to display what is being displayed in the console as a banner images on our HTML page, let's remove everything. And the first thing that we should do over here in our global.js file over here is, first of all, we have to make sure that we have actually received banners. So if data.banners, then we can be sure that we have actually received banners and not an error message. So now we can define the logic over here. So basically what we want to do is that we are going to create divs with the class name swiper slide. This over here. So now we are going to iterate through these banners. So let's create a variable called banners and assign this data.banner so that we don't have to write each time data.banners. Now we have to iterate through this banners array. Now this for each takes an arrow function. So we are going to pass one banner at a time to this arrow function, and over here we are going to define all the logic which is associated with this banner. So the first thing is that we have to create a div with the class name swiper slide and attach that banner image into that div as a background. So const slide document.create element div slide.class name equals swiper slide. Now within this swiper wrapper div, we are appending swiper slide divs to your JavaScript. So over here we are creating a div and we are assigning a class named swiper slide. Next what we are going to do is that we are going to attach this image as the background for this div. So slide.style.background image. Now for this background image we are going to use URL function, and we will be using the URL from this banner object. So we are going to use string interpolation, and to use string interpolation we have to use these backticks. So these backticks allow us to use a variable name as a string interpolation. So first of all we have to use URL function, and within this URL function we have to provide the quotation marks because now we are going to provide the URL. So this URL is going to come from this banner object. So this banner object has different properties, and one of the property is image. This property. So we have to target this property. So the banner object that we have received, it has these different properties: ID, name, description, image and status. So we are currently targeting this image property because it contains the URL where our image is. But this URL is not a complete URL, it only contains from the root, the path from the root folder. So we have to attach the domain name to it as well. So http localhost:8081, this is where the server is running. Then from here we have to attach the string interpolation. So $ square brackets, and within these square brackets we have to use banner.image. Now this banner.image contains /images/banner and then the name of the banner, file. Now we have attached this image as a background to this div, but as we know that this div is currently empty, that means it's not occupying any space in the browser. So if it's currently empty, it doesn't have contents. This image is serving as a background. It's not the contents of the image. So therefore, we won't be able to see this image. In order to be able to see this image, this background image, either this div should have some contents in it, or the other option is that we have to assign certain fixed height to it, so that even if the div is empty, it will still occupy a certain amount of area on the browser. So that's what we are going to do. Slide.style height, and let's give it 20% of viewing height for the time being. Let's put it in quotations. Now before we go and have a look in the browser, we have to attach this div, this slide div, to the banner. So I'm temporarily attaching it as the last child to this banner, just to be certain that we are able to see the image in the browser. Later on we have to change that. So const banner section document.query selector, and the class name was banner. Now banner section dot append child, append will also do, and we have to append this slide as its last child. Now let's go and have a look in the browser that if we are able to see this banner in the browser. Okay, so this is how they currently look. Since I have only assigned 20% of viewing height, that's why we can only see the small portion of an image. And the other problem is that, as you can see, the image is being repeated. So we have to increase the height, and then we have to set a property such that the image is not being repeated. So let's go and do that. So let's make it 45% of viewing height, and then slide.style dot background size equals cover. This is better. Now as you can see that these are not being displayed as sliders. So now we have to define the logic which makes them display as slider, and then we will figure out how to put the text and the shop button over each of these images. So let's go and make them sliders first. And to make them sliders, now we have to define the last remaining part that is needed to make some divs into a sliders. So to do that, we have to initialize the swiper in JavaScript file. So we have to create an instance of a class named swiper. This swiper class is going to come from the CDN that we have linked in our head section of index.html. So we are passing in the class name of the div, the swiper div, and over here we have to define certain properties. So we will not be using this property, we will be defining this property, because this way, once we have displayed all the images, if there are 4 images and 4 images have been displayed as slide, when you click on the next button, we will see the first image again. So there is going to be this loop of these images. Then since we have also used pagination, so we will be using this as well. And likewise for the navigation, we are going to use this one, but we are not including this one because we haven't used the scroll bar. So since we are bringing in the contents for the slider dynamically, so we have to make sure we define this dynamically as well. So where should we define them? What we are going to do is that we are going to define a function called carousel, because this slider is also called carousel. And over here we are defining, and over here we have to define the logic that has been given in the swiper slider web page. So what I'm going to do is that I'm simply copying it and pasting it over here. Since we haven't used the scroll bar, so let's delete this part. We don't need this direction to be vertical. Okay, now let's go up where we are defining this. Now instead of appending these slides in the banner section directly, we have to append them in the swiper wrapper class. So let's change this to swiper wrapper and change the class name to swiper wrapper as well, and append these slides to this swiper wrapper. Copy and paste it over here. Now we need to call this function called carousel outside this for each loop, and let's hope we are able to see those images as the sliders. Okay, we can see at least this arrow, forward one, but not the previous one. So most likely we have made spelling mistake in the index.html page. Yeah, the P is missing. Brilliant. Okay, now we can see these images. Now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to change these images to the one that we have in the demo project, and then we'll figure out how to display the text over here as well. So let me go and change the images in the database table. Okay, now I have changed the images, and we can see the proper images that we have in the demo project as well. Okay, now we have to figure out how can we display the text that we can see in the demo project. This one. So this is the name in our database table, and this is the description. And then with each banner we have this button which we can click and go to some other place where we can do shopping. So currently I have attached this button with the index.html page. So it will take us back to index.html page. But of course, if it was not a proof of concept kind of demo project, then we would have placed the proper URL for the link where this banner should take us. Anyways, now let's go and figure out how can we display these in the center of each banner. So to do that, we again have to go back to the for each loop, and after setting all the properties for the background image, now let's define a h3 element and let's set its text contents to banner.name. So the name field from the banner object is going to be displayed as h3's text contents. Then we have to define a paragraph where we are going to display the description contents of each banner. Now we have to create a button. And set its text contents to shop now. Now we have 3 elements that we have created. Now we have to attach these elements to this div, the slide div. So slide.append child, the first child is h3. Then slide.append child, the second child is paragraph. And finally slide.append child, the third child is the button. Okay. We can see everything over here. Now we have to bring them in the center. So we are going to do this styling through our CSS file. So let's go to our CSS file. And since this banner is inside the main section, but so where does our main ends? Over here. Inside main, banner section starts. And banner section ends. Now over here, the class that we are targeting is .swiper slide. We have to set its display to flex. Now setting the display property to flex will bring all the contents in single row, so we have to set its flex direction to be column, justify contents center, and align items center. Now that's better. Now we have to convert it into this. So let's figure out how to give it this look. So the first property that comes immediately to the mind is that we have to set its color to white. Then if you notice, this text has shadow attached as well. This one. And the size is slightly bigger as well. And besides that, we have some margin as well. So let's go and do that. Let's define color to be white. Let's increase font size to length. That's better. Now let's give it text shadow. So the first value for that is a horizontal shadow, which is 2 pixels, and for the vertical shadow again 2 pixels. For the blur I am going to use 3 pixels, and for the color let's give it primary color. Okay, that's better. We need to increase some margin bottom. So that is going to be applied to all the children of this swiper slide. So copy, this, and then asterisk means all the children of this swiper slide. Let's give it margin bottom. Let's give it 0.8 rem and see its effect. Okay, that's better. Now we have to work on this shop button. So again, since this button is one of the children in the swiper slide div, so it has the same color as primary color, and the font size is even bigger. So background color is primary color, font size is 2.5 frame. I think that's too much. Let's make it 1.5 frame. Now give it padding. Top and bottom, let's make it 5 pixels, left and right 10 pixels. Okay, not bad. Now let's give it smooth edges and remove this border. So border bottom, for the smooth edges 5 pixels. Outline is none, so it's not border bottom, it's border radius. For the border color, let's give it same color as the border background. Okay, that's better. Now I have given this one the text as different color as well, and it is slightly higher heading, but for this project I'm keeping it this way. We have completed our navigation, banner and footer. Now we are all set to implement these two sections, new arrivals and featured products. So in order to bring the products from the backend, we have to first of all define tables in the database table from where we have to fetch the data. So let's go and create those tables. We are going to create two tables. First table is going to represent categories and the second table is going to represent the products themselves. So let's go and create those tables. Okay, so the database that we have created for this project is eShop, and we have only created two tables in it so far. And I forgot that we have already created this categories table. Obviously we have created, that's why we were able to see those categories in the browser. How can I forget that? Never mind. So now we only have to create just one more table which is going to represent our products table. So let's create that. Right click on table, create table. Okay, let's give it the name product. First column is going to be ID, integer type, primary key, and auto increment. The second one, let's give it a name category ID. Through this column, we are going to link the category of this product with one of the categories in the category table. So this is going to act as our foreign key. Let's make it int as well. Get a type. It can't be null. Okay. Then we have the name of the product. Varchar is fine. It can't be null. Product name should be unique. Then the description for the product. Okay, it's for the description. Varchar, let's make it 255 characters. And maybe we can keep the description null as well. So let's move on. Let's give this one the name price. Let's give it decimal or float. Let's choose float. Okay. Then a column where we are going to store the path for the image, associated image with the product. Again, let's make it 255. Again, we are going to not include any mandatory properties, so it can be null. If currently we don't have any image associated with it, so it can be empty. Then status. Let's look for boolean and it will automatically select tiny int. Okay, it can't be null and the default value is 0. Then the date added on. Let's select date time, and the default value for this is going to be current date and time. So now function, and it can't be null either, but this is going to be automatically provided by the DBMS system itself. Okay, so we are done with the fields. Now we have to make our category ID field, this one, a foreign key with which we are going to link our categories table. So let's click on this foreign keys tab. Now we have to provide any name that we want to give this foreign key. So let's make it fk_1 foreign key 1, and we have to choose here a reference table. So we only have banners table and category table. So we are going to link this foreign key with the categories table. So eShop.category. The eShop is database and the category is one of its tables. And over here, this is the column from our current table, that is products table, that we want to turn into a foreign key. So this is the table that we want to turn into a foreign key. And from the reference column, we have to select the one of the columns in the category table with which we want to link this foreign key. So we want to link it with the primary key of the category table. Okay. And over here, it's saying that once the category table is updated, what shall happen to this associate foreign key? So if there are any rows in the product table whose category ID is linked to one of the categories in the category table, and then that ID is changed, then what shall happen? So if the value is updated, we want it to cascade. That means the effect should also be applied automatically to all the foreign keys in the products table. And what happens when that category is deleted in the category table? So if the category is deleted altogether, what should happen to the products that belong to that category? So if we select again cascade, then all the products that belong to that category will also be deleted. So we are going to select it to take no action, because we might not want to delete those products. Rather, we might want to change the category name for those products. So on delete, if the category is deleted, nothing should happen to the product associated with that category. However, if the category is updated, then that effect should also trickle down to the products table as well. Now let's click apply. So let's check that we have selected the correct options. It's going to create a table named product in eShop. ID is int not null auto increment, and this ID is also primary key. So where does it say this primary key? We haven't selected this. That's why we couldn't see the primary key option. Now let's click apply. Now over here it says our ID is a primary key. Then category ID int not null, and we are turning this category ID into a foreign key which references ID column of the categories table in eShop database. So on delete, no action should take place, and on update, the effect should trickle down to our products table. Okay, so we are happy with the statement. Now let's click apply and execute it. Finish. Let's refresh. Now we have a products table. Now let's start filling in some data in it. So basically we don't need to provide the IDs because it's going to be generated automatically. The category is supposed to come from our categories table. These ones. So the man has ID 1, women has ID 2, boy ID 3, and so on. So all the rows that you are going to fill in must have the values from 1 to 6, because if this row has the category ID 1, that means it belongs to men's category. If this row has a category ID 2, that means it belongs to women's category. Likewise, name, you can select any name. I'll be just saying boy 1, boy 2, girl 1, and girl 3. And likewise, description again is going to be some random text. Price again, it's up to you. Images, I'll be providing the path to the images folder. So each category has different folder inside the images folder in our project, just like what we did with the banner table. Status, again I'll be putting 1 over here, otherwise it's going to be default to 0, which means it won't be returned in the HTTP reply. And added on is going to be again filled in automatically. So since there is no rocket science over here, and we have already covered this part in the part 2 as well, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to fill in this information and then we'll continue from there. Okay, so we have created all the categories. So in total we have 45 products. The products with category 1 are all men's category, and products with category ID 2 are all women's products, and with the category ID 3 are all boys products. Likewise, with category ID 4 we have girls products, category ID 5 babies products, category ID 6 accessories products. Okay, now we are all set to start working on our code. Since we are going to work on our new arrivals category and featured products category, which are both going to go as sections in the main element. So let's find out the main element. Okay, there it is. Now this is banner section. After this banner section, we have to define one section for the new arrivals and one section for the featured products. So we are going to make our new arrivals our second section. So let's create a section with the class name new arrivals. Let's create another section for the featured products. I'm thinking of making this featured products a second section. The reason for doing that is that since the contents of these featured products are going to be displayed randomly each time we refresh the page, whereas the products in the new arrival section are going to remain relatively static until new products are added in. So since this is going to make our website more dynamic and more different each time we refresh the page, so that's why I'm making this featured product second section and new arrivals our third section. So now let's start working on the featured section. So in the featured section, everything is going to be brought in and integrated dynamically through JavaScript once we have got the data from the backend. The only thing we are going to put here manually is the h3 element. Maybe let's make it h2. Okay, now let's put the text. Featured. Let's make it products as well. Featured products. Now the rest is going to be stitched in dynamically. So now we are going to work on our JavaScript. through which we are going to make a request to the backend. So that means then we have to go and define the PHP logic, and then once we are able to get the featured products and display it in the browser, only then we'll be working on the styles. So this time the styling is going to come at the end. So let's go to JavaScript and make a request for the featured products to our backend. Now, since these featured products should also be brought in the moment we enter the website address in the address bar, that means we again have to attach another event listener with DOM content loaded event of the document. So let's copy this and paste it. Now we only have to change the name of the event handler. So this time we are requesting featured products, so request featured. And since the logic is going to be almost same as the first two event handlers, so I'm going to copy this whole function, and at the bottom I'm going to paste it. So let me put it before this call carousel because this is kind of our helper function. So I'm going to paste it. Now we have to go and change the name from request categories to request featured. We have to change the URL from the menu to featured.php. So that means we have to define this file in the backend. Then again, we are not sending any data, we are just requesting to pull in some featured products. So therefore the method is going to be get. Nothing changes over here. Once we get the reply, so this part is going to be changed. Okay, since this part is going to be different, that is, once we receive the data, how are we going to display it and integrate it in the browser? So that part is going to be different. So we are going to comment out everything except for this console log data, because we want to see in the console the data that we receive, and once we are certain that we have received the data, then we will figure out how to integrate it in our DOM. So this is the starting bracket. Let's go and check where it ends. Since this is wrapped in a rectangle, so that means this is currently selected, and that also means that its matching closing bracket will also be in this rectangle. So we have to look for that one. There it is. So that means that's the end. So we have to comment out everything in between. Since we want to keep the console.log statement, for the rest, comment out. Okay, so we are done with our front end. Wasn't it quick? Because actually the hard part, which is displaying it and integrating it in the DOM, is still left to be done. But for the time being, we are done with our front end code. Now let's go to the backend and create this file, feature.php. I didn't put the name over here. Feature.php. Now let's go to the backend. Now feature.php. Now for the backend, again we can actually copy one of the PHP files because we are going to make slight changes. The rest of the logic is going to remain same. So I'm going to copy the whole banner.php and paste it in the feature.php file. Now we have to change this SQL statement. So the first thing is that we have to change the table name from banner to product. That was the name that we gave to our table. And we are asking for everything where status equals 1. But now in order to make it dynamic, so that each time it gives us 3 different products randomly, so we have to add some more tweaking to this statement. So if we are supposed to put like this, order by ascending, what that would have done, it would have returned all the tables in the product table starting from ID number 1 up to the last one. Had we put it descending, DESC, then it would have again returned all the rows, but starting from the highest ID number up to the number 1 ID in the bottom. If on the other hand we say order by and then call a function called rand, that means random. So what this is going to do is that it's going to assign random numbers to each of those rows, and then it can return those rows randomly. So there is no ascending order according to IDs, there is no descending order according to ID. Rather, all the rows are returned in random order. But we don't want all the rows. We are only interested in displaying just 3 products. So we can place limit 3. That's it. So in order to be certain that this is actually going to work, I'm going to copy this statement between the quotations, and let's go to our workbench, and over here let's paste it. So select everything from product, order by random. It says where is not valid at this position. Okay, now let's try to run this statement. So as you can see, we have only been returned 3 rows, which is limit 3. And let's check their IDs. One is ID number 45, one is ID number 44, and ID number 19. 2 are from the accessories category and 1 is from the women's category. So let's execute this statement one more time, and this time we are going to get different result. Okay, so ID 21, 6 and 8. One more time, 8, 6 and 11. So as you can see, every time it's returning us 3 different fields. So let me copy this and insert it back over here. Okay. And we are also certain that this statement executes properly because we have actually executed it in our workbench. So now let's look at the rest of the code and see what kind of changes do we need to do. So again, we have to keep everything over here. So we don't need to make any changes over here, except for the associative array that we are returning as JSON object that need to have a different index name. Since we are returning featured products, so I'm changing it from banner to featured. And again, if something goes wrong, then this is the message which it gets displayed. Okay. So turns out we are done with our backend as well. Now let's go and check in the browser if we are able to get this data, 3 featured products. So let's refresh it and now look at the developers tools. Okay, this is featured product. The first one returns us the banner, second one returns us the categories. Now look into the featured products, featured object, and now the object that has been returned consists of one property named featured, and its value is an array which contains 3 elements, and each of these elements are objects themselves. So at index 0, we have this object with the category ID 2, description women's clothing, ID 14, images, and name, price, and everything. Now we have to bring this information and put it in the browser so that it's being displayed in the browser. Okay, so let's go and do it. So let's go to global.js, and over here, let's remove everything. Now over here, first thing that we have to check is that we have to make sure that this data, which is the main object that has been returned, does it contain a property named featured. So if it does contain a property named featured, that means we have actually got our products. Then we can go on and stitch them in the DOM. Otherwise, if we haven't got this featured property, that means we have got reply from our backend, but it contains something else. So obviously we cannot assume that something else to be product and try to stitch them in the browser. So if, let me create a variable data.featured. So this way we only have to write featured. So if featured means if this featured contains data, that in that case it won't be null. In that case, we can define all the logic within these yellow curly brackets that is going to display these products in the browser. So before we write down any logic within this if block, let's go to the demo project and try to get an idea of what we are trying to build over here. So this is what we are trying to build. So for the new arrivals, we have one section for new arrivals, and then basically this is the card that we want to build. And likewise for the featured. So currently we are working on featured, but obviously you can see the logic is going to be the same. Okay, so let's look at one of these cards. So that means we are going to have at least one div which is going to contain each of these cards. And for each of these cards, we are going to create within those cards at least 2 top level children. One is going to contain image and other is going to contain this information, the product's name and the price. So what we are going to do is that we are going to create one div and we are going to give it class name catalog, because That div is basically going to represent the catalog of featured products, and within that div we are going to create these different cards for each of these products that we have received. So let's go back to our JS file. Now within this if block we have to define the logic. So the first thing is that we have to get reference to that section in which we are going to insert all of these elements. So since the section that we are targeting is featured section, we gave it the class name this featured products. So first of all we have to get a reference to this section. So const featured section document dot query selector, and the class name was featured products. Okay. Since this featured is an object, let's go back to our console. Okay. Now since the value of this featured property is an array, so that means we can iterate over it using for each loop. So feature.forEach, and since for each loop takes an arrow function which will be given one product at a time from the featured array. So now within the body of this arrow function we have to define the rest of the logic. So as we discussed, we need to create one div which we are going to assign the class name catalog, and since this catalog is going to be the div in which all the products are going to be appended, so that means that div must be defined outside the for each loop. Otherwise it's going to be overwritten with each iteration. So const, let's keep it simple, catalog is document dot create element div. Let's give it the class name, same class name so that it's easier to remember. Okay, it felt incomplete. So now we have access to our featured section and we have created one div with the class name catalog. Now let's go inside the featured div, the for each loop, and within these curly brackets let's define the whole logic. So over here again we have to create one div with the class name card. This card is going to contain two divs as its children. In one div we will insert the product's image, and in another div we will display the product's name and price. So let's start with the card. So const card equals document.create element div. Let's give this card the class name card as well. We must assign those classes because using these class names we are going to define their CSS styling, as well as if we have to apply some processing using JavaScript, so we need to have some kind of unique identification for those. So therefore it's important to have class names assigned to them. Let's give it the class name card. Now let's create its two child divs. So const image div create element div, image div dot class name, let's make it card image. Let's create second child which is description div, and let's give it the class name card description. Now let's attach these two divs to the card. So card dot append child, the first child is going to be image div, and card dot append child description div. But currently both of these divs are empty. So now we have to define an image element and attach that image to this image div, and we have to define two paragraph divs. One paragraph is going to contain the product's name and another one is going to contain the price. Those paragraphs are going to be attached to the second div, the description div. So now let's create image element. So const image is document.create element image. Now image.source equals, we are going to use a string interpolation, so backticks. Now we have to provide the URL where our image lies. So http localhost 8081. Now the next part is going to come from this product which represents this whole object. So from this whole object we have to target this image property. So let's go down, and over here we have to define product dot image. So this is going to contain the rest of the URL which is going to be attached to this part. As a result, it's going to give us the URL where our image lies, and since this is an image, so another request will be automatically made to our backend and image will be automatically brought in. We don't need to do anything else. Now we can attach this image to our image div. So image div dot append child, and we are going to append this image. Now we have to define two paragraphs. One is going to contain the product's name and other one is going to contain the product's price, and we are going to attach those two paragraphs as children to description div. So const name p document create element paragraph. Let's give it a class name. It's not name, it's name p. Let's create another paragraph and price p. Let's give it the class name product price. Now append these two paragraphs as children to description div. So description div dot append child name p, and then description div dot append child price p. Okay, that's it. Now outside this for each loop, this one, so when we reach over here, that means our catalog has been populated with different cards and each card represents one product. But this catalog is not yet stitched to our DOM, so we have to append this catalog div as a child to featured section. So featured section dot append child, and we have to attach this catalog div. That's it. I hope this will display all the images in the browser, though they are going to look ugly because we haven't defined any styling, but they will be there nonetheless, hopefully, fingers crossed. Doesn't seem to. Let's have a look. Cannot read properties of null, reading append child. So apparently it looks like this is the element which seems to contain value null, but it should contain reference to our featured section. So I wonder why. Got it. Since we are using query select and we are targeting featured section through class name, so we must put a dot over here. Without this dot, the query selector will look for an HTML element with the name featured products, and we don't have any HTML element with this name. So hopefully now everything will work fine and we will have an ugly looking products in our browser. Nothing. We should have by now. So at least we don't have any error in the front end. And our back end seems to be working fine as well. The only thing that we need to check is, have we attached all these divs in the catalog div? So let's start from the beginning. In the for each loop, we are creating a div with the name card, assigning class name. Then we are creating another div, image div, assigning class name. Then description div, assigning class name. Then we are appending this image div and description div as children to card. Then we are creating an image, and to its source we are assigning this URL. Then we are attaching this image to our image div. Then we are creating name paragraph, a paragraph, giving it class name. Oh, text contents, where are the text contents? Okay. So name p dot text contents equals prod dot name, because this prod object contains all the fields for each of the product that we have received from the backend. Then we have to do the same for the price. So price p dot text contents equals, now this time we have to append $sign to the price that we have received. So I'm going to use backticks. So first $sign is for the symbol, and for the string interpolation, second $sign, curly brackets, and within those curly brackets prod dot price. Okay. Now we are attaching this name p to description div, price p to description div. Okay. So we have to attach the card to this catalog as well, because we have been creating cards but we have never attached it to the catalog div. So as the last statement in the for each loop, catalog dot append child, let's append the card element. I'm not making any promises, but hopefully this time we will be able to see the products in the browser. Let's go refresh. Okay, now we can see the product. Now let's go down. This is product 1, its name and price. This is product 2, name and price, and this is product 3. Okay, now let's refresh it. and hopefully we will see different images. Yep, this is one image, which this is the repetition. This is a different image. One more time. Okay, so we keep getting this image at least. Never mind, at least we know it's random. Now all that is left is that we have to give it styling so that these images look like these images. So let's go to our demo project and try to figure out what kind of styling shall we apply. Okay, the first thing is that the heading is in the center, so we have to bring our heading in the center as well. Currently the heading is left justified. Besides that, we have to give it some margins and paddings as well. And then for the catalog, we have to give it some padding, and then we have to define the display property to grid so that we can only get 3 products per row. And then for this we have to again set its display property. Okay, let's go to style.css. Now since this is going to be more like a general type of styling which is going to be applied at many different places, so I'm going to go at the top, because at the top we have defined styling which is general. So we have root, then body and hidden. Since everything is inside the body element, so this is also kind of general. So I'm going to define all the styling for the catalog and cards over here. Catalog styling. Okay, let's start with H2. Now again, this H2 is going to be in the featured as well as the new arrivals. So this is also kind of general. Text align property to center. Now let's define text transform. Let's make it uppercase. Let's give it some margin. So for the top and bottom, we are going to make it 1 frame. Then we'll see how much. Well, let's make it 1.5 frame. And for the left and right, let's put 0. Okay, maybe we should capitalize it rather than uppercase. Okay, that's better. Now let's work on catalog. Since this catalog is going to contain different products in their own respective divs with the class name card, the first thing that we are going to do is that we are going to set its display property to grid, because we want to display 3 products per row. And to make that happen, we have to set another property which is grid template columns. And since we want 3 products per row, so I'm going to use a function which is repeat, and this repeat takes 2 parameters. The first parameter is going to be the number of columns per row, so I want 3 products, so therefore 3. And then for the next parameter, we have to specify that whatever is the total width of the row in which these columns are being displayed, how much space shall be occupied by each of those columns. So I want it to have equal spacing. And here, since we are talking about columns per row, so that means this represents the width. So we are saying divide the total width into 3 parts and assign 1 part to 1 product. Then let's set margin to auto. This way, if there is any space still left, then these columns are going to be properly aligned in the center. Okay, now let's work on individual products which are represented through a div with a class name card. And since this card contains again 2 divs, one is representing the image and another is representing the price and the name of the product. So again, we are going to set its display property to grid, but this time instead of placing the elements in columns, we are placing the contents of this card div onto separate rows. So therefore, we have to set its grid template rows we have to select, because now we want each child in a separate row. And since we know that it has 2 children, however, the first child contains the image and second child contains the description. And since we are talking about different rows, that means over here we are talking about how much height shall be reserved for each of those elements. So we want to assign more height to the div which contains an image and less height to the div which contains description. So what we are going to do is that whatever is the total height which is being assigned to this grid, so we want to divide into 4 parts. Out of those 4 parts, we want to assign 3 parts to the image div and 1 part to the description div. So to say that, we are saying 3fr and 1fr. So total height is 3fr plus 1fr, that is 4fr. So whatever is the height, it's being divided into 4 parts. Out of those 4 parts, 3 parts are going to be assigned to the first child, which contains an image, and the 1 part is going to be assigned to the description div. We are going to assign margin 10% top bottom and 10% left and right, so that between those cards we can see some space around. Okay, now let's go and have a look in the browser. Okay, so this is how it currently looks. This is first card div and its image, which is occupying a lot of space, and then this is the card second child. Then as we move towards the right, we can see the second child, our second card. And over here, okay, this is the third one. Now since this image is occupying a lot of space, because we haven't yet specified how much the image should scale with respect to its container. So now we have to do that. Now since we know that the image is inside another div which is named card image, so we are targeting an image which is inside a div with the class name card image. So remember, this is the class name that we gave to the div, which is the first child of this card. And within this div, the contents of this div are actually an image. So we are going to say max width 100% and then object width and set it to contain. So this will ensure that the image is scaled down such that it's going to fit in the container in which the image lies. Now let's go and have a look. Okay, so as you can see, the images have been scaled down to fit inside its parent div. Now we have to apply rest of the styling such that it creates this look. So first of all, let's go to the card, and we have already given it some margin. Okay, now let's give it background color, and the color is light steel blue. That's better, but we need to now give some margin to the card as well. Not margin, sorry, padding. The margin is already there. Heading, let's give top and bottom, let's say 5 pixels, and left and right make it 8 pixels. Okay, that's better. Probably we should also make top and bottom 8 pixels as well, so that we have same amount of padding all around it. Okay, so make it 8 pixels. Now we have to give it smooth edges, so border radius, let's make it 5 pixels. Okay, that's better. Now let's give the image smooth edges as well. Border radius again 5 pixels. Okay, now we have to define hover properties such that when we hover over it, some box shadow should appear. Okay, so for the box shadow, we have to target this image hover pseudo class. So let me copy this, paste, and hover. Now in the hover pseudo class for the image which is inside the card image div, let's define box shadow. Now since we want the box shadow to appear all around, so therefore we have to set the vertical offset and horizontal offset values to be 0. Then for the buller, let's make it 20 pixels, and for the spread, let's make it 10 pixels, and for the color, we are using the primary color. Okay, now let's try to hover over them. Okay, that's better. Now look at the width of each card in the demo. So they are slightly smaller than the one that we are building. So we are going to shrink the size of each card. And then if you notice, the blur effect over here is slightly more prominent than the one that we are giving. So to make it more prominent, what we are going to do is that we are going to decrease the padding that we have assigned to our cards in the project that we are building. Then perhaps this blur effect will be more prominent. So let's go and make those changes and see how it affects. Okay, so first of all, let's go up to the catalog div itself, because this is where all the divs or all the cards reside. So I'm going to set its width to 90% of viewport window. So this will decrease the overall width of the catalog in which all the cards reside, and as a result, this will shrink the size of the cards as well. Okay, that's better. Now let's decrease the padding as well. So let's go to the card, and for the padding I have chosen 8 pixels, so let's make it 5 pixels. Yeah, that's better. Now the blur and spread effect is more prominent. Maybe we should decrease the width of the catalog even more. So let's make it 87% of the viewport window. Yeah, I think that's better. Okay, now we should work on styling the description div. So we simply have to bring them to the center, put some margins and paddings, and make the font size slightly bigger. Okay, so let's get to it. So let's go down, and since the class name for the second div is card description, I think. So since we have two paragraphs inside the card description, so that means here we can only set the margins and paddings. So first of all, let's go and target the paragraph itself. Let's make it text align center, and padding top and bottom, let's make it 10 pixels, and left and right 0. Yeah, that's better. Now we should have some space between the image and the description. So now let's target the card description div and simply give it some padding top. So padding top, let's give it 20 pixels, 25 pixels. Okay, now we should target this font and slightly increase the size. So let's go back to the paragraph, and font size, let's make it 1.2 rem. Yeah, that's better. Maybe we should also make sure that the name of the product is also capitalized. So text transform capitalized. Okay, so I think we are done with the styling the featured products. Now we have to work on the new arrival sections. So new arrival section is going to be exactly the same as featured products. The only thing different is going to be the name of the section in which we are going to insert these elements, and even at the back end the logic is going to be almost same except for this order by clause, which in the case of featured products was random function, and in the case of new arrivals we are going to order the rows in descending order and then return the top 3 ones. So this means we are going to have almost the same code both at front end and back end. So let's look at the front end and try to figure out how can we refactor this code such that we don't have to rewrite the same code again. So the parts that are similar in both front end and back end, we are going to put them in a separate function, and then wherever we need to use that same code, we are going to call the function. So let's go to our JavaScript file and try to look for the code that can be refactored. So the first thing that we have to do anyway is we have to attach an event listener with the DOM content loaded event. So now over here, instead of requesting featured products, we are going to request new arrivals. Then let's go to the featured products. Sorry, request featured. So this is the function. Now even though we can see this repetition of fetch everywhere wherever we have made the request to the backend, so this part is same there as well, but for the time being we are ignoring this part and we are only focusing on this part once we get the data. So this second then clause, inside this second then clause everything is going to be almost the same for our new arrivals except for the name of the section in which we are going to insert these contents. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to copy all of this and comment this out. We have to comment this out from here, if featured. So we are going to comment this if section, and this is the yellow curly bracket. So this is where our if section ends. So copy. Now we have to put this whole logic in a separate function. So what shall we call this function? Let's call it populate catalog. And this function as a parameter should take the data, the product that we want to populate in the catalog. So let's give the class name product, and then the catalog name, let's make it just catalog. It's just these two things. Okay, now let's paste everything over here that we copied from the if block. So over here, instead of featured, we are saying if products. Then next, over here we were getting a reference to the section in which we want to insert this catalog. So now since we are turning it into a general function, so instead of getting a reference to this featured section directly inside the function, we are receiving a reference to it. In this way, if we want to insert the elements in the featured section, then this catalog will represent the featured section. If we want to insert the data in the new arrival section, then this catalog will represent the new arrival section. In fact, let's make it catalog parent, because we are creating a div with the catalog, and then we will insert this catalog to this parent. So now this parent will represent the featured section for request featured function, and this will represent new arrival section for request new arrival function. So now we have commented this out. Now catalog, we are creating this div. Catalog, our class name is catalog. It's going to remain the same for every section. And we have to change this featured to this product because we changed the name. So products are for each. Everything is going to remain the same. Over here, instead of featured section, we are going to say catalog parent. The rest is going to remain the same. I hope I have changed everything. Now let's go back up and we have to get the reference to the section in which we want to insert this catalog. So in this particular case, in the case of featured, request featured, so we want the reference to featured section, and then next we are going to call populate catalog, and the first thing that we have to provide is going to be this featured. Okay, so since this feature contains the products, so we are passing this, and the second part is going to be the section in which we want to insert this catalog. So in this particular case, it's the featured section. So the catalog that is going to be created by this populate catalog function, once it has been populated with all the products which are coming from this featured variable or parameter, then the whole catalog is going to be inserted into this featured section. Now let's go and test it out in the browser and see if our refactoring is working. So let's refresh. Okay, so we are able to see it. So that means our refactoring is working. Now next time, when we are creating this request new arrivals function, so we don't have to rewrite this whole code. Okay, so this function has shortened a lot. Now we have to do the similar logic for this function, request new arrivals. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to copy this function, request featured, copy, request new arrivals, start, request new arrivals, and let's paste it. Now let's go up, and over here we have to change the resource name from featured to, let's make it new arrivals. Then it's again going to be a get method. We will get a promise. We are converting it into JavaScript object, and then that object is being returned again as a promise. So the second then block, and over here again we have got data, but this time this data object is going to contain a property named new arrivals. So we have to make sure that this is the name that we give to our associative array in the backend. Okay, so let's change the variable name as well, new arrivals, copy, no need to copy, new arrival section, instead of saying featured products, let's go and check the class name. This is new arrivals. Okay. New arrivals. Now we are calling populate catalog function, but we have to pass new arrivals variable as a first parameter and new arrival section variable is second parameter. And we are done with the front end logic for the new arrivals. Now let's go and define this file at the backend, new arrivals. New arrivals.php. Okay, now this new arrivals.php is going to be almost same as the featured file. So I'm going to copy everything and pasting it into new arrivals. Okay, now with the first thing that we have to do is we have to change the order by expression. So order by, what was the exact parameter? It's added on. Added on, and since we want the most recent one, so they are going to be at the bottom. So we are saying order by, added on, and descending. Then the next thing that we have to do over here is, instead of giving this associative array name featured, let's give it the name new arrivals. And with that, we are done with both front end and back end for our new arrivals section. And now let's go and have a look in the browser. Refresh. Nothing. So at 12, request new arrivals is not defined. Did we forget to change the name or made some spelling mistakes? Control F, new arrivals 1 of 1. So we have definitely made some mistake in the spelling where we are defining this function, which happens when you copy stuff. Oh, we haven't changed the name at all. So request new arrival. Now it says, okay, now we haven't got any error. This is featured products and this is new arrivals, but it doesn't have the heading. So to be certain that this is coming from the new arrivals, I have to refresh the page, and if I still get the same images, then that means this is actually coming from the new arrivals resource, because we are ordering it by the most recently added elements, and these are the most recently added elements. Now we have figured out why did we miss the heading. Did we not give it to our new arrival sections? Index.html. Oh yes, actually we haven't defined any h2 any element in this new arrival section. So new arrivals. Oh, okay. It should go over here. Okay, good. Okay, so we are done with the featured and new arrival section. Now we still have to work on our refactoring part, because we can already see repetition of fetch requests. Okay, so as you can see, we have 4 fetch requests, and this part is kind of same everywhere. So we have to try to refactor this fetch request as well. So let's go down and let's create a function. I'm going to give it function name fetch call. Okay, so this fetch call is going to take certain parameters. Let's go up and try to figure out what are mandatory for the time being. Later on, we will keep on updating this fetch call function as we progress further along this project and make requests other than this get, and then we will eventually have to handle the cost at the front end as well. So that means we have to add some more information in fetch request, but currently this is all the information we have. So we are trying to refactor this fetch call according to this request. So this fetch takes the endpoint, URL endpoint, where this request is supposed to go. And if you notice, in all of the 4 fetch requests, this part is same. The only thing different is the ending part, the actual file where this fetch request is supposed to go. So we can again extract this as a separate variable, a global variable that we can use in the fetch request, or we can make this variable in the fetch request as well. So let's try to do that. So we are going to make this a local variable. So const URL is localhost 8081, then user folder, and then backend, then slash. Okay, so this part is going to remain constant, so therefore I have created a constant with the name URL. Now this part is changing with every request, so we have to provide this as a parameter, and then again this method is get. So we have two options. We can make this a local variable as well, but later on when we are using methods other than get, such as post, put, fetch, then we will have to provide the value for this method as a parameter. So it's a good idea to straight away make this method as a parameter as well. So the first function is going to be resource name, and the second is going to be method, and its default is get. So that means if we don't provide it, it's always going to be there. So far these two are the pieces of information that we currently have. So we are going to refactor this fetch request according to these two pieces of information. Let's make the fetch call. Now since we have this URL part and this endpoint part, so we have to concatenate them together to get the whole URL. So URL plus resource. Then the next part is actually an object, and currently we have just the method attribute, which is going to come from over here. Okay, so this is the method property of this fetch request, and this is its value, which is coming from this parameter. Okay, so next to this fetch, now we have to use then clause. The first thing is common in all of the 4 fetch requests, which is the response that we get. We have to call JSON method on it, and this will return us another then block. So let's create that then block, and here we will have actual data, and inside the body of this arrow function, which takes data as a parameter, and this data contains the actual response. Now we have to define the logic over here, and remember we have got things which are different. So let's put comments for the time being, but let's go down and put this catch block, which will simply display the error in the console. Now we will think about what shall we place over here. Okay, so since this is the part where we are going to apply different logic depending on the reason we made this fetch request. So if we made this fetch request to get the categories, then we have to attach those categories in the header section. If we made this fetch request to get the new arrivals, then we have to call the method for the new arrivals ones. And if we made this request for the featured one, then obviously we have to apply different kind of logic. So that means over here we have to think how can we manipulate it. So that means once we enter inside this function, we have to think of how can we handle different situations, because situations are different in every fetch request when we reach this part. So what we are going to do is that instead of handling this part over here, we are going to call another function, and we will pass this data to that function, and that function is going to be different for each of these fetch requests. So that means, let's go back. So we have to call some function, let's say handle fetch response, and we will pass this data to that function. But this is again one function, but even that doesn't solve any problem, because we are going to have different kind of data for different fetch requests, so we want to handle them differently. So that means putting a function name over here will not solve our problem. So what we are going to do is that for this fetch call method, we are going to pass third parameter, which is going to be the function that is going to be called over here. So let's give it the name callback, and over here let's call this callback function and pass this data. Now this callback function can be different functions. So whichever function is passed at the time of calling this function over here, that function will be called inside the body and the data is going to be passed to that function. Now since this method parameter has a default value assigned to it, so that means this should come at the end. So when we assign a default value to any parameter, that parameter becomes optional. So that means at the time of calling this function, we can omit this parameter. And for those fetch requests which has a method get, we are going to omit that third parameter. So that's why it must come at the end. So any parameters that have default value assigned to them, they should always be at the end. Okay, now let's go up. Let's start with the fetch request for the categories. So over here we were sending a fetch request to get the categories. So what we are going to do over here is that since this part, so basically everything inside this function, I'm first of all commenting this out. So now our request categories function is basically a function with empty body. Now let's call this function fetch call, and since this part is coming from the URL which is a local parameter to this fetch request, so we only have to provide menu.php. Then second parameter should be the function which is going to be called once we get the reply from the server. So since this is the request category and that callback function is going to handle the data that we are going to receive from the server, so I'm going to call this function response categories. Now I'm going to define this function response categories as a local function to this request categories. That means this function is going to be defined inside the request categories function. Now this function is going to get the data that has been returned from the server. So now over here we have to basically define all the logic that handles that data, which was this one. So everything in between these brackets, this curly bracket. So basically let's start with navigation. Copy, we need to copy this bracket as well, so copy. Now paste it over here. And let's unblock it. Okay, so we got the data. We are getting reference to navigation. So if data contains a property called categories, then we are creating UL and appending this. Okay, so that's it. Everything should work fine now. Now let's go and test it out in the browser. Okay, so categories are not visible. Okay, for some reason this user and front end is getting attached to this URL. So let's try to figure out why this is happening. Okay, so I have identified the problem, which is I forgot to put double slash over here. Okay, now we can clearly see the category, so that means our first page call is working. Now let's go up and clear this part. Okay, so as you can see, our code has shortened by a great degree, and when we apply this refactoring to the rest of these three fetch requests, so it's going to get even short. So basically what we are going to do is that inside the function which was making fetch request, we are basically using this facade. This is called facade design pattern, in which this function is kind of hiding all the nitty-gritties of the fetch call, and we are just given with this simple one statement. And behind the scenes, the actual fetch request is making the call, but we don't know about that. Only inside this function, all those nitty-gritties are defined, so we don't have to define those nitty-gritties everywhere. Okay, now since we have passed this function as a callback, so that means the actual fetch request, once it gets the data, it's going to call this function, and when this function is called, it will get the data which has been received from the server. So over here inside this response function, for the response categories function, we are defining all the logic which attaches the categories into our DOM. Now we have to do the similar logic for the get category products. So, sorry, we haven't yet defined it. We have to define the similar logic for request banner. So again, let's first of all comment out everything which is inside the banner function. this function call fetch, and we have to pass the actual resource that we are interested in, which is banner.php. Then over here we have to define the callback function. So since this will return us the response back from the server related to the banners, so response banner, and again let's make this an inner function. So function response banner, and this will have been passed the data from the server. Over here we have to define this logic over here. So if data are banner, then everything. Copy and paste it over here. Uncomment. So let's go and check if we are still able to see the banner. Good. So we can see the banner over here. So that means this refactoring is working fine as well. Now let's go down and remove everything. Now let's work on the request featured call. So over here again, let's comment out everything which is inside this request featured function. And since we have already applied one set of refactoring, so this one looks smaller than the other two calls, and we are going to make it even more smaller. So fetch call, now resource, which is feature.php, then callback function, so response featured. Now inside this, let's make this local function or inner function. Response feature, this will receive all the data returned from the server, and over here these 3 lines of code. Copy, paste. Now since this featured function had already been one set of refactoring applied in the form of this popular catalog function, that's why it's very small. Now let's go and check in the browser if everything is working fine. Good, we are still able to see the featured products, so it's working. Good. Okay, so let's erase everything which we already had commented out. Okay, now let's apply the refactoring to the request new arrivals as well. So again, the first thing, let's comment out everything between curly brackets. Fetch call, and let's provide the URL endpoint, which is new arrivals.php. Now let's provide the callback function, which is response new arrivals. And let's define this response new arrivals as inner function. So function response new arrivals, and it will receive data from the backend. Now again, just these 3 lines of code. Copy, go up, paste, uncomment. Let's go and have a look. Okay, so we can see new arrivals, so that means it's working as well. Now let's delete these comments. Okay, so everything is working, and as you can see, we have much less code than we had before. Now even though we are done for today, I made one small mistake in my second tutorial, so let's go and fix that. That mistake was basically in my CSS, which was in the footer section. Basically, I had defined some transitions, such as when I hover over it, the list item should change color and smoothly get slightly bigger. But as you can see, it's not happening smoothly. This transition is not happening smoothly, rather it's happening quickly. That's because while defining this transition, instead of using the word transition, I used the word transform. So we need to go and change that property from transform to transition, which is over here. So I have to set it to transition, and I have to change the time from 3 seconds towards 1 second. Otherwise, it's gonna take ages to get this transition completed. refresh. Let's go down. Okay, now as you can see, this is much smoother. Okay, so with that, we are done with today's target as well. In the next episode, we will be working on bringing in the categories related data, and it's going to be much easier because we have to basically apply the same styling logic over here and the same way to integrate this catalog into our HTML page. So everything is more or less complete. Just a smaller minor things that we have to do, and then we will be done for that part as well. In the previous tutorial, we managed to bring these featured products and new arrivals from backend and integrated them into the DOM. Therefore, we are able to see it in the browser. In this tutorial, we need to work on these categories such that when you click on any of these categories, the products related to those categories should appear, and rest of the contents of this landing page should disappear except for the header and this footer. So that means this banner should disappear, as well as the featured products and new arrivals should disappear as well. And the only product that we should see must belong to the category that we have clicked. The other thing that we need to work on is that each of these menus should not be highlighted in the beginning, and only the category that has been clicked should show this background, the blue background, and the rest should not have any background. So this is another thing that we need to do. And the third thing is that when we click on any of these products, whether the product is a featured product, new arrivals, or one of the categories products, when we click on them, we should be able to see an overlay which covers our whole browser, and within the center of that overlay, we should be able to see all the information related to the card or the product that has been clicked, and from there we can select the quantity as well as add it to the card. Let me show it in the demo project. So this is the front end of our demo project, and as you can see, none of these menu items are currently highlighted. And when we click on one of these menu items, such as this baby, then as you can see, the banner has disappeared as well as new arrivals and featured products, and only the products that we can see are related to the baby category, women, and accessories. Now when we click on any of these items, we should be able to see this overlay, and within the center we can see this card which contains the information about this product. So the name, the title, this is the description, the price, and how much items are currently left. So if the items are 10 or less than 10 in the stock, we should see this highlighted in red, which says only X number of items are left. And from here we can select and add it to the cart, like that. So this is the work that we need to do in today's tutorial. So without wasting any time, let's get started. Let's go to the project that we are working on. Let's open Developers Tools. Now let's click on, let's say, this boys category. And the moment I clicked on this boy category, I got this message, category clicked. So that means we already have an event listener attached with each of these categories in the very first tutorial. So it has been a while since we worked on that one. So we might have forgotten the function which is acting as an event listener for these categories. So therefore I've opened this Developers Tools, and as you can see, this message seems to have come from global.js file on line 24. So let's go there, and that will directly take us to the function which is being called when you click these categories. I lost track one. Oh, there it is. So this is the one. This is the message that we are getting. It's on line 24, and the function is get category products. That means this is the function that we have to start our coding loading from. And the first piece of logic that we have to define over there is that when we click on these categories, only that category should be highlighted and the rest of the categories should stay unhighlighted. So let's go to this function and start working on this logic. Let's search for it, get category products. Okay, this is the function. Now as we discussed, the first thing that we need to work on over here is that we have to define the logic which makes the clicked categories stay highlighted and the rest of the categories should not be highlighted. That means they don't show their blue backgrounds, which is currently being shown by all of the categories. Now in order to define this logic, first of all we have to get hold of the exact category that has been clicked. Now as you know that this function is acting as an event handler for the click event associated with those categories. That means this function has by default been called a parameter which we can name anything, but it's usually named event. So if we print that out to figure out what information has been passed through this event, and if we can get hold of the category that has been clicked from this event, then that solves our problems. If not, we have to think of other ways. So let's go back to our project and figure out what information this event object holds. Okay, now let's click on the main category. It says the pointer event. Now this object is pointing to a mouse click event because we clicked on it, so that's why it says pointer event. And it doesn't tell us which category was clicked anywhere. Let's click on some other category. Again, we got the pointer event. So that means the event object that has been passed along as the result of this click event is of no use to us. So we have to think of something else. Now other thing that we know that every function by default has a variable called this associated with all the functions. Because JavaScript is an object-oriented language or object prototype language to be specific, which have some differences, but for the time being we are considering it as simple object-oriented programming language. So since JavaScript is an object-based language, that means every function has a variable called this within each function. So let's click on this, let's print this and figure out what information this variable contains. Since we don't need this event object, so I'm removing it. Now let's go and click one more time on the categories and see what kind of information this keyword displays for us. Now let's click on women. Now as you can see, first of all we got the message and then we got the actual list item which has been clicked. So the list item which has been clicked is li with the class name women, and the contents of this li is women as well. Now if we want, we can extract this contents part from this list item if we like to, and this will solve our problem of figuring out which category has been clicked. But there is an even better way to get hold of this category name, which is a function called bind, which is by default available with our JavaScript. So what we are going to do is that we are going back up where we are defining this function as an event handler for the click event associated with the list items. So let's go back up, and over here we are attaching this function get category product as an event handler to this event, click event associated with these list items. So what we are going to do is that since we know that we cannot put these parentheses and pass parameters over here because this will turn this function into calling this function. So we were not calling this function over here, we were merely passing the reference to this function to tell this event listener that when this list item is clicked, this is the function that should be called. But if we put these parentheses over here, it will directly call the function right here at this point. And that was not our aim. We didn't want this function to be called straight away. We just wanted this event listener to know when this list item is clicked, this is the function that needs to be called, not called straight away. Only when this particular item is clicked, only then this function should be called. So this is called passing the reference. And since we are passing the reference, we cannot put parentheses with it, and therefore we cannot pass any parameters. So the other solution is to use the bind function. So when we are using bind function with anything, that bind function is going to change the value of this keyword which this function is supposed to naturally have. So this function is supposed to naturally have the whole list item as a this keyword, and now we are telling it to change the value by using this bind function. So the function name dot bind and parentheses, and over here whatever we pass over here, that will act as the value of this keyword inside this function. So what shall we pass over here? Since we know this cat contains the name of the category, we can pass this cat as a parameter to this bind method. This way, let's go back to the function itself. Over here. This way, the value of this variable has been changed from the list item to whatever the value of that cat variable was. And that cat variable contains the name of the category over here. So we are passing this cat which contains the name of the category, and we are binding it to this get category products function. So in order to test this out, let's go back to our demo project. Not the demo one, rather the one we are working on. So now let's click on the girl, and now you can see we have got one string variable with the value girl. Let's click on accessory. So string variable with the value accessory, main, and again string variable with the string object with the value main. So now we have direct access to the category that has been clicked. Now since we have got hold of exact category that has been clicked, so let's comment this out. We don't need this anymore. Let's store it in a local variable. Okay, since this get category products is going to perform different tasks, the first one of them being only highlight the category that has been clicked. So what I'm going to do is that the logic associated with only highlighting the click category in a separate function. So we are going to define a function set active category and pass this cat variable to it. Now let's define this set active category function outside this get category products function, because we will come back and further define the logic over here for the other subtasks that we need to perform within this function. Function set active category, and over here what we are going to do is that we are going to get hold of all the list items, and then we will loop through them and compare the category name with the one that has been passed. And if those two names match, then we will set the background color for that particular list item to blue, and for the rest we will set it to the initial color. So initial color is the default color which is associated with any HTML element by the HTML itself. So in order to get hold of all the list items, let's go back to our browser. Let's inspect one of these list items. So as you can see, these list items are part of UL, which are inside this navigation div. So we are going to get hold of any li which is inside this navigation class. So constant category list document query selector all. We need to use query selector all because we know we have more than one list item inside that navigation div. So the class name for the navigation div is .navigation, and now we have to target any list item which is inside this navigation div. No matter how deeply nested this list item is, as long as it's inside a div with the class name navigation, we want the reference to that list item. As a result, all the list items which are inside this navigation div will be returned as a collection in this category list. Now we can loop through this category list, and while we are looping through it, we will match the class name for those list items with this name. So if any list item whose class name matches with the name provided in this variable, that list item's background color is going to be set to the blue one, and for the rest we are going to set it to its initial color. And when we set any value to initial, that means the default value which has been assigned by the HTML itself to that particular element. And for the list item, this is going to be transparent. Okay, so let's loop through it. Category list for each, and as we know, this for each takes an error function to which we are going to pass one category value at a time. And inside the body of this error function, we are going to define the logic, which is going to be if category.classList contains a class which matches this name. In that case, we have found the category that has been clicked. So now we have to set its background color to the one which we have defined in our CSS as primary color variable. That means we have to get access to that primary color that we have defined in the CSS. So this is the variable that we have defined in our CSS, and it has the name primary color, and it's defined in this root element. Okay, so we need to get hold of that variable in our JavaScript. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going up. Let's first get hold of the root element which is defined in the CSS. Document.querySelector. Now using a method which is defined in the window object, which is by default available in the JavaScript, we are going to access one of its CSS properties. And in this case, the CSS property that we are interested in is the variable named primary color that we have defined inside this root element. So window.get computed style is the method. Now this get computed style text element whose particular CSS property we are interested in. So since we are interested in one of the CSS properties which are defined inside this root element, so we have to pass the reference to this root element, which is the root variable that we just defined. Now we have to call another method. In fact, we are chaining this method to this one, and the method is get property value, and within this get property value we can ask for any of the properties which are defined inside this root element. And since we are interested in the variable named primary color, so now our primary color variable, this one, holds the value which we have defined in this variable in our CSS file. Now before we further define the logic in our for each loop, let's console log this message just to be certain that we have actually got hold of the primary color value, because our logic is going to depend on the value defined over here, and if we haven't successfully got the exact value from our CSS variable, then the rest of the logic isn't going to work either. Okay, let's click on this anyone. Okay, now these are the RGB values for this background color, and just to be certain that that is the case, then no matter which list item I shall click, I should get the same RGB values. So as you can see, the number is increasing but the value is same. Okay, so now we have actually access to the RGB values of the primary color which we have defined in the CSS file. Now let's go back in our for each loop. So over here we were saying if category.classList contains this name That means that is the category that has been clicked. So in that case, we want to change its color. So background color, so category dot style dot background color equals primary color. Else set this color to the initial value, that means the default value or default color assigned by the CSS itself. Okay, now let's go and test it out. Now let's click somewhere, let's click on the boy. Now as you can see, only boy is highlighted and rest of the colors have been removed. Women, it's working. However, if you refresh this page, at the start all of these categories are highlighted. That is because in our CSS file we have defined the background color for all of these list items. So until we click on any of these categories, our function set active category is not executed, and hence we are able to see the background with all of these categories. So we need to remove that background color from our CSS file. So let's inspect. So in the navigation UL and LI, we have defined this background color. We remove it. Now you can see we don't see any color. So we have to go back to our CSS file and look for this particular item and then remove this background color. So Control F, dot navigation UL and LI. So this is the one we are interested in, and let's comment this out. Let's go refresh. Now as you can see, initially we don't see any of the category that is highlighted. Now let's click somewhere, girl. Now we can see only this particular category is highlighted because that's the one we have clicked. Main and accessory. Now this part is working. Now we can move on to the second part, which is when the category is clicked, then our landing page should also change, and we should only be able to see the product over here which belong to that particular category. So we have to remove this banner, featured products as well as new arrivals. So let's start working on that. Let's go back to the JavaScript file and let's go up to our get category products function. Now we are done with setting the active category only. Now next thing that we need to do is that we have to make a fetch request to our backend and ask for products that belong to this category that has been clicked. So fetch call localhost 8081 user backend. Now we have to define the endpoint, that is product.php. Now this is the name of the file, but we have to attach a query string to this one with one key value pair, category, and the value is going to be the cat, this category name. And since we have used string interpolation, so we have to put it inside backticks. This fetch request is going to be a get request as well. So the only other parameter that we need to provide is the callback function. So response category products. So this is the name. Response category products is the name that we are going to use as a callback function. And now let's go and define this category function. So now we have two options. Either we can define it as an independent function outside this get category products. In that case, we have to bind this get to this function so that we have the access to the category as well. Or we can define it inside the get category products as an inner function, in which case we don't have to bind anything with this function. So since so far we have been defining the function that handles the fetch response as an inner function in which the fetch request is made, so we are going to continue with the same logic, and we are defining this function inside this get category function as its inner function. So function response category products, and we will receive the data. So before we define any further logic, for the time being, let's just console log whatever we have received from the backend, and then we will figure out how to integrate this data in the DOM and hence as a result in the browser. But for the time being, this is enough. Now let's go and define this PHP file for the backend so that this request is handled by this PHP file. So we have to go to the backend folder and let's define this file, product.php. Now let's go to any of the other PHP files. I've opened this new arrivals.php, copy everything and paste it in product.php file. Now start changing this file. So let's start from this if request method is get, and now since we are expecting some query string, so we need to make sure that there is some query string attached with this, because in that query string we expect the category name whose data we are supposed to get from the database and return it as a response. So we have to make sure that there is this query string attached. So to check if there is query string attached with the name category, we have to use $_cat. The name is category. This is the name that we gave when we were making this request in the front end. But we have to pass this as a parameter to another function, is set. So we have to make sure that within this get global array there is an index with the name category. If there is such index in this array, that means the request that we have received contains a query string with the name category and its associated value. So if that is the case, we can continue further. Now over here, let's change the select statement. Select everything from product where status equals 1. So we don't need this part because we want all the products that belong to this particular category. And over here we have to say where category ID equals, and over here we have to provide the category ID which matches with the category that we have received as a query string. Because in our products table, as you can see, we have the product IDs. We have products ID, then category ID, products name, description, price, image, status, and edit on columns. But we don't have any category name. However, from our front end, we have received category name, not category ID. So we have to make sure that from the category, we somehow get access to this category ID that we will place over here. So now we are in this dilemma that we have only category name and not category ID. We do not know the ID of that particular category. However, our products table demands category ID matching the category. So what we are going to do is that over here we are going to use subquery. And subquery is simply a SQL statement whose value, whatever is returned, is used as a value to one of the columns in another query. So this is our main SQL query, and inside this we are using a subquery, and whatever we define over here, the value that is going to be returned from that subquery is going to be used as the category ID column's value. So now over here we have to define the subquery, and the subquery is going to be select. Let's go and check the category table first so that we know the column names. So the column name is name and this is the ID. So select ID from category table where name equals. Now we are going to place a question mark over here. The reason for placing a question mark over here is that now we are going to use prepared statements. And the justification for using prepared statement is that over here basically we are supposed to write this thing. So whatever value is available in this particular index, get that value and use it as the value for this column name. But since we have received this value from our user, and at the back end, a user cannot be trusted, because if the user is malicious, then we are opening ourselves to SQL injection attacks. And in order to avoid SQL injection attacks, we have to use prepared statements. So the first step towards using a prepared statement is wherever we are supposed to use data from the user, we are putting question marks in its place. Then, okay, so let's discuss one more time this subquery. So this whole thing, this select ID from category where name equals whatever is the category name. So if that category name matches in the database, the ID associated with that category name is going to be returned, and which will become the value for this category ID column. So suppose the value which has been returned is 5. In that case, this will become select everything from product where status equals 1 and category ID equals 5. Okay, so this is first part towards using prepared statement. Now, next thing that we need to do is that let's create another variable, prepared statement, and now we have to use our connection variable, and we have to use one of its methods, that is a method defined in this connection variable, which is called prepare. And to this prepare method, we have to pass this statement. So this is step number 2. Now from now on, we have to use this variable. And in step number 3, we have to bind the value with the question mark that we have put in the step 1. So to do that, we are going to use prep underscore statement and bind. Now this bind method always takes one more parameter than the number of question marks that we have put in step 1. So in step 1, that is in this statement, we put one question mark. So over here we have to bind a value for that question mark. Now since there is one question mark, so this bind is going to take two parameters. The first one is going to define what is the data type of the value that we are going to bind with that question mark. Since we are giving categories name, so that means it's a type string, so we are going to put s over here. And in the next one, we are providing the actual value that is going to be binded with that question mark. So over here we have to define the value. Now we can do this since we know the value is going to come from the get super global variable, which is an array whose index is category. But the thing is since this is an array, so that means this is a reference value, and this bind method does not take a reference value. It has to have some kind of scalar value. So what we are going to do is that we are going to cut it and let's define a variable. Let's make it category. Now this category contains the value which is provided through this super global variable. Now we can provide this category variable as a second parameter to our bind method. So this is step number 3. Why is this weekly line over here? Oh, it's actually bind parent, not just bind. Okay. Now we have done all the preparations and we are ready to actually execute this prepared statement. So step 4 is to execute this statement. So prep statement. Now we have to call a method on it which is called execute. Okay, so now our statement has been executed. Now step 5 is to get the data from this statement. So over here we are going to say if result equals, let's remove this, and prep statement and call a method called get result. So if any result has been received from this prepared statement, that is going to be returned and stored in this result. And if this result contains a value, we will go inside this if statement where we are creating an empty array, and then we are going to get one row at a time from this result set as an associative array and storing it in this row array. Then we are pushing this row array into this empty array that we created over here. And when we are done with it, we are going to return this response back to our front end. But the name that we are going to give this index is products. And over here, before exiting the function, we should actually make sure to close this prepared statement. So this one, prep underscore statement, close. Okay, I think everything is set. Now let's go and test it out in the browser. Okay, now let's open console, developers tools. Let's click somewhere, curl, and we got an error. Oh, if you notice, it has attached HTTP localhost 8081 twice. So, okay, the thing is this, over here we only have to provide this part because the rest is already defined in this fetch call. So product.php, category equals this one. So let's go to this fetch call. So this part is already provided through this URL function, URL constant, and we were again defining it. So that's why it was being attached twice. As a result, a different URL. So hopefully this has sorted out the problem. One more time refresh just to be certain, even though the live server already refreshes it. Another kind of error, product.php category internal server error. So it seems that this file does not exist at the backend. Undefined variable prep statement. Okay, there's an extra statement. So it was an internal error since the PHP couldn't figure out how to respond on line 20. Okay. Let's click boy. Now we got 4 products which belong to boys category. So let's check, do we only have 4 boys products? Yeah, boy 1 to boy 4. Let's click men's category, we have 7 products. Okay, men 1 to men 7. So that means we are getting proper data depending on which category has been clicked. So now all we need to do is that we have to integrate that data in the DOM so that we can see it in the browser. So let's go and work on that part. So this is the get category products, which is an event handler when any category is clicked. Once this function starts executing, it sets the category that has been clicked as an active category, then it makes a fetch call, and this is the data that we have received. Now over here we have to define the logic which is going to integrate this data in the DOM and hence in the browser. Okay, so now we have to display this data in our landing page. We have to remove the banner, featured products, as well as the new arrivals from there, and just display this data. So just to refresh how is our index.html defined, let's go there. So this is main element in which we have a section named banner. Then we have another section named featured products, and then we have another section named new arrivals. So what we are going to do is that we are going to get a reference to this main, then we will set its contents to empty quotations. This is going to delete all these 3 sections which are its children, and then from that empty slate we are going to integrate the content into this main element. So let's comment this out, console.log message if data contains a property named products, because this is the name that we have given to our associative array with which we have sent back the response. So if we have products in the response, in that case we need to get a reference. So let's get a reference at the top to the main in our HTML element, document query selector. Now this is an HTML element, so simply main, no dot at the start or hash, because this is HTML element. Okay, now let's set main dot inner HTML equals empty quotation, and now we don't need to do anything except for calling a function called populate catalog. The first one is going to be the actual products that we want to populate in the catalog. So data.products is the first parameter, and second one is going to be the parent or the encompassing element in which we want to populate all these products. So in our case it's going to be main. So this main is the catalog, and these products are going to be its contents. And I think we are done with everything because we had already done the hard work in our previous parts of the series. So let's go and test it out in the browser. Just to be certain, refresh. Otherwise we don't need to. Let's click on women, and we got all the women related products. Yahoo! Let's click on girls. Good. Accessories. Thread. Now let's click on the main, and we again got featured products, new arrivals, as well as the banner. So we are done with this part as well. Now what we need to work on next is that when we click on any of these products, we should be able to see this, let's say, this overlay. So currently when we click, nothing happens. So this is our next task that we have to work on. So in order to initiate this next task, when we click on these products, something should happen. That means we have to attach an event listener with each of these cards. So currently, as you can see, when you click, nothing happens. So what we are going to do is that we have to decide, do we want to attach event listener with this image only, or if we click on this part down below, that means if we click anywhere in the card, we should be able to see that overlay which contains all the information related to that product. So I'm going to go with this card such that when I click anywhere, I should be able to see that overlay. So that means let's inspect it. And as you can see, this is inside this card div. So that means we have to go to our global.js where we are defining this card element, our card div, and attach an event listener with that one. So let's look for the card. Over here, this is card.className equals card. So this is where we can define the event listener. So card.add event listener. Click. And since this is going to display all the data related to the product, so the name that we shall give is get product details. So let's go and define this function with one console.message such that we are at least able to see that it's working. Let's refresh and click somewhere. Let's go to the console, and as you can see, message says product clicked. Let's click somewhere else. So 2 product click messages, 3 product click messages. Let's click on women category and click somewhere, and again we get the same message. So that means we are on the right track. Next, we have to decide what kind of data do we want to display in the overlay that is going to appear once we click on it. So let's go to the demo project, and from there we can see we are going to get the title, description, price, and the stock, a drop-down list from which you can select the quantity that you want to buy for this product. So where shall we get this data? Let's go back, and this is the function that is going to be executed once we click on the card. So that means this is an event handler. So let's go back where we are making this function, an event handler. So search for it, Control F, let's get product details. Okay, and let's go up. Okay, so this is here we are attaching this function as an event listener to this click when this card is clicked. So over here we can bind the data that we want this function to have access to once it's called. So we are going to use bind, and we are going to bind this whole product to this bind method. So this way any information which is in this product is going to be made available to this get products details through this keyword or this variable. Now let's go back to this function, and first of all let's print the information that we have received through the binding. Okay, now let's click somewhere. Okay, so this is all the information that we have got. So the product ID is 17, category ID 2. So this is basically all the information from the product table. So added on category ID, description, ID, image URL, name, price, and status. Now the only thing that is missing is how much stock for this particular product is available in the warehouse. So for that, what we will do is that we will make a fetch request to the database and request it to return the stock associated with this particular product. So before we think of how to integrate the data that we have available through this keyword, let's make a fetch request to the backend and ask for the stock. And then we will think of how can we integrate it with the DOM, and then finally its styling. So let's make a fetch call. So fetch call, and this time the URL endpoint that we are going to hit is going to be named inventory.php, and we have to provide the particular ID whose associated stock we are interested in. So let's make it prod ID or just simply ID equals, and the ID is going to come from this keywords category ID, category underscore ID. So therefore, first of all, let's put it within backticks. So Control X. Let's remove this backticks, text back, and now this category underscore ID. Then we have to define the callback function, which is going to get the data returned through this fetch request. So response inventory. Now let's define this function as an inner function to this get product details function. The reason for making it an inner function is that so response inventory, and it will receive the data from the fetch call. Okay, now so for the time being, what we are going to do is that we are just going to print the data that we are going to receive from the backend. It's going to be data. Now we have to define this inventory.php file as well. So let's go to the backend. Let's define a file, inventory.php. Now since this inventory.php is also going to receive some query string, so that means we will be using prepared statement there as well. So I'm going to copy everything which is available in the product.php and pasting it into inventory.php file. Now before we modify our inventory.php file, I need to show you one table in the database that I have already created. which is this inventory table. So let's go there and look at it. So it contains 3 columns: ID column, product ID, and stock. So this product ID is a foreign key which has been linked with primary key of this product table, this one. So this way, this particular product main one has an ID 1. So that means we must have a row in the inventory table with the product ID 1, and this row shows that this particular product has stock 56 available in it. Likewise, this particular row with the product ID 7 suggests that currently we don't have that particular item in the stock. So let's go to our product table and see which product has this ID. So that means that product is out of stock at the moment. So let's go to the product table and ID 7. This one, main 4, is currently out of stock. So since it's a very simple table and we have already created 3 tables in which we have also seen how to link one table with another through primary key and foreign key relationship. So it's a very simple table. Therefore, I don't think you will have any trouble creating this table. The only thing is that for this stock, you have to put some random values. So for some, you have to make sure it has a stock greater than 10, because the logic that we are going to define is as such that if the stock is greater than 10, we will only display the message in stock. And if the stock is 10 or less than 10, we will show only that particular number of items available in stock. Like for this 6, we will display the message only 6 left in stock. And for 0, we will display the message out of stock. So you make sure you have these different varied values so that you can see all the flavors in your website. Okay. Now let's go back to our inventory.php file and update that file according to our needs. So again, the request method is get, and over here we have to check if this request contains a query string with the key named ID. So if that is the case, that means we have already received an ID for the product and we can continue further. Now over here we have to say select just stock from inventory, where, let's remove the rest, where product ID equals question mark. Then step 1, prepared statement, and we have to pass this one. This is going to remain the same. Now over here we have to change the variable from category to ID and change it back to ID. Then bind it, and now since we have this category ID as a numeric value and it's basically an integer value, so ID. Now over here, since we know that we are going to get only one row for each product ID, because let me show you the structure of the inventory. Sorry. Now if you look at this product ID, I have set it to unique. So that means we can't have duplicate rows with the same product ID. So this means when we are defining the logic over here, we can be certain that at most the result that we are going to get over here is going to contain just one row at a time. So we don't need to use this while loop. So what we can do is that we have to comment this out, and when we are pushing this data into the array, let's remove it and take this thing, copy and paste it over here. So what this is going to do is that it's going to get the first row, which is the only row in this case, and convert it into an associative array and storing it into this empty array. The rest is same. Now we can simplify this even further, because since we know that in our select statement we are only requesting for one column, that is this stock. So what we can do is that we can get rid of this array as well, and let's comment this out as well. And over here, let's make this stock, and for this value, copy, paste. And since we already know that once this first row has been turned into an associative array, that array is going to contain one index with a key named stock. So I'm extracting that stock key, and its value is going to be assigned to this stock value. I hope I haven't done any mistake. Let's go and check it in the browser if that is the case. Just to be certain, refresh. Now click. Response inventory is not defined. So let's go to global.js. Okay, res response inventory. Let's click. Internal server error. Okay. Actually, over here we forgot to put assignment operator in our SQL statement. So hopefully everything is set now. Okay, now let's test it out. Why does it show stop null? This one shows stop 6. Again null. Oh, I see. We are not supposed to send category ID, rather we are supposed to send product IDs, which was just ID, I think. So let's click somewhere. Okay. Now the ID of this product is 21 and its stock is 0. So let's check in our table. So in inventory, with the ID, product ID, what was the product ID? 21. So for the product ID 21, we should have stock 0. Okay, product ID 21, stock 0. So when we are sending the category ID, then probably that category ID didn't exist in the product ID's values. So that's why we were receiving null. Okay, so now we have all the data and associated stock. Now we are ready to stitch it in the DOM and display it in the browser. So let's start working on that. First thing, let's comment out this console log messages. Okay, now we need to define two divs over here. The first div is going to act as a see-through overlay, and the second div is going to contain the card in the middle, which is going to contain all the product related data. So first, let's define that overlay div. So const overlay equals document or create element div, and let's give it the class name equals, let's give class name overlay as well. Okay, now let's go to our CSS file and define the styling for this overlay. Now in the CSS file, since the logic that we are defining is going to go in the main element of HTML, so let's go where we are defining all the classes related to main section, main element. This is header section. Let's go down. Okay, the main section starts over here. So let's go to the very end before the footer starts. So this is where the footer starts. So over here, let's work on overlay. The class name that we gave is overlay as well. Now we want this overlay to cover the whole area of the browser. So therefore we have to first of all set position to fixed. Then top 0 to start from the very top left corner. So therefore left also 0. And we want it to stretch out. Therefore right 0 as well. Now we have to define the total width and height. So these three things define the starting coordinates. Now let's define the width to be 100% of viewing width, height also 100% of viewing height, background color a shade of black. Now we want it to be semi-transparent, so let's set the opacity to 0.8. Now since we have already given Z index to our header, so that means no matter how many elements we define, the header is going to stay at the top. So we want this time this overlay to sit even on top of header. So that means we have to define the Z index for it, and we have to give it a value higher than the one that we have given to the header element. So let's make it 200. We have given value 100 to our header, so this is 200. Let's refresh and test it out. Nothing happens. Oh, that's because we have defined this overlay, but we haven't yet attached it to our DOM element. So let's get a reference to main. And let's append it as a last child to this main. So main dot append child overlay. So this time we are not removing the contents of main that are already there, rather we are appending it as a last child. let's refresh and click now. Let's close it. So now we are able to see this overlay, and as you can see, it's covering the whole area of the browser. Okay, so this part is working fine. Now let's go refresh it, because we haven't yet defined the event listener to remove this overlay. So therefore we have to refresh it if you want to remove that overlay until we define that event listener. So now let's define the second div, which is going to be the modal inside that overlay. So let me copy these three lines and paste it, and change the name to modal. Give it the class name modal as well, and append it modal to the main. But let's go and define the CSS style before we have a peek at it in the browser. So modal, we are going to have the similar styles that we have defined for the overlays. I'm going to copy it and paste it. Now we don't want this to be opaque, so I have removed this opacity property. Background color, we want it to be white, and Z index, I am giving it higher value than 200 because I want this modal element to sit even on top of the overlay, and I don't want it to occupy the whole space, the whole area. So for the left, top is going to be 0. For the left, I want it to push it 25% towards the left. In fact, let's make 25% down as well. Probably we don't need this. For the width, let's make it 50%. And for the height, let's also make it 50%. Now let's go and have a look. Click somewhere. Okay, so where's the overlay gone? Oh, let's change this to model. Click somewhere. No, that's better. Let's give it smooth edges. So border radius, let's give it 7 pixels. That's better. Now what we need to do is that we have to integrate all the product related data within this model card, and then attach an event listener with this overlay, such that when we click anywhere outside this model, this whole overlay as well as model should disappear. So which one should we do first? Shall we define that event listener first? Okay, then let's go. Global.js, and over here we were defining the overlay. So overlay.add event listener. Click, and the name that we are going to assign to this callback function is remove overlay. Okay, so let's go out and define this function, remove overlay. And since it's a separate function, so let's create a reference to the main element. Const main document dot query selector main. Let's also get references to the overlay and model divs as well. So So now, even though we know that when this function is called, it's going to contain, the main element is going to contain an overlay element as well as a model element. But before we remove it, we still are going to check if overlay, that means if this particular div exists, only then remove it. Overlay dot remove. Likewise, copy, paste. If model element exists, then remove it. Refresh, click, click. It's working good. So now our event listener is also defined. Now let's start working on how to bring all the data related to the product and display it in this model div. So let's go to the demo project and have a peek at its contents. So basically the contents in this div are divided into two parts. The first one represents the image and second one represents all the description related to the product. And inside this description div, we are going to have one div or one span for this title, another one for accessories, third one for the price, and the fifth one is going to represent the stock, sixth one is a drop down list, and the seventh one is add to cart button. So let's start working on it. So let's go up where we were working. So within this response inventory function we were working, and so far we have created two divs, overlay and model, and we have appended them to the main div. Now we have to create the rest of the elements and keep appending them to this model div. So first of all, let's append the image to this model. So therefore, let's create an image element. Document or create element image. Image.source equals, so use DirectX and HTTP. Now our images are directly inside the root folder. As you can see, they are directly inside the root folder. So just the domain name, which is localhost 8081, and for the rest, this dot image. Now append this image element to the model element. So model dot append child image. Now let's create second div. Model description. Document dot create element. Let's close it. Okay. Let's give it a class name. Model description dot class name. Model description. Now within this div we are going to create rest of the contents. The first one was title, and let's create title, create element div, title.text contents equals this dot name. We have to append this title to model description. So model description dot append child title. Now create description, create element div, description dot text contents equals this dot description, model description dot append child description. Now we haven't appended this model description to the model, so let's append it. So model dot append child model description. Okay, let's go down. Now create a div for the price. So price is document dot create element div, price dot text contents equals this dot price. Append it to the model description div. We need to append the $sign with this as well. So backtick the $sign. The first $sign is for the symbol dollar, and the second $sign is part of model string interpolation. Now paste it over there. Okay, we are done with the price. Now for the stock, since the stock is in data.stock variable, so let's create a variable at the top. Constant stock equals data.stock. Now since the data that we have received it as a string, so to be at the safe side, we are going to append it with +sign. So this is going to convert data.stock into a numeric value. Okay, never mind. Parentheses got removed themselves. Okay. Now let's create a div for the stock. So stock div, document.create element div. Now for the stock, we are going to have three different values depending on the contents of the stock. So if the value is greater than 10, we will display the message in stock in green color. If it's 10 or less than 10 but greater than 0, then we will display the message only X left in stock, X being the number of items currently in the stock. And if it's 0, then we will display the message out of stock. So therefore we are going to use switch statement for the contents of this div. So currently I'm keeping this empty for a reason, and I'm going to go into the cases of the switch statement. So case stock greater than 10. In that case, stock text contents equals in stock, and we want it to be in green color. So stock style color is green. Then break. Let's define second case. Stock less than or equal to 10. Stock greater than 0 and less than or equal to 10. In that case, stock div dot text contains equals put backtick only stock left. Then stock div dot style dot color equals, what color shall we put? Yellow for warning, or maybe green. Then break. Green because we still have some stock available to buy, and yellow might not be that much visible. Now case stock equals 0. In that case, let's copy this, paste, and make it out of stock and make the color red. Now make default. Let's paste it. What shall we put over here? Not sure. And break. Okay, now let's go back and decide what shall we put over here. As you can see, we have used stock constant with all the cases. So the first case that might come to our mind is we have to use stock over here. But the thing is that this is a numeric value, whereas all our cases are Boolean values. So if we do that, we will never be able to display any of these cases. We will always end up with the default one. So we have to think of putting something over here which returns a Boolean value as well. So we are going to put true over here. So it will always be true, and then it will try to look for the case whose statement also evaluates to true. So whatever is the stock, based on that stock, only that case will return true, and as a result, we will get the message which is part of that case. Okay, now let's append this stock div to model description as well. So outside this switch statement, model description dot append child stock div. Now we have to define the drop-down list from which the user can select the quantity. So const select equals document create element select. Now next we have to define its drop-down list. So over here we have to make the decision that how many items should be selected at a time by a customer. So let's make this decision that at most a customer can put 10 items in a cart. So that means we have to define 10 option elements for this select statement. But wait a second, what happens when the stock is less than 10? Let's suppose if the stock is 3, then should the user still be given the choice to select more than 3 items, even though we are clearly saying that only 3 items are left? So in that case, clearly we should only be able to see just 3 elements to choose from. Likewise, when the product is out of stock, we should not be able to select any item from this list. So that means in that case, the drop-down list should be disabled and we should not be able to select anything at all. So how shall we tackle these different scenarios? So let's start off with a scenario when we have run out of stock. So if stock equals 0, in that case, select dot disabled equals true. Else, let's create counter variable, and if stock is greater than 10, in that case return 10 is the value for this counter, else whatever is in the stock, that value is going to be the value of this counter. Now we are going to create a loop which is going to run this many number of times. So for let I equals 1, I less than or equal to counter I plus plus. So we are starting our loop with value 1 because obviously we don't want to select 0 items. Now within the body of this for loop, let's create an option. Const option document create element option dot value equals option, and option dot text also equals option. We have to append this option to the select element. Select dot append child option. Now outside this, which represents these yellow brackets, then outside this if statement, which is being represented through these blue curly brackets, we are going to append the select over model div. So model description dot append child select element. The last item to insert in this model description div is the add to cart button. So let's create it. Const add to cart document dot create element button. Let's give it class, we might need it. Add to cart dot text equals add to cart. Now append this button to model description div as well. Model description dot append child add to cart. Now let's go and have a look in the browser. Since we haven't yet defined any styling, so it's going to look ugly. Click OK. We have got so many problems. We can't see any image. Price is undefined, out of stock. Let's go up and start with the image. Create element image dot source. Let's console log image dot source. F12. Okay, this is undefined. I wonder why. Oh, I see. So this keyword is only for the top level function, get product details, because this inner function has its own div. So let's bind it to the inner function as well. Click. Now we can see the image. Good. Okay, let's define the dimensions for this image so that we can see the rest of the details. So this image is, where is it? So we are defining this div inside this model description div. Have we given the class name to our model description div? Yes, model -description. So let's go to CSS file. Now let's define some more properties for this model div. Since we know that in this model div we have two main components. One is image and other is a div which contains all the description. So we are going to set its display property to grid, then grid template columns for image 1fr, for the description 2fr, and let's give some heading all around. So top bottom 10 pixels, left and right 20 pixels. Okay. Now let's define model image. So the image that is inside this model div. Let's define next height for this image. Now since we know that this model div itself has a height of 50% of viewing height, so for the image we are going to set 47% of viewing height. Okay, that's better. Now we have this title, we should capitalize this one as well. Then the description, then price, and in stock. Over here there is still something wrong, so let's go to our options. here is maybe text content. Okay. So this should not be option itself. It should be the I variable, the loop. And even over here, we have to put I over here. Okay, good. So we can only see 7. This one out of stock, so now it's not visible. But what is this tiny blob for? Is this our button? Yeah. Okay, let's go down where we were defining our button. So text content as well. Yes, that's better. Now we have to define the styling for these elements. So let's go to the CSS file. And over here, let's start with model description div. Let's say it's display property flex. Flex direction column. Justify content center. Align items. Flex start. So we want it to be very close to the image. But let's give it some padding. So padding left so that there is some space between the image and the contents of the model description div. Let's make it 1.5 frame. Okay, that's better. Now some common styling for each of the children of this model description div. So since this is going to be applied to all the children, therefore asterisk. Margin bottom, let's make it 25 pixels. Border bottom, solid 1 pixel, and the color is going to be primary color. Width should be 100% of its parent. Heading 5 pixels top bottom and 0 left and right. That's better. Now for this select, we have to remove the rest of the border except for the border bottom, and for the edge card button we are going to give it primary color. So let's work on it. So model description div and a child which is of type select in this div. First of all, remove border completely, but then we want to have border bottom, so copy and paste. That's better. Now button inside the model description, but since we have given it a class name, so add to cart was the class name that we gave. Yeah, add to cart. Background color, primary color, border solid 1 pixel, and again color is the same primary color. Heading, let's give it 5 pixels top bottom and 10 pixels left and right. Cursor is pointer. 5 pixels, 5 pixels, 5 pixels, and color make it light gray. Let's give it smooth edges as well. Let's increase the top and bottom heading as well. Border radius 5 pixels. That's better. Let's increase the size of this text as well. Font size large. Good. Okay. Now we want to make this title bold as well. So this is the first child in model description div. Model description. First child. Font weight. Let's make it 700. So we are done with the styling as well. Now, even though we have achieved our today's goal, but before we go, there is one not exactly a problem, but kind of a nuisance that we need to handle. That is, our global.js file has become way too large, and now it's very hard to find when we are searching for something. So it's better if we can somehow reorganize it. So let's go to our global.js file and take a look. so that we can figure out how can we reorganize our code into separate files. So as you can see, we are attaching 4 event listeners to our document. One is going to request for the category, second one request banner, third request featured, and fourth request new arrivals. So what we can do is that we shall keep these 4 lines of code where we are defining event listeners into this file, but for the functions themselves, we are going to define separate files. So let's go to our front end, and over here create a file named, for the category that we display as menu.js, and let's look for this function. Where have you defined it? It's over here. So this function starts over here on this yellow curly brackets. Let's look for the closing curly bracket over here. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to copy this whole function, copy and comment this out in this global.js file. And let's go to menu.js file, paste it over here, save. Then in our index.html file, let's go down, and after this global.js file, let's attach another script, menu.js. Now let's go back to global.js and let's look for any event listener that we have defined within this function. So we have defined this event listener, which is get category products. So let's find this function and also take this function to the menu file as well. So Control F. This is where it's defined. Let's remove this one first, and console.log data as well. Okay. Now as you can see, this get category products function also calls another function set active category. So that means we also have to take this function to our menu.js file as well. So this is starting bracket. Let's look for its closing bracket. So this is closing bracket, but then this set active category starts, and this is where it ends. So copy set active category and then get category products function. Copy and over here comment it out. Okay, now let's take it to menu.js file, paste it over here. Let's go to the browser, refresh, click menu, it's working. Okay, this is working as well. Good. Let's go to global.js. Now the second one is request banner. So let's create banner.js file in the front end. Banner.js. Let's go to global.js and look for the definition of this function. Control F. Okay, so this is where this function is defined. This is starting bracket and this is ending bracket, but it's calling a function called call carousel, so we have to do that one as well, but let's for the time being copy this one. So copy, comment this out, paste it over here in banner.js, and let's append this banner.js to our index.html file as well. Source banner.js. So this banner.js has no event listener. However, it's calling this call carousel function. So let's go to global.js file and bring that function as well. Copy, comment it out, save, go to banner and paste it over here. Call carousel, okay. Now something has gone wrong, which is request categories is not defined. So it says this function request categories is not defined. But why was it working a while ago? Maybe I haven't saved it. Okay, I think I know the problem. Let's go to index.html file. Okay, since request categories function itself is defined in this menu.js file, so we have to make sure that this file gets loaded at the very end as the last JavaScript file. So therefore I'm going to put the keyword defer. This way this global.js will be the last file to be loaded and executed. And because in this global.js file we are defining event listener and passing the reference of the functions to that event listeners. So if this file is loaded before these ones, this will complain that the callback function that you are passing as a reference has not been defined. So we have to make sure that these files get loaded first, and only then we should load this file. Let's go in the browser and see if that trick has worked. It definitely has. Okay. So now let's go to global.js and let's work on the request featured function. But first let's create a file named feature.js. Now let's look for this function, request featured, control F. Let's see where does it end. Okay. Copy, comment, and paste it in the featured. And let's see if it defines any event listeners or anything. No. Okay. Let's add this file as a our index.html, feature.js. Let's do the same for new arrivals. Script source new arrivals.js. Let's go to global.js, and this is the function new arrivals. Control F. Let's go to the next one, new arrivals. Have I moved new arrivals to featured one? Control F. Okay, we need to move this to request featured and new arrivals to new arrivals. Okay, so let's copy this. Copy, comment out, save. Let's go to featured and paste it over here, and let's go to the top and let's remove this function. Control X, because this is supposed to go in the new arrivals file. Okay. We are still able to see the featured as well as new arrivals products, so everything is working fine. Let's go to global.js. Now let's remove the commented part so that we can see what further field organization we can still apply. We are still able to see everything. Okay. Now let's go to global.js. So we have this populate catalog function in the global.js, and I think this is the right place for it because this populate catalog is being called by new arrivals.js file, feature.js file, as well as category products menu.js file as well. So it's there, it's going to stay there. Then over here we are defining the facade for fetch request. Again, this is the right place for it because this is being used by rest of these files. So it's a global thing. Get product details. This should also stay there because this function is also being called by new arrivals, featured products, as well as the category ones. So this is the right place for it as well. Remove overlay. So this should also stay over here. Okay. So now our code is better organized, and hopefully now as we progress further along, we won't have as much difficulty understanding the code as we would have if we had all the code in one place. We still need to apply some refactoring to our backend code as well, but let's leave that for some other time. In today's tutorial, we will be implementing our login and registration system. So let's start our coding routing by creating a separate file for all the logic related to login and registration purpose. So in our front end, let's create a new file. Let's give it name login.js. Now let's go to index.html and link that file with our HTML file. Okay, so we have linked the login.js file with the HTML file, but let's go up, and where we have defined all those icons, the 4 icons that we can see in the browser, let's give all of those titles as well, so that when the cursor hovers over those icons, we could see the tooltip, which will help the user know what is the purpose of that icon. So this icon, when the cursor hovers over it, it will show the login tooltip, and this one, register, logout, let's go and check in the browser if it works. So login, we can see this tooltip, register, logout, and logged user. Now let's go and start working on login.js file. So before we define any login or registration related logic, let's define some helper functions, which will basically help us show or hide all of those 4 icons. Let's start off by defining a helper function. Let's give it a name, show hide icon, and we need to pass it 2 parameters. The first one is going to be the icon that we want to either show or hide, and second one is the flag, which is a boolean value. True means we want to hide the icon, and false means we want to show the icon. So let's use ternary operator and check the value of flag. If it's true, in that case, we want to set its display property to none, else set its display property to block. And that's all we needed to define for this helper function. Over here, let's get references to all 4 of the icons. So const login document query selector login, const register document query selector register, logout document query selector logout, const logged user document query selector log -user. Okay. Now we can pass any of these references to this show hide icon, and if the second value we pass to be true, then that icon will get invisible, and if the second parameter is false, then that icon will be made visible. So let's call it on register, and let's set it to true. So now when we go to the browser, you will notice that we won't be able to see the register icon because we have hidden it by calling this function, passing the register reference to it along with the true flag. So let's test it out in the browser, and as you can see, there is no registration related icon. If we put the false flag, it will be made visible again. Now you can see the icon over here. Likewise, if we pass login with the value true, now you can't see the login icon. So this function is going to come handy when we define the logic for all of those 4 icons. Okay, now we can start working on the actual logic. So before we define any further logic over here, let's go and have a peek at the table that is going to be used for logging and registration purposes. So this is our database table that we are using, and this is the table that I have created, user. Let's go and look at its properties first. So it has a column ID, which is primary and not null. Username is not null and it has to be unique. Email also not null and it has to be unique as well. Password is not null. First name and last name can be null. So these are the properties. Now as far the data is concerned, I have already put in lots of users data. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to keep this one, and for the rest I'm going to delete them. Oh, I think I deleted everything. Let's make it AAA at AAA.com. Password also AAA. First name is AAA and last name is AAA as well. Now, of course, you can make this table as complex as you like, such as instead of putting password straight away, you can put the hashes over here. But I have chosen to skip that part so that I can focus on the other things that I want to show you guys. Okay, now let's create this row. A user with the name AAA and password AAA as well. Okay, so this is the table. Our username is unique and email is also unique. Now let's go back to our login.js file. So let's start by associating an event listener with the login icon. And the callback function for this event handler is user login. Now let's define this function. Let's pass the event so that we can prevent the default behavior associated with it. Oh, this is actually user, so R was missing. Now let's work on this user login function. Now when we click on this login icon, we want the login form to appear. And the visual appearance that we want to give it is the same one that we gave for when you click on any product. Something like this. So we want an overlay to appear over here, and within that overlay, we should have this model in which instead of displaying these content, we want to see a form with username and password fields and a button to submit it. So that means we can reutilize the logic that we have defined for this overlay. But the thing is this, the contents of this model are different. So for the product, these are the products that we want to see. For the login functionality, we want to see a form with only 2 fields. And for the registration purpose, we want to see a field with more than 2 fields, username, password, email, first name, and last name. So what we are going to do is that we are going to revisit the logic that we have defined for the overlay and model. And if you remember from the previous video, we actually defined 2 divs, one for this overlay and one for this model. Now what we are going to do is that we are going to add one more div to that logic. So one div is going to contain this overlay, one div is going to contain this empty model, the white background and this area. And the third div is going to contain the actual contents, because contents are the ones that are different for each of the functionalities. So this way we will only be focusing on redefining the contents of that div, and we don't have to work on redefining the overlay as well as this whole model and make it appear and disappear, because this way we can reutilize the logic that we have already defined. So let's go back to that overlay function and make slight tweakings there. I think we have defined the overlay in the global.js file. So let's open it. Yeah, this is remove overlay. And in this function, get product details, which gets executed once we click on any product. So over here we were defining a div with the class name overlay, and we attach an event listener, remove overlay to it. Then we defined a model div with the class name model as well, and then we appended everything, the contents of the contents that we can actually see in that model directly. So what we are going to do is that we are going to create one more div over here. And what name shall we give to it? Let's make it model container document.create element div, model container dot class name. Let's give it the class name model hyphen container. Now if you notice over here, we are appending the model directly to the main element of HTML. Now what we are going to do is that we are going to append the model to the model container. So model container dot append child, let's pass the model to it. And now to the main, instead of appending the model to it, let's pass model container to it. So the model is inside another div which is named model container, and we are attaching the model container to the main element. We don't have to make any further changes to this function. Now let's go to remove overlay function. So over here we were getting references to overlay and model, and then we were checking if they are present, then remove them. Now what we need to do is that change this model to model container. Okay, so if model container is present, then remove it. Now, since the model is the child of model container, so if a model container is removed, then so is the model. One more thing I have noticed, we don't need this reference to main over here because it was never used anywhere inside this function. So I have commented it out. Now the only thing left is that we have to go back to our CSS file and make some changes according to the changes that we just made. Now let's look for the model class. Now this model is going to become model-container. However, this display grid and these things, let's remove them and let's define the model and put it over here. So this model container is defining the white model that was appearing, and this model is defining the contents, which in this case are grid. Now what we need to do for the rest of the two functionalities, that is the login and registration, we are going to have these two reutilize for those ones. So this overlay and this model container, we are going to reuse them. However, instead of having the third div as model, we will give it some other class name and we will separately define the CSS style for that. We still need to make some more changes over here, but before we do that, let's go and test it out in the browser that the changes that we have made so far, if they are still working or not. Refresh to be certain. Now click somewhere. So we are able to see the model, overlay and model. Now click. So everything is working. Now let's go back. So what we are going to do is that we are going to cut the div which is creating the overlay, as well as the reference to main and where we are appending it to the overlay to the main, and then model container, these lines. So copy and comment them out over here. Let's create another function, display overlay. So this will be passed the actual model contents that we want to attach to it. Okay, I have pasted back the lines that I commented out in the get products details. So now let's have a peek at them. So over here we are creating a div with the class name overlay, then attaching an event listener to it, and over here we are attaching to main this overlay, but we don't have a reference to this main over here. So let's, for the time being, comment this line out where we are creating a reference to the main in the get products function and put it in this function over here. Okay, so now we have a reference to main, and then we are passing this overlay as a child to this main. Then we are creating a div with the class name model container. So let's go back over here. We have to remove these two lines as well. Copy, comment this out. Over here, paste them back. So the model that we are now receiving as a parameter, we are appending that as a child to model container, and then we are attaching that model container to the main as well. So the logic which was creating the overlay div as well as the model container div, we have moved it from the product details function to a new function with the name display overlay. And we have also removed the reference to the main element from product details function to the display overlay function as well. Now we need to call this function inside the get products details function. So let's go to the end of the function. This is yellow starting curly bracket, and this one is the ending curly bracket. So let's call this function display overlay, and we are passing this model that we are creating to this function, and hopefully everything should work fine. Let's refresh to be certain. Click, nothing happens. Uncaught reference model is not defined yet. Model is not defined yet. So the thing is, this yellow curly bracket is for this get products details function, but we have actually defined the model div inside this inner function, response inventory. So we need to bring that display overlay function call within these plain brackets, because this is where inside this response inventory function we have actually defined the model. So let's go down and cut it and paste it before this pink curly bracket, because that's the ending curly bracket of the inner function where we have defined our model. Okay, let's refresh one more time. Click somewhere, and we are able to see the overlay. Good, so everything is working fine. Let's do a little bit of tidying up, which simply means just delete the lines that we moved to another function. Now wherever we need to display that overlay, we simply have to call this display overlay function and pass the only div which are going to be the contents of the model, and for only that we will have to define the styling. The rest is going to be already defined. Okay, so we are done with that part. Now let's go back to our login.js file. Now let's get back to user login function once more, and over here we want to display an overlay, and within that overlay we want to display a login form. So let's create that form first. So let's create a div, and within that div we will create the form, and then we will call the display overlay function and pass that div to that function, and as a result we will be able to see the overlay when we click on the login icon. So let's start with the div. Again, let's give it the name model document.create element div. Let's give it form div because we are going to define different styling for it. Okay. Form div.class name equals form div. Now let's create a h2 element. Document create element h2. h2 the text contents equals login form. Form div dot append child h2. Now let's create a form. Let's give it class name. Login form. Now let's create two input fields, one for username and another for password. So const, let's make it username, document create element input, username dot type equals text, username dot name equals username, username dot placeholder equals username. Let's create one more input field for the password. So const password document dot create element input. Now the type of this input field is going to be password. This way we won't be able to see the actual key that we are typing in, rather we will be seeing the dots or asterisks in place of those keystrokes. Password dot name equals password. Password dot placeholder equals password as well. Now let's create an input field of type submit. Submit document dot create element submit. Submit dot type equals submit. Submit.name equals submit as well. Let's make it login. Now attach all of these fields to the form element. So the name that we gave to our form is login form. So login form dot append child. The first field is username. Login form dot append child. The second field is password. Login form dot append child. The last field is submit. Now append this login form to the form div. So form div dot append child login form. We have already appended the h2 element to this. Now we have to call display overlay function and pass this form div to it as its argument. Now let's go and test it out in the browser. Okay, where is login icon? Let's go up. So we are calling this function on login. That's why we were not able to see the login icon. Okay, now let's click on the login, and we are able to see this overlay. And within this overlay, we have this model, and inside this model, we have this h2 element as well as form. So we can't see the submit, but it's there. Now the only thing left is that we have to define the styling for it. But before that, we have to check that why aren't we able to see the submit button. Okay, the element is input. Good. So we have already defined some styling for the input element of type submit. So that's why we can see some styling defined for this. Now let's go and define the actual styling for this form. Let's go to the end of the CSS file. Login and registration form styling. So the class name that we gave to form was login-form. Let's set display to flex. Flex direction column. Copy, paste, and put asterisk because we are going to define some margins and paddings for all of these. So let's start with margin. Let's each give margin top. Let's make it 5 pixels. Padding top bottom. Let's make it 3 pixels, and left right 3 pixels as well. Let's go back to the login form and let's define some margin all around. So for the top bottom, let's make it 10 pixels. Left and right, let's also make it 10 pixels. That's better. Let's make this one 5 pixels. Okay. Now font size, let's make it large. Okay, that's better. Now you can see this submit button is slightly shorter than those input fields. That's because the submit button is getting the styling that we have defined when we are defining the submit button for this search element. So let's work on that. So within this login form, we are looking for an input field of type submit. Let's give width 100%. Okay, that's better. Now let's put some more space between these input fields. So margin top, let's make it 8 pixels. The reason I'm being frugal with these margin spaces is that once we are defining the registration form, then we will need to put more input fields. So those input fields might overflow. So that's why I'm being frugal at the moment. So when we get to registration, we might encounter that problem and we might have to revisit these values. But for the time being, I'm keeping it as such and moving on. Okay, so now what we have to do next is that we have to associate an event listener with this submit button such that when it's clicked, a request should go to our backend along with the values in these input fields. And once the backend receives those values, it will try to look for a user with the provided username and password. If there does exist such user with the matching username and password, then the user will be logged in. Otherwise, the login will fail. So now let's define this event listener. So let's go to login.js, and over here we were defining the submit button input field. So now let's associate an event listener with it. So when it's clicked, user login request. Now let's define this user login request function. Let's pass in the event which got triggered and call prevent default function on that event. Now let's create a reference to our login form. Now we have to extract the data from the form. So we are going to create an object of type form data. So form data is another type of API which is available by default in our browsers, and it takes a form as its parameter. Then from that form, it is going to get all the input fields and their values and converts them into a query string. So const form data equals new form data with capital F. Now we have to pass our form reference to it. This way, this form data object will be created, which will extract all the input fields and their respective values from this form and transforms into a query string, which we can then send along with the fetch request. Now over here, we are ready to make a fetch call. So fetch call, let's define the URL endpoint. Let's make it login.php. Now if we want to send this form data as a query string in our URL, so we can put like this, key equals value. But since our data is very critical, we don't want to send it attached in our query string. This way anyone can see it. Therefore, we want to send it in the body of this fetch request. So that means the request method that we have to use is not get, rather this time it's going to be a post method. But first, let's provide the second parameter, which is the callback. So user login response is the callback. Now the third parameter is the post, because this time we want to send this fetch request as a post request, not as a get request. But we also somehow need to provide this form data to this fetch request. So currently the way we have defined our fetch call is that it only takes 3 parameters at most: the URL endpoint and the callback function, which will receive the response from the server, and the default value for the HTTP request type. And since we had used default value get, therefore we never provided that value. But this time, since we are not using default value, we are using another HTTP method, which is post, therefore we must provide it. But we are still missing one thing, which is the actual form data that we want to be sent along in the body of this request. So that means we have to go back to our original fetch call facade, where we were defining it, and give it 4 parameters. So let's go to global.js, and this is the facade that we were creating. This one, up to this yellow curly bracket. So it only takes 3 parameters. Now we are going to attach 4th parameter, which is going to be body. So we are also giving it some default value. So let's give it undefined. We can also use null as well, but let's start with undefined. So if you don't provide it, it means the body is undefined, because the get request cannot contain any body. So having an undefined value for body will make it not create any problems. Okay, so this is the parameter. Now in the body over here, after the method, let's attach one more property, which is body, and we are going to give it this body. To avoid any confusion, let's change the name to data. Okay, so now this is the property name and this is the value. So the body contains data. Okay, now let's go back to our login.js. Now we can pass the form data to it, and it will be attached in the body of this fetch request and sent along with this fetch request to the backend. Okay, now we are ready to work on this callback function, user login response. So let's define this user login response function as an inner function. we don't need to, but since this is the practice we have taken so far, so we are going to continue that. The only place where it is very important to define the response as an inner function is when we have some data defined in this main function that we want to utilize within this inner function. So at that time it is mandatory to define this response as an inner function, otherwise it's not mandatory. But since we have followed that practice, so therefore I'm going to continue following the same practice. Now within this function, for the time being, I'm just logging the response that we are going to receive from the backend. Later on, when we are able to see the response, then we will figure out how to further proceed. But for the time being, we are good to go. Now let's go to our backend and define this file, login.php. So let's go to our backend folder and create a login.php file. It shouldn't be in include, it should directly be in backend folder. Login.php. Let's first link our database connectivity file with this file. So require, in the current folder, we have a folder named include, and within this include, we have a file named db.php. Okay, now since we will get a post request from our login.js file, so if request method equals post, that means we will get some data in our post super global variable, which will contain two key value parameters. One is going to be with the key username and another one is going to be with the key password. So let's store them in our local variables. Now since we are going to use data that we have received from the user in our SQL statement, so we must make sure that we are shielded from the SQL injection attacks. Therefore, we have to use prepared statement over here as well. So let's create a statement, select everything from user, where username equals question mark and password also equals question mark. Now let's create a prepared statement, which we are going to get by executing a method on connection object, which is called prepare, and we have to pass this statement as SQL statement. Next, we have to bind the parameters with these question marks, which are actually placeholders. So we have to bind the values with those placeholders. So prep statement bind param, and since both of these values are going to be of type string, so that means 2s, the first value that we have to bind is username and the second is password. Now we are ready to execute this prepared statement. So prepared statement, execute. Now the thing is this prepared statement will return true if we have successfully got some result from our database. If we didn't find any row matching the provided values, then in that case the execute will return as false. Since it returns a boolean value, so that means we can use it as a condition for if statement. So now rest of the statement will only execute if we have successfully got some result from the database. That means we have found a user with matching credentials. So in that case, we can proceed further, and the next statement is to actually get hold of the values, the row that has been returned from the backend. So what we are going to do is that we are going to call another method on this prepared statement, which is called get_result. Now we have got result of type result set in this variable. We have to convert this into an associative array which PHP can understand and process. So let's make it user array result fetch assoc. Now we have got one row as an associative array in this variable user_array. Now why we were interested in getting the data from this result set is that because now we want to start a session and we want to store all the information which might come handy once the user is logged in and has put some items in the cart as well, such as tracking the user, at which user it is, Has he put anything in the cart? If yes, what are those items? What are the quantities of those items, prices, and etc. So from this point onward, we must have a session started, and the relevant values should be stored in the session variables. So we can do session underscore start here. But we start our session here, then this session will not have started in the other PHP files such as inventory, featured, and all these things. But we want to keep track of the user from this point onward. So that means we have to put this line session underscore start in all of those PHP files manually. So this is one solution. The another solution is going to be, if we put it inside this file db.php, then we won't have to make any changes anywhere in the other PHP files, and the session will have started in all of these files. So let's go to db.php. Now, even though we have named it db.php and we were making a connection with the database over here, let's put session underscore start over here as well. This way the session has started. But now the db.name is not an appropriate name because now this file is doing more than database connectivity. But if I rename this file, then I'll have to manually go to all of these files and rename it. That might confuse the beginner, so I'm going to keep this file name the same. But we might include some more information over here which might have nothing to do with database connectivity. Okay, so now let's go back to login.php file. So we don't need this file, line over here, because our session has already started. Now, even though it does not contain anything, and by any I mean user-defined variables in it. So at this point, what we are going to do is that we are going to create two session variables. One is going to remember the user's name, username, and the other is going to remember the user's ID. This might come in handy when we are checking out. So let's create a session variable with the name logged user, and let's make this logged user an array, a two-dimensional array. So the first index is logged user, and another is going to be name, where we are going to store user array username. So the name that we have got from the database this time, not the one given by the user through login.js, because we want to be certain that we have actually got this in our database table. So that's why I'm using user underscore array. I could have used this username variable as well, because this also contains the username, but I want to be certain that it has actually come from our database, so therefore I'm going to use this user array. Now the second one is going to be the same session variable, but its second index is going to be ID, which is again going to come from the database. Since our usernames are unique in database, so we might not need this ID, but I'm going to keep it anyway over here, just in case we might need it in our future videos. If we don't need it, then I'll simply remove it from here. But let's keep it for the time being. And just to show you that how can we create a two-dimensional array in PHP as well. Now we are ready to respond back to the user. So echo JSON encode. Let's pass an array, and the key is going to be user, and the value is going to come from this thing, so that we are certain that our session has set. This way we will know for sure if the user value is empty at the front end. That means something went wrong when we were storing the values in the session variables. So whatever is wrong, it is wrong with the session creation thing. So that's why I'm using this longest version. I could have used this over here because it contains the same value, and I could have also used this username as well. But doing this lets me know if anything goes wrong, exactly where that thing has gone wrong. Okay. Now if that is not the case, then outside this if statement, copy, let's make it else, and paste, but change the value to invalid username or password. Now let's close the prepared statement and exit it. Now let's go to login.js. We should receive some data which is going to be user. So either it will contain the user's name or the text invalid username and password. Now let's go and test it out in the browser. Refresh to be certain. Login. So I think we created AAA as username and password AAA as well. F12. Something is not right. Okay, I forgot to include the access control allow header in my PHP file. So now I have two options over here. I can include the header over here like I have been doing in other PHP files. Let's see, this one. Like, let's copy this and paste it in the login.php file. I can do that, but I think the best option would be to include it in db.php file. This way, I will never forget to include this header in the PHP files. And this also means that I can remove this header from the rest of the PHP files as well. Because now it's included in this db.php file. Okay, now let's close these files. Banner, featured, product, and db.php has this header. So we can still see all the contents. That means everything is working fine. Let's try to log in one more time. So we've got an error. Console is not defined, so E is missing at login.js line 45 and 47. Okay, login.js line 45. Okay, AAA. So we've got some result, but it's a null. That means something went wrong. Okay, so I've identified the problem. The problem is that we are storing the value in this variable username. Over here we have made spelling mistake. It's NAME. Okay, hopefully everything will work fine. AAA and password also AAA. Okay, so we have got this user with the value AAA. So that means we have successfully looked for a user in the backend and identified that this user exists. Let's put something random. So this should have returned us invalid username or password. Instead, it returned null. Okay, so it turns out this execute will still return true even if no matching username and password has been found. And the reason for that is that the statement did execute successfully. It's just that no matching user was found, and it's not execute method's fault. So execute is basically saying I did execute successfully. I made a successful connection with the database, executed a query, found out no such user exists, and I told you so. So I am going to return true because I have executed successfully. So that means we have to move this out of if statement because it's not serving our purpose. So prepared statement execute. We also have to move this one out. Let's discuss these two lines, what they are doing that we have moved up. So basically this is going to execute and it's going to return true if it successfully executes. It doesn't matter a matching result was found or not. As long as it executes successfully, it will return true. Then what we are going to do in the next statement is that we are going to get the result set and storing it in the result variable. Now again, the result set could be empty as well. So what we are going to do over here is that copy this, cut it, and paste it over here. So what we are saying is that what we have got in the result variable, apply fetch assoc function on it, convert the result into an associative array which the PHP can understand, and then store it into this user array. Now if this user array is null, in that case we won't get into in the body of this if statement. We will directly move on to this else statement. However, if this user array is not empty or not null, in that case we will get inside this user array if statement. So I hope this will work now. Let's go and test it out in the browser. Let's put something random. Okay, invalid username or password. Good. Now let's put the credentials. So we have a user with the name AAA and password AAA as well. Okay, good. So this is working now. Now before we move any further, I have one clarification. I have directly stored the password. I am not applying any hashing on it. However, had this been a real commercial website, then I would have applied that hashing as well. But since over here the aim is to understand the overall working of website, so I have removed this complication from this project. It's not very difficult. You just have to add few more lines. But since I thought we already have a lot to cover, so I thought I should not include it in this project. Okay, with that clarification, now we can proceed further with the project. Now the thing is this, once we have successfully logged in, the immediate thing that should happen is that this overlay should disappear. So we have to now work on that. So let's go to our login.js. Before we go to login.js, in this else block, instead of putting the keyword user, let's put the key error. Now let's go to login.js. Now if we have got data, it will contain two properties. Either it will contain a property called user or it will contain a property called error in case of error. So what we are going to do is that we are going to say if data contains a property named user, then call a function, let's say display logged user. So the shortest way to define this is data.user, and let's make it display logged user and pass data.user because that contains the username in it. So if this is true, then this part will execute. If this is not true, then this part will never evaluate and never execute. So now let's go and define this display logged user function. Function display logged user, and it will take user as a parameter. The reason for defining this as a separate user is that we are going to call this function from other places as well. So over here, the first thing is that we have to remove the overlay because we have been logged in. This is overlay. Okay, next what we have to do is that, let's go to our demo. Not demo, the one that we are creating. We need to replace this username with the actual name of the user that is logged in. So let's see where does it exist. So this is actually a spawn with a class named user, and it's inside the logged user div. So we can directly access this username and change its value. So const, let's make it logged user document query selector username logged user. Now let's change the text content of this logged user to be user. The other thing that we want to happen is that since now we have logged in, so we want to remove this login option as well as the registration icon, and we want only to make these two icons appear. So we have to call the function show hide icon twice, and we have to pass the login reference that we created at the beginning, and since we want to hide it, so let's pass true to it. Likewise, show hide function, once more we have to call, and this time we have to pass the reference register and true. One more time, AAA. So you can see the name over here, and we have just two options, log out. Now here's the problem. Even though we have successfully logged in, if I refresh the page, you can see the logged user is gone, and again we are back with all of these four icons. So the reason for that happening is that when I refreshing it, the website starts getting loaded from the beginning, and only those contents are being loaded whose requests are loaded with DOM content loaded event. And since this login does not happen at the time of the DOM being loaded in the memory, so that's why we don't see any update over here. So what we need to do over here is that we have to associate another event listener with the DOM content loaded event that will request the server and ask if the user has already been signed in. If that is the case, it will request the username and then call the same function which we just defined, which was this display logged user, pass the username to it, and this function in turn will again hide these two icons, display only these two ones, and replace this username with the name of the user that is logged in. So let's define this logic and see if our problem has been resolved or not. Now, since all event listeners which are associated with DOM content loaded, we have defined them in the global.js. So we are going to define this one in the global.js as well. So document.add event listener, DOM content loaded is the event, and the event handler or callback function is, let's give it name check login status. Now let's define this check login status function in the login.js. We simply have to make a fetch call over here to again login.php. This is going to be a GET request because we are not sending along any data in the body. So the only other thing that we have to define is the callback function, which is going to handle the response returned from the server. Let's make it response user login. Now let's define this function. We will have to revisit this function and attach some query string over here, but I'm not doing right now because right now there is no need, and if I attach query string right now, it might not make much sense to you guys. So we are going to wait until the moment when it becomes mandatory to put it, because at that time the reasoning for putting a query string will also be clear. So let's keep it like that for the time being, and let's work on the response user login function. Let's make it an inner function because this is the practice we have been taking, and this will receive data from the server. For the time being, let's just console log this data. Then once we have defined the counterpart for this request at the back end, we will revisit and figure out what to do with this data. Okay, so let's go to login.php. Now we have to define the logic which is going to handle this request. Okay, so we are creating another if block, but this time the request method is get, not post, because we haven't got any data along with this fetch call. Okay, so over here what we have to do is that we have to look for the session variable named logged user. If that session variable is set, that means the user has already logged in, and we can get the user's name from that session variable and return it back to the front end. Otherwise, we will send the message that user is equal to guest, which will imply that no user has signed in yet, and whoever is visiting the website, he or she is visiting as a guest. So if is set $_ session and the key is logged user. If that is set, in that case, we are going to echo back user, and its value is going to be, it's going to come from this session variable name, because this is where we have set the username over here. If that is not the case, then we are going to send another echo message, but this time the value for the user is going to be guest, and exit. So this was the backend logic for our check login status. So let's go to the browser, let's log in. Okay, now let's refresh. It says the user is guest. That means no user is logged in. Now I wonder why. So at least this part is clear, that we are able to get the response back from this get method. So our front end and back end logic is working. The only problem is that it's returning us a guest as a user who is currently visiting the website. However, we just logged in. Okay, so it was supposed to return us AAA as the user, but instead it has sent guest as the user who is currently visiting the website. Now can you think of a reason why this is happening? Now let me try to explain this with as simple explanation as possible. Since we are serving our front end and back end as two different websites, and the default behavior of PHP is that the moment a session is started, a session ID is created which is sent back to the front end, which is part of the same domain as backend, which simply means it's sent back to the browser. The browser stores that session ID, and for each subsequent request that it makes next, it sends back that session ID to the server. And from that session ID, the server identifies the session of this particular user, and if there are other session variables associated with that particular session, the PHP server can return back values from those session variables. But in our case, our front end is a completely independent website. So even though when the session is created and the response that has been returned at the time of session creation, the PHP session ID is returned back to the browser. But now since browser is a part of a completely different website, so it cannot store that value, that session ID value, in the browser, because now the domains are different. And since sessions are sent as cookie values, and cookies values are only supposed to exist or make sense for one domain, and our front end being different domain, the browser fails to register that session ID as part of its own. So let me show you. Let's go to the network. Now these are all the requests that have been made to the server so that we can see all this data in the browser. So let's look for the login.php. So this is the one, and so we have sent get request to the server from login.php, which is going to check if the user is logged in or not. And the headers that we sent, the headers that we received from that, we have got a session ID. So that means we should have that session ID stored in our application tab, and we have these cookies, and this is the domain of the front end. (127.0.0.1) and then 455.0.1. This is the one. So this is our URL. But as you can see, we don't have anything stored over here. That's because the front end domain is this thing, and the cookie is sent for a different domain, which is localhost 8081. So this cookie can be stored in the browser if the browser also had the same address. But since we don't have the same address, so even though we have received the cookie gets discarded. Now since we need this cookie ID so that we can send along with each HTTP request and make the server know that we are the same user who got logged in earlier, we have to change this default behavior. So to change this default behavior, we have to make certain changes at the front end and certain changes at the back end as well. So let's start with the front end changes. We have to go to global.js, and where we were defining the fetch facade, let's go there, this one. And over here, we have to define two more properties. One is mode. The value is course, cross-origin resource sharing. And the second is credentials, which is, so these two values will inform the backend that the request is between multiple domains, and with each request, we are going to include some credentials. Now these credentials can be many things, but in our case, it's going to be just a cookie. So this is the front end part setting. Now we have to go to the backend and make some changes at the backend as well. So let's go to db.php, where we were defining the header. Now over here we have to replace this asterisk for cross origin, allow origin, from asterisk to the exact URL of the front end domain, which is http 127.0.0.1 :5501, the exact URL that we see in the browser. Okay. And now since we are sending some credentials with the request, so we have to set another header to accept those credentials, which is access control allow credentials, and we have to set it to true. So these two are mandatory. Now let's go and let's test it out one more time. Login AAA. Okay, now let's refresh. Still not working. Now what could be the reason? Let's inspect the network tab. Login.php. So this is get request. So our response has a cookie named PHP session ID, but if you notice over here, this yellow triangle, it says the cookie header didn't specify same site attribute and was defaulted to same site equals legs, and was blocked because it came from a cross-site response, which was not the response to a top-level navigation. Thus, the set cookie had to have been set with same site equals none to enable cross-site usage. So now when we solved first set of problem that we encountered at the beginning, now we are getting second type of problem. It's saying if the cookie is supposed to travel between cross domains, then we should have certain attributes defined as well, which was same site should be set to none. And since we haven't defined anywhere, so it's going to take the default value, which is legs. And with legs, the cookies cannot travel between domains. So where can we define these settings? Well, we have to go back to where we are starting our session. Let's go to db.php, and over here we have to provide an associative array with certain attributes. So currently it says same site should be set to none. This is actually cookie underscore same site. Okay, now let's go and try it out one more time and see if it has worked. Okay, so now let's inspect login.php. Never mind, let's refresh this first. Again, we are getting the same problem. So it says this time the message is this attempt to set a cookie via set cookie header was blocked because it had the same site equals none attribute but did not have the secure attribute, which is required in order to use same site equals none. So that means we have to set another attribute called secure if we want same site equals none to work. So comma secure and give value true. So I keep forgetting I have to append everything with cookie underscore. So the property is same site, we have to append it with cookie underscore, and here property is secure, we have to append it with cookie underscore in PHP in order to work. Okay, now one more time. Login AAA. Okay, now let's refresh. Okay, so it seems we are still back to square one. But I wonder why, because we have done all the settings we are supposed to. Let's check console. Okay, we have got the user. Oh, I see. Okay, that's because in the login.js, we are just displaying the message in the console. We are not calling the display logged user function. That's why we are getting back to the original state. So let's go to login.js, and over here, instead of displaying it in the console, we need to call this function back. But first we have to check if the data.user is not equal to guest, then we should display the logged user. So we are going to use again conditional short circuiting. Okay, data.user not equal to guest. In that case, we want to call this message, and we have to pass data.user. However, if data.user equals to guest, in that case, let's put user. In that case, we want to call another message, which should be display login register icons. So let's define this function. So this one is displaying the logout and logged users icon, and this one should display the login and register icons and hide these two icons. So we are going to copy this and let's set it to false. So we are setting this login to false. That means we want this login to be visible on the page. Likewise, we want this register icon to be visible on the page as well, therefore false. That means we don't want to hide them. However, for the other two icons, which is logout, we want that to disappear. So set it to true. Likewise, logged user as well, set it to true. Setting them true makes them disappear, and setting the icons false make them appear. So we should have these icons in the display logged user as well. over here we are going to set the flag to false because we want them to be visible in the browser. So when the user is logged in, we want the login and register icon to disappear and log out and logged user icon to be present. Likewise, when we are not logged in, we want the login and register to be present on the browser and log out and logged user to be not present on the browser. Therefore, we have set these two. Okay. Now let's refresh. So we can already see logout and logged user. However, why is this underneath this icon? Okay, so I have identified the problem. So let me show you. Let's inspect. Now if you notice, this text AAA is inside a span with the class name username, and then this span is inside a div which is named logged user. So at the top of login.js, we got references to all of the 4 divs which contained icons. So the div which contained logged user, we got a reference to it with the reference variable logged user. And inside the display logged user function, where is it? Over here, we were interested in getting a reference to the span with the class name username. But if you notice, we have given the same reference variable name that we gave to the div which contains this span as a child. So that's why over here it's actually trying to make the span disappear as well. So what we need to do is that with this we have to append the text span. I hope this will resolve the issue. Okay, let's log in. AAA. Good. Okay, now if we refresh, we don't lose the logged user. So that means this logic is working as well. Now we have to work on the logout part, such that when we click on this logout, the session should get destroyed and we should not be able to see this logged user's name over here. So we have to attach an event listener with this logout. So we have already created a reference to this logout. Okay, this one. Now we have to attach an event listener with this logout. So logout, add event listener, click, user logout. Now let's define this function, user logout. Now over here we have to make a fetch call to login.php to log the currently logged user out. So let's make a fetch call, login.php, and since it's a GET request, so we don't need to provide any parameters, just the callback function which is going to handle the response from the backend. So response logout. Now here is the problem. Before we define this function response logout, there is a problem. If we notice, when we are checking this login status, we are making a fetch call to the same URL endpoint with the get HTTP request method. And we are again making one more request to login.php. This is also a GET request. However, the purpose over here is different. So this time we want the logged user to be logged out. Because both of them are presenting the same information to the backend, how would backend differentiate between these two, the purposes of these two requests? That is, how will backend decide that when the GET request for login.php comes, should it just check the status of the logged user and respond back the user's name, or should it log out the currently logged user? So we have to provide some kind of mechanism through which the backend can differentiate between the two requests. So what we are going to do is that we are going to attach a query parameter with these two, or maybe with just one. So question mark Q for query, and the value should be check status. You can write anything over here. The important thing is that this check login status has a query string attached to it, whereas this one doesn't have any query string attached to it. So now based on that, we can go to our login.php, and since we have attached the query with the check login status, so therefore let's go and make some changes over here. Put and is set $_ get a query with the name Q. So if this is set, that means it's a request to check if the user is logged in or not. However, if a request comes and we are not looking for any query string, then probably we are interested in logging out the user. Now inside the if block, we are going to put another if block just to be extra careful. If is set $_ session logged user. If we have a logged user, that means we have already created a session and some session variables as well. In that case, session _ unset. This is going to unset all the user defined session variables as well as the PHP session ID. Now we can destroy the session. So session _ destroy, and then echo JSON encode and pass an associative array logout and its value set to true. Else, let's copy, paste, and logout set its value to false. And then, no matter if this inner if block executes or the else block executes, at the end we simply want to exit. That's it. So even if we don't put this if there, it will still work, but we want to be extra careful just in case somehow this request gets triggered when no user is logged in. In that case, we want to display this else block. Let's go to login.js because we haven't defined the response logout function. Let's just console log, for the time being, just log out the data. Then if data.logout, if the value is true, in that case display login register icons. So we are logged in. Let's click on the logout and we got logged out successfully. Let's check our console as well. So the logout is true, and as you can see, we have now login and register icons made visible. So that means we have successfully logged out as well. Now the only thing left is that we have to define the logic for registration. In our last part, we completed the login system. Today we are going to complete the remaining section, that is the registration of new users. So we want this registration logic to trigger when we click on this register icon. At that time, we want an overlay to appear over here with a registration form in the center, which when submitted, obviously will go to the backend and ask for the registration of new user to take place, which if succeeds, we will notify the user that you have been successfully registered. So let's get to it. Okay, so we need to create a new file, register.js and register.php. So let's create those files in the front end. Register.js. Now in this file, we need to have reference to our register icon, but in our login.js, we have already created this reference, so we can't create another reference over here, because at the end, all of these JS files are going to be considered as one single unit. So that means we can take advantage of that and directly use register reference that we have actually created in login.js and add an event listener with this reference. So the event is click, and the callback function that we want to associate with it, register new user. Let's define this callback function. So currently it's empty. Before we write any code over here, we need to go to our index.html file and we have to append it to our HTML file. Now since this register.js file is going to use a reference which is defined in login.js, so we always have to make sure that the register.js file is appended later than login.js, because we want to make sure that login.js is loaded and only then register.js is loaded, because register.js is dependent on a reference which is defined in login.js. So we have to make sure that this register.js comes after login.js in our index.html file. The other option that we can use is that we can take all the references from this login.js to our global.js, and that means we will also have to move these two lines where we are attaching event listeners with login and logout functions. because our global.js file is the last file which gets loaded. So if these references are over there in that file, and in this one we are trying to directly attach an event listener to them, then by the time login.js file gets executed, at that time global.js has not executed. So that means these references are not created, and we are already trying to attach event listeners with those files. So that's why not only we will have to move these references, but also these two lines where we are attaching event listeners to global.js file. So this is another solution. It's up to you whatever solution you want to keep. I'm going to continue with the one that I just mentioned. The first one, that is just directly attach an event listener in register.js file, and the only thing I have to make sure is that register.js file comes after login.js file in our index.html page. Okay, now for the register new user function, we can take the same approach that we took for logging in a user. That is, we create a form and then append that form in the overlay. The new user submits the form and it gets registered or not depending on the values of the fields. But over here I want to show you a different approach. So rather than creating a form from scratch and manually defining all the input fields, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to make a fetch call and ask for it to return the structure of the user table. And the data that I'll receive as a result will contain all the information related to different columns that are present in the users table. And then I'll loop over those columns. The data that I'll receive in response will contain all the information related to different columns in that user. So I'm talking about information related to the columns, not the data in the table rows, but information about all the columns in that user table. So once I get that data, I'm going to loop over those columns and I'll keep on creating those input fields in the form. So this way I don't have to write lots of code for each single input field. We took the approach of manually creating input fields with the login form because we only had to create 3 fields: username, password, and submit button. But over here we have more than 3 fields. So let's start with that by making a fetch call to our backend, and the endpoint is going to be register.php. The request is get, so the only other parameter that we have to provide is the callback function. Response user table info. So when a fetch request goes to register.php, it will respond back with the information related to the user table. So now let's define this function. Response user table info, it will get the data from the backend, and for the time being just console log it whatever we have received from the backend. Now let's go to our backend and create this file register.php. Okay, let me close this login.js file and index.html file. We won't be needing them. Let's go to login.php file and let's copy this, paste it over here. So if the request method is get, in that case following should happen. So let's start with creating the statement, the SQL statement, which is going to be describe user, which is the table name. So before we write any further logic, let's go to our workbench and execute this command and see what comes up. Okay, so this is our workbench and our database is already selected. So let's just write the command describe user. So this is the information that we've got. We are getting multiple rows. The first row contained information about a field named ID, its data type. So can it be null? Yes or no? Is it a primary key? Does it have a default value? And extra information is auto increment. Then username of type varchar, it can't be null and it has to be unique. Email varchar, it can't be null and it has to be unique as well. Password varchar, it can't be null, however it doesn't have to be unique. Likewise, first name and last name, again they are type varchar and they can be left out. So this is the information, and we will get this information once we execute this statement describe user over here. And since we are not taking any data from the user and using it in this statement, so we don't have to go for prepared statements. We can use simple queries. So let's create a variable result, and using a connection object, it's called query method, and pass this statement with it. Let's also create an empty array. Now since we are going to get multiple rows, so we are going to use while loop. While convert it into fetch SOC. So get one row at a time from the result set and convert it into an associative array and store it in this row variable. Now inside the body of this while loop, let's keep pushing to this empty array that we just created, the row that has been returned from the result set. And since this is the only statement, so we don't need to use the brackets for this while loop. And let's send back this data. The key that we should use is, let's give name column, make it plural because we have more than one column, and let's put in the array. Let's exit it. Now let's go to our browser F12 to open the developers tools. Now let's click on register. We got columns, which is an array containing 6 elements. Okay. At first index, we have an associative array or an object. So the property name of this object is field, value is ID. Second property is type, value is int. Third property is null, value is no. Fourth property is key, value is PRI for primary, default is null. Okay. And likewise, the second index is an object with the field name, username. Third one is email, password, and all these things. So this ID is the one which has the value auto increment. That means if we don't provide the value for this, this will automatically be incremented. So that means we don't want to have this ID field as our input field in the form. So that means if we remove this first index from this array and send the remaining data, that would be good, because we are going to use for loop to iterate over all the elements in this array and create corresponding input fields in the form for each of those elements. So it's better if we don't have this ID field in the array. So for that, what we are going to do, once our while loop has finished, then what we are going to do is that since the ID is the first element in the array, we can remove that first element. And to remove an element from the array, we are going to use a method called array_splice. It takes 3 parameters. The first one is going to be the array from which we are deleting certain elements. So the array is named ARR. Then what particular index that we want to delete? In our case, it's index 0, the very first element. Then over here, we have to define from this particular index how many indices you want to delete or how many elements you want to delete. Since we only want to delete the very first element in the array, so we are going to put 1. If we put 2, then starting from index 0, it will remove the first 2 elements. We only want first element to be removed, so 1. Okay, now let's go back to browser again. Let's give it one more try. And now you can see we have an array with 5 elements. Earlier we had an array with 6 elements. And if you notice, we don't have any field with the name ID in it. Now we are going to register.js file and back to the function we were working on. And now we can loop through this data and create input fields for each of those elements in the array. So first let's create a div which we are going to populate with this form. So const form div is document.createElement div. Form div dot class name equals form div. I think this is the name that we gave to this div in login.js, and since we want this one to inherit all the CSS that we have defined in the div in the login.js, so we need to put the same class name. Okay, now let's create the h2 element. Const h2.text contents is user registration. Append this h2 as its first child in the form div. So form div append child h2. Now let's create a form. So const form document.createElement form. Let's give this class name register-form. Now we are ready to iterate over the data that we have received. Keep on creating input fields with respect to those elements in this data, and then one by one keep attaching that input field to the form. And finally we will append the form to be this form div. So since the actual fields are in a property named columns in this data, so let's simplify it by creating a column and assigning data.columns to it. Let's make it plural as well. Now let's iterate over this columns constant. So columns dot for each. This takes an arrow function and it will take one element from a column at a time. So let's make it singular column. and within the curly brackets, let's define all the logic. So let's create an input field. Document.create element input. Since it's compulsory for our input fields to have name associated with them, so input.name equals, we are going to get this name from column.field, because field contains the name, and we want the same field name to be the placeholder for this input field as well. So input.placeholder equals column.field with capital F, because that's the name that we have been returned. Now for the type of this input field, we are going to have different types. So if the column is password, we want to appear ... when the user types in the password, rather than displaying those keys in the input field. So that means we have to define type of that input field to be of type password. And when the field is email, we want the type of that input field to be of type email as well. So for the type of input field, what we are going to do is that we are going to use switch statement. So switch on column.field name, again name. So now case, if the name of this field is password, because that's the name that we gave in the database, this is password. If that is the case, then input.type should be password as well, and break. Case 2 is if the name of this field is email, this is the name that we have to make the case of. So if it's email, then input.type equals email as well, and then break. The third case is default. If it's neither password nor email, then in that case, we want the input field of type text. So input.type equals text. Okay. Now, outside this ending bracket of case statement, we are done with the definition of input field. Now we have to append that input field to the form. So form.append child input. Now outside this for each loop, which ends over here, so outside this for each loop, we have created input fields and appended them to the form. The only missing input field is the submit button. So let's create that submit button. So const submit document.create element type input. Submit.type is submit. Submit.name equals register. Now attach this is the last child of the form. So form.append child submit. Now everything is defined. So at this stage, what we can do is that we are going to call display overlay function, and we are going to pass the form div. Oh, let's make it okay. But before that, we have to attach this form as a child to form div. So form div type append child, and we have to pass in the form. So now this form becomes the second child of this, and now we are calling display overlay function and passing that form div to this overlay function. And if we haven't made any mistakes, so now when we click on the register icon, we should be able to see an overlay with all the input fields for the form. Okay, now let's click on register. Now you can see the form. The only thing missing is the styling. So what we are going to do is that we are going to give this form the same styling that we gave to our login form. So the class name that we have gave to this form is register form. So let's go to log CSS file and let's look for the login form. Okay. Register form. Copy, and over here paste, and then asterisk. And again over here paste. Copy, paste. So these were all the styles that we had defined for the login form, and we are giving the same styling to our registration form as well. Now let's go. It hasn't worked. Oh, this is supposed to be form, not form. Brilliant. So the styling has also been applied. The only thing is that now our form is overflowing. So let me close this and see. Okay, that's better. But the point that you have to remember over here is that the CSS styling that we have developed is not mobile friendly. I have tried to make it as generic as possible by using range and percentages, but at some places I have used the exact pixels. So that's why when I shrink that browser window, the input fields in this form overflew. So I leave this up to you to make it more adaptable. I will not be focusing on tweaking these parts. As long as it works, I'm happy with this. Okay. Now what we need to do is that once the register fills in all the input fields and click on submit button, then another request should go to the backend to register this particular user. So now we need to associate an event listener with this submit button. So let's go to our code editor and register.js. So we have defined this submit input field over here. Now we have to attach an event listener to this one. Event is click, and the name for the callback function is register form submit. Now let's define this function. So copy function. Okay, let's pass in the event so that we can disable the default behavior associated with the form submission. Now over here we have to get reference to the registration form. So const form is document.query selector, and the class name that we gave to this form was register-form. So dot register-form. Let's create an object of type form data and pass this form to that constructor. So const form data new form data and pass in this form. Now this form has all the input fields and their values as a query string within this form data constant. Now let's make a fetch call to the backend. Same endpoint register.php. The callback function is response register form submit. Let's pass in the third parameter of type post because we are sending form with this request, so the method has to be post because we don't want to attach the query string in the URL. We want to attach it in the body of this HTTP request. Now the fourth parameter is going to be the form data object. Okay. Now let's create this function. Copy function paste. This will get the data back from the backend, and for the time being, let's just console log whatever we receive from the backend. Now let's go to register.php and define new if block, but change the method from get to post. Okay, so now we know that our form contains some data. So let's first store them in the local variables. So username, post, username, password, email, first name, last name. Okay. Now let's create a SQL statement, and since this time we are going to insert data in our database which we have got from the user, so we have to use prepared statement in order to avoid SQL injections. So statement equals insert into user, username, password, email, first name, last name, then value, one question mark for username, another for password, third one for email, fourth for first name, and last one, fifth for last name, semicolon. Okay, now let's create a prepared statement. So $sign prep underscore statement equals connection prepare and pass in the statement variable. Now we have to bind the params with this prepared statement. Fetch statement bind param, and we have 5 placeholders and all of them are of type varchar, so string 1 2 3 4 5. Now let's pass in the first variable for this username placeholder, which is going to be username, and the second one is password, third is email, then first name, then last name. Now we have bound all the parameters with the placeholders and we are ready to execute this statement. So prepared statement execute. Now if this executes successfully, then we will get true as a response, otherwise we will be returned false. So if it executes successfully, that means a new row has been added successfully in the database. So in that case, we want to inform the user JSON encode registration. Let's pass in true as its value, and since this is one statement, so we don't need these curly brackets. Let's move on to the else part. Copy, paste. So this time we want to send error message. Registration failed. Try again later. Now before we exit, let's close the prepared statement and then exit. Okay, now let's go and try to register a new user through our form. Register. So we already have one user with the name EE, and let's try to put a new user with BBB. BBB at BBB.com, BBB, and BBB. Submit. So we got registration successful. Let's go and check in the. Okay, so we have got this new user registered. So that means we are successfully registered. Now, if we are successfully registered, we want this overlay to disappear. So let's go to our register.js and define that tweaking. So register.js, let's comment this out. So if data contains a field or property named registration, in that case we want to alert registration successful, and then we want to remove overlay. Okay, now let's go and try to register another user. This time let's make it CCC at CCC.com, name CCC, sorry, password CCC, first name CCC, last name also CCC. Submit. So we got a message, registration successful, okay, and now the overlay has been removed as well. I forgot to test what happens if we try to register a user whose username or email already exists in our database. So let's work on that part. So this part executes if we get a property named registration. However, if that is not the case, in that case, we want to display another alert with data.error message, and then we want to reset the form. So form.reset, so that user can get one more attempt at registration with clean form, no previous data in the input fields. Okay. Now let's try to register AAA once more, since this username already exists. Let's use same email. Again AAA. I think we have made one more mistake. So this password should not be visible. Instead of these keystrokes, we should have been able to see the dots over here. So let's go to our for each loop. So input type is password. This is correct. Okay. Case password. Okay, so over here we have made spelling mistakes. So rather than executing this case in the case of when the field name is password, we were going to this default portion. So that's why the password was visible. Let's give one more try. AAA@AAA.com, password AAA. Now we can see the dots. First name AAA, last name AAA as well. Registration failed, try again later. So maybe we should have given the message, this username or email already exists, something like that. But this is more generic, so let's keep it that way. Unless you want to be more specific, then you can make those changes yourself. But for this project, I'm happy with it. After all, there should be something for you guys to look forward and modify as well. So with this, our registration logic is complete as well. Now we are ready to work on our shopping cart, which we will do in our next tutorial. But in this tutorial, I want to correct one minor, not actually a mistake, but a warning sign that I keep receiving. So we need to fix that thing. So for that, let me take you to Backend. And let's open the server. Let's go up. Have I fixed it? Let's check menu.js. Sorry, not menu.js, menu.php. Okay. Well, it seems that one warning sign that I kept receiving has magically disappeared. But since I noticed it earlier and I also figured out why I was getting that message, so why not I should tell you. So this is our menu.php file, and in this file I am requesting all the categories from the server. So it's going to execute a statement, select name from category where status is equal to 1. Then over here I am executing a while loop. So basically when the query executes, it stores the whatever result in the result variable. Then in the while loop, I'm converting that result into an associative array, but one row at a time. And then from that row that has now been converted into an associative array, I'm only taking the element with the key named name and storing it in the name variable and then proceeding further. So it works fine. In the older versions of PHP, it even didn't give any warning sign, but now recently in the newer versions of PHP, it has started to give not error but a warning sign. So the program works perfectly fine, no issues. The only thing it's doing is that it's giving you a warning sign. And the warning was, we are trying to extract name from the null object and storing it in the name variable. So when the object is null, obviously it can't have a property named name. So why we were getting this message is because, let's suppose we have been returned 3 rows when we executed this statement. And this fetch assoc takes one row at a time and converts it into an associative array. So when this while loop starts, first time the fetch assoc takes first row and converts it into an associative array. Then from that associative array, it extracts the key with the value name and gives it to name. Fine. Second time, the second loop executes again. We have second row, it converts it into an associative array, and from that array, it gets the key with the name named and stores it in the variable name. Third time also it works fine. But the fourth time when this while loop executes, so we are saying convert the fourth row which doesn't exist into an associative array. And on top of that, we want to remove this name from that row or that associative array and store it in name. Since when this while loop executes the fourth time, there is no row to be converted into associative array. So this part has returned as null when the fourth time while loop executes. And from that null, we are extracting a key with the name named. Since the object is null, obviously it can't have any property associated with it. So on the fourth go, we are getting this warning sign that you are trying to get a property named name from a null object. So I don't know why this warning has disappeared, but in case it appears again, or for your future awareness as well, let's amend this once and for all. So I'm going to remove this key. And now, since I've already given this the word name, so I'm keeping it as such. And remember, at this moment in time, this is actually an array because we are converting whole row into an associative array and giving it to the name. Okay, so now this name is actually an array. And when we are pushing this name from this name array, we want to only push the key named name and push it into this array. So everything works just as it was working earlier, no changes. The slight warning sign that I was getting, and for some reason I'm not getting anymore. So I thought I should let you know just in case. Okay. This specific video that you are currently watching, in this one, we are going to learn to implement a shopping cart for our guest users. This shopping cart is going to be implemented through PHP sessions at our backend. In our future videos, we will be implementing a shopping cart for our registered users who have currently logged in, which we will implement through database tables. Okay, so that was the introduction. Now let me give you a demo of what we are going to implement today. So as you can see, currently I'm not logged in. That means I'm a guest user over here. And since you can't see anything above our icon, so if I try to click on this icon, I get this message that the cart is empty. So let's put something in our cart. Let's click on this and let's select the quantity from 1 to 2. Now add it to the cart. So currently you can see there is nothing above this cart icon. Let's click on this add to cart. Now you can see there is one above it. So even though there are 2 products, we can see one in the circle. This is because the unique product is 1, however its quantity is 2. So let me add one more to it. Add to cart. Still we see the number 1 over here because this number represents unique products, not their quantities. Now let's click something else. This is out of stock. Let's add this one. Now you can see the number 1 has been changed to number 2 because there are 2 unique products in our cart. Now let's click on this cart icon. Now we have been redirected to our kind of view cart button. I'm saying kind of because we have not actually been redirected. If you notice, we are still at our index.html. This is because the logic is implemented as a single page application. That means our page doesn't refresh. Only some of its contents have been replaced by new contents. Okay, now as you can see, we can see certain information regarding each product. So this is the item, this is the current selected quantity. Over here we can see its availability, and this is the collective price for 3 units of this product. And this is the delete button if we want to completely remove this item from our shopping cart. And over here we can see the total. Now let's change the quantity from 3 to 1. You can see the price changed as well, and our total has also changed. Now let's delete the item. Deleted, and since our cart got empty, so we got again kind of redirected back to our index.html page, to our dashboard. And let me be clear, we are not actually redirected, only the contents have been replaced by these new contents because we are implementing everything as our single page application, which doesn't require refreshing and reloading the page. So it's a single page in which we can see different contents. Okay, so that was the demo. Now let's go and start working on coding showing. Okay, so we are going to start our code by creating 2 files, one for front end and one for back end. So for the front end, let's create cart.js file, and for the back end, cart.php. Okay. Now let's connect this cart.js file with our index.html file. Okay, so we have everything. We have created 2 files, and we have associated our cart.js file with the index.html file. Now what shall we define over here? So let's go to our demo project. So this is not the demo project, this is the one that we are defining. So there are certain things that we want to happen. So the first thing that should happen is that as soon as this page is loaded into the browser, a request should go to the backend and it asks for the current status of the cart. And if currently there are any items in the cart, it should display a blue circle over here with the number in it, and that number represents the current number of items in the cart. So we have to start with that part. So we are going to attach another event listener with DOM content loaded event for this cart. So let's go to global.js file where we have defined all event listeners which are associated with the DOM content loaded event. So let's open global.js file. Let's go at the very top and attach one more event listener. Yes. Let's make it check cart status. Now let's define this check cart status function in cart.js. Let's change the name from check cart status to update cart. That's more appropriate. Now let's go to cart.js and define this function. So this function is going to make a fetch call to the backend and ask us for the current status of the shopping cart. So fetch call cart.php response update cart. So this is going to be a GET request, therefore we don't need to provide this parameter. and this doesn't send any data along with this request, so we don't need to provide the fourth parameter either. Just two parameters, the URL endpoint and the function which is going to handle the response, which is going to come from this fetch request. So what we have usually done is that we have defined this function as a local function or inner function within this top level function. But since this function is going to be called from many different places in our card.js file, therefore we are not going to create this as an inner function, because if we create this as an inner function, that means the other functions will not have access to this function, and we will have to redefine the logic which we are going to define for this function at multiple places. We don't want to do that, so we are going to define this as an independent function. Response update card will receive data from the fetch request. So at the time being, we are simply console logging the card, or sorry, whatever the data we get from the backend. The rest of the logic, such as the contents of the card, how to display them, and if this card is not empty, it contains some data, then depending on the number of products in the card, we want to make a blue circle appear on the cart icon with the number matching the number of items in the cart. But that logic we are going to define later. For the time being, we are only console logging whatever we receive from the backend. Next, we need to define the counterpart for this request, which will handle this request in cart.php. So first thing is, let's create another PHP file and let's copy this part. Close, paste. Okay. Now if the request is of type GET, in that case we want to return whatever is the current status of the cart. Now since we plan to have two different kind of cards, one for guest user which is going to be implemented through session variables, and the other for logged user which is going to be implemented through database tables. So even though we are currently working on the guest user's card, but in future we will be making the other card as well. So we need to make some preparations such that this file is able to handle both kind of requests. So the first thing that we are going to do over here is we are going to check if is set $_ session logged user. So if this session variable is set, that means we have a logged user. So we will be handling the request differently. So in that case, we want to call a function which is going to handle the session, which is created through database tables. So we are going to call get logged user card, else get guest user card. Okay, so we need to define both of these functions, and since we are going to have many more if blocks with different kind of HTTP requests, get, post, put, fetch and delete, so what we are going to do is that we are going to create two more files. Let's define those files in include folder, because these are going to be internal files as well. No request is going to come directly for these files. So the request for the cart is going to come to cart.php file, and this PHP file is in turn going to utilize these two files. So logged user cart.php, and the other one is going to be guest user cart.php. Now include both of these files over here. So inside the current folder, we have a folder named include, and there we have guest user card.php file. We need one more for logged user. Now since this file card.php file is going to delegate the request to one of these files, so what we are going to do is that we are going to cut this database connectivity file and paste it over here in both of these files, because these files are going to do the actual work. Copy and paste. Now we have to define this get logged user card function in the logged user file. So let's rename this file. I have actually created logger user. I was supposed to create logged user file. Okay. So let's define this function in get logged user file. Currently it's empty. So now you can see red wiggly line, it has disappeared because we have definition for this function. Now we have to create this function in guest user card file. So let's define this function. This is empty. So no wiggly bit over here, and then we can put exit over here. Okay, now since we are working on the card for guest user, so let's close this file for the time being, and let's open this guest user card, and over here we have to define all the logic. If the request has been redirected to this function, this means it has already been figured out that the customer is actually a guest user. Now since each time the web browser is refreshed or the website is loaded for the first time in the browser, in all of these cases a request will come over here. So that means this function is going to be executed multiple times. So when this function is executed for the first time, it means the user has just typed in the URL address and hit enter, and the website is being loaded for the very first time in the browser. So at that time, obviously there won't be any cart variable created in the session for that user. So we have to check if this is the very first time. In that case, we will create a new session variable named cart and then return that empty cart to the user. Otherwise, if such variable already exists in the session, then whatever is the current state of that session variable, we will simply return that session variable to the user. So we are going to check if is set $_session. So within the session, do we have a variable named cart? If it exists, let's make it if it not exist. In that case, we are going to create this variable. So it's going to be an empty array. So this statement will only execute if this if statement returns true. If not, this part will never execute. Then we simply want to return this session variable named cart to the user. We are passing an array, the associative array, and the index name is cart, and the value is going to be the session variable. Okay, and that's it. So let's go and test it out if we are able to receive an empty cart in the browser. Okay, now let's refresh it and let's open the console. So let's check this object because we have received this object from cart.js file. So this object has one property named cart, which is an empty array, because currently we haven't put anything in the cart session variable. We have just defined this cart session variable to be an empty array, and that's what we received. Okay. Now for the time being, we are going to leave this function and not define the logic for this function, because currently we don't know what kind of data is going to be stored in that cart array, and if we don't know the actual data there, we can neither define the business logic nor we can define the presentation logic. So for the time being, we are going to leave this function as it is, and let's move on and think about what else do we need to define for this cart functionality. So the other thing that we want to do is that when we click on this or any item and we reach over here, then whenever we click on this add to cart button, then that item should get added to our actual cart. So we have to define this logic. So basically we have to attach an event listener with this add to cart button, and that event listener should have certain information related to the product, because we are going to send that information back to the backend, and that information is going to be stored with each product in the cart, so that each product could be uniquely identified, that which particular product has been added in the cart, what is its price, and how many quantities have been selected. So let's inspect this add to cart button and see where it has been defined. Let's click somewhere. Okay, so this is the button with the class name add to cart. Now since this button is inside an overlay which we defined in the global.js file, so that means we have defined this button in the global.js file. So let's open this global.js file and look for add to cart class. Let's close this. Okay, now we have to attach an event listener with this button. So add to cart dot add event listener, click, and let's define a callback function, add product to cart. Now when we are defining this event listener and this callback function, we are going to bind some values because this add to cart button need to have information about the product which has been clicked so that it can pass that information to the backend. Now since this add to cart button is being defined inside the function get product details, and get product details has all the information related to this product through this keyword. The only information which is not present in this keyword is the current stock for this product, for which we are making a request to inventory.php. And because of this inventory.php request, now we have the stock in this stock variable as a response. So all the information is going to come from this keyword and the stock is going to come from this stock constant. So all we need to do is that bind the information from this keyword and this stock to our new add to cart button. So what we are going to do is that we are going to pass an object to this add product to cart function. The first property for this object is id, and its value is going to come from this .id. The second one is image, and its value is going to come from this .image. Third is price. Its value is going to come from this .price. And the last property is stock. Now since the property name is stock and its value is going to come from stock constant as well, so this is the shorthand. Since when the property and its associate value both are same, then we can write a shorthand that is just stock. Okay, so now we have bounded all the information as an object, and since this function has to do with cart functionality, so what we are going to do is that we are going to define this function in the cart.js file. So copy, let's define this function. Just console log this. Now let's go and try to add an item to the cart by clicking the add to cart button. So let's click over here, click add to cart, F12. It has come from cart.js at line 5. So this is the information that has been printed from this keyword. So ID 43, image is this, price, and the stock. So the fact that we have got the stock as well, that means we are actually seeing this data from the add product to cart function. Okay, so before we make a request to backend along with this data, there is one piece of information that is missing, which is the quantity selected. So this is the quantity. So we have to access this quantity and send it along with the rest of the data to the backend. So let's go to the function that we are defining. Let's get a reference to the select statement. And just console log select our value. So 5. Now add to cart. So this is the object associated with this keyword and this is the value of the select element. Change it to 8, and now we have got 8. So now we have got all the data that we need to send to our backend. So now let's go make a fetch call and send this information to our backend. Now since we have data that we want to be sent along in the body of our fetch request, so that means we need to figure out a way to attach all this information to the body of fetch request or HTTP. Now since we are sending some data, that means the request is going to be post request, and usually with the post request we usually have at the front end a form from which we extract the data and send it along to the backend. But over here we don't have any form, so what we are going to do is that we are going to create an object of type URL search params. Using this object we can create key value pairs that are going to be part of the query string. So a query string is the part of URL which comes after question mark. So let's create that query string. So let's make it data. We can make it payload as well because that's what it's called in the HTTP terminology. So new URL search params. Now we have created an object of type new URL search params whose name is payload. Now we have to attach all this information one by one. So payload.append. This takes two parameters. The first one is the key, the second one is its value. So the key is going to be ID and the value is going to be this .id. Again, payload.append, the second key value pair, image, and the value is this .image. payload.append price. Its value is going to come from this.price. Then payload.append stock, and the stock is going to come from this.stock. Last is payload.append quantity, and the value is going to come from select.value. Now we are ready. Now we have all the data in the form of query string, and we are ready to make the fetch call to cart.php. The callback function is going to be this response update cart, the same one. Response update cart. The type of HTTP request is post, and the data is going to be attached, which is going to come from this object payload. Now its response is already defined through this function, so we don't need to do any more front-end logic. Let's move on to cart.php, which is going to accept this request. So again, copy. Let's make it returns cart to the user. Takes new product to the cart. Yes. Now request method is post. Again, if it's a logged user, so we are going to call a function which is going to add to logged user cart, otherwise add to guest user cart. So let's define this function in the logged user file. And this one in the guest user cart. So we are not working on logged user. Again, let's close this and let's work on guest user cart. So this is the function that we have to work on. Now over here, first of all, we have to extract the data which is present in our post global super variable and store it in the local variable. So id equals $_post id. Copy, paste, image, paste, price, stock, quantity. Now it is possible that the user tries to add an item multiple times in the cart. So in that case, when add to cart button has been clicked, we have to make sure that the ID of that product does not already exist in our cart. If it already exists, simply increase the quantity and update the collective price. Otherwise, this is a brand new item which is not already in the cart. So let's create a new element in our cart array and append that element. So what we are going to do is that we are going to check if is not set $_session with the index name cart, and the second index matches the ID of the product. So if no such index element is present, that means it's a brand new product. So we have to add this to the cart for the very first time. So we are going to store it in the session variable at the index ID. So this is its unique identification. So now this is a two-dimensional array. The first dimension has the index name card. The second index keeps changing depending on the product IDs, and this element is also an array. So basically this is going to turn into a three-dimensional array. So the array whose first index is card, second index is ID, and the third index is image. We want to store the value, this one over here. Copy, paste. First index is card, second index is ID, but the third index changes, stock, and the variable value is stock as well. Third one is quantity. Now the fourth one is going to be price. So even though we have this price variable, so that means we have received the price of the product from the user, but I don't think this is a good idea, because if the request is coming from user, so the user can select let's suppose a quantity 10, and for the price it can manipulate it and change it to value, let's suppose $1 or 1 pence. So we should not reuse this price. So that means from our front end we have to eliminate this price as well. We are going to calculate this price at the back end ourselves. So there is no possibility that the user can hack into the system and buy multiple products for, let's say, the price for 0.01 pence or something. Let's comment this out for the time being, and let's work on the rest of the information. So if we don't have already an item in the cart which matches this ID, that means this is the new product that we are adding. So this information, these three pieces of information gets attached to an index which matches the ID of the product. However, if that is not the case, that means this particular ID exists in the cart. In that case, we already have this product. So we are basically increasing the quantity. So whatever is the new quantity that we have received, we have to add it to the old quantity and update the current quantity. So in that case, the quantity is going to be copy, paste. So old quantity plus new quantity. Now when the quantity is updated, the price needs to be updated as well. So we are going to create this price outside if and else block. Now for the price, what we are going to do is that, so ignore this price. We shouldn't get this price from the user. So let's create a new variable over here, price. And now we are going to call a function get product price, and we have to pass the ID of the product whose price we are interested in. Let's for the time being just place 1 to avoid this error that we are getting. So now we have to define this function. Okay, since we have to interact with database, so we need connection variable in our function. So global connection. This means we are using the global variable connection, not a local connection variable. And since we have received the ID from the user, so that means we have to use prepared statement. So statement equals select price from product, where ID equals semicolon. Step 2, create prepared statement. Pass this statement. Step 3, bind the parameters with this placeholder represented 3D question mark. So prep statement. That bind. The type of this ID is integer, so I. Now the actual ID. This is bind param. Okay. Prepared statement. Execute. Now get the result if result equals prep statement. result. So if we do get the result, it's going to be stored in result variable, hence it won't be null. If that is the case, in that case return result fetch a sock index price, else return -1. Okay, now let's go back up. So over here we've got the price. Now next we have to multiply this price times quantity. But since this multiplication can result into a decimal value which is longer than 2 decimal points, so we want to round it to 2 decimal points. Okay. Now the next thing is we have to call another function called update total cart, and this is going to attach another variable to this cart, which is going to contain the total cost of all the products and their quantities. So let's define this function. Update total cart. Let's define a local variable total and give it value 0.00. So this is going to be the default value for the total in case our cart is empty. And then since we are going to loop through all the items in the cart, so that means we have to use for each loop, for each session cart is item. Now since this is the first index, so that means each of this item is going to be the 2-dimensional array whose first index is going to be the product ID and the second index is going to be different indexes such as the image, price, quantity, these things. So what we are going to do is that, so total is going to be total plus the current value of total plus current item, that is going to be the second index. So all the elements of that item are going to be accessed through this item, and then this is going to be the third index. So we are interested in the price, so take the price for each of those products and add them to this total. Now because we are adding floating point values, so this addition can result in a very long decimal point value. So again we have to restrict it to 2 decimal points. So the total is going to be, let's round it to 2 decimal places. So total and 2. So now we have got the total value of all the products accumulated in this total variable, and then session cart, and the second index is going to be total, and give it the value total. Okay, so that's it. So these are helper functions. This is another helper function. Okay. So I think we are done with the adding item to the cart. So once we have updated the total cart as well, now we can send the reply back to the user. So echo JSON encode. Again, the index is cart and the value is going to be session cart. So what is being returned is exactly the same as the one that we defined for our get request. So these two functions are also returning the same value. So this thing and this thing, they are the same. Therefore, at the front end, the same functions can handle both the requests. So the same function was this response update card, which is currently just console logging whatever it receives. So let's try to add this item to the cart. And now this cart object contains two properties. The first property name is 10, which is actually the ID of the product that is in the cart, and the value of that property is another object which contains all the information related to that product. And the second one is a property named total, and whose value is 9.99. So this is the price of single unit of this particular product. Now click on this add to cart one more time and see what happens. We should still be able to see one item in the cart. However, our total should increase to around 198 something or 199, and the quantity should increase from 1 to 2. So let's click it one more time and let's see. So the total hasn't increased, however the quantity has increased. So there is something wrong with our total calculation. So let's go and let's figure out. Okay, so I have figured out the problem. So the first time when I added the product, that product was not in the cart. So this part was executed, the else part was skipped, and then we moved on to this part. So everything worked fine and we got the correct result. However, when I appended the second time the same product, this part was not executed. We moved to this else part, which again did its job. Then we moved on to this thing. This function again executed properly. However, over here we are making slight mistake. And the mistake is that we are storing this to this price index. And what is this? It's saying the current price times current quantity. So the current quantity is 1 because the second time again the quantity was 1. What we are supposed to do over here is that we have to get this quantity that we have recently updated. So we have appended the quantity to the already present quantity. That means the exact quantity is stored in this session variable. So copy this and replace this quantity with the one that we have received from the user, because what we have received from the user is represents just one quantity. However, this one quantity plus previous one quantity makes it 2, and now our logic should work fine. Now since we haven't made any changes to this particular item, so the total is going to remain same, which is incorrect. So what we are going to do is that we are going to application and remove our session, because the session contains incorrect data. Console. Now array is empty, cart is empty. So we have received an object with two elements or two properties. So let's click it one more time. Okay. Now the quantity is 2 and the price has also increased properly. So that means our adding item to the cart is working. Let's try to add another product. Let's add this one. Change its quantity to 3, edit. Now our cart object contains two properties. The name of the first property is 10 and its value is again another object. The name of second property is 44 and its value is an object. So remember, these 10 and 44 are their IDs, unique IDs of the products. And in our cart object, they become the property names. And then we have this total, which is 2218.8. So that means adding item to the cart logic is working perfectly. Now the next logic that we can work on is the user interface. So let's close this. So the user interface is that if there are items in our cart, we should be able to see this blue circle over here with the number representing the current number of unique products in the cart. And the second piece of user interface logic that we have to work on is that when we click on this cart, if the cart is not empty, we should see the detailed cart page from where we can update the quantity as well as delete the product as well. So let's start working on this circle that appears over here once our cart is not empty. So let's go to cart.js. And what we are going to do before we define the logic for this response update cart, we are going to create an object called local cart, which is going to consist of 3 properties. One of them is cart. Initially it's null. Second is length. Initially it's 0. And the third is total. And initially it's 0.0. The reason for creating a local cart variable is that we want to avoid trips to our backend as much as possible. So whenever a fetch response returns us the latest state of the card, we will store it locally. And because of having that card available globally in an object, we can access the card through this local object. This will help us decrease the number of fetch calls to the backend as long as it's possible. So every time any of the functionality makes changes to the card object at the backend, that functionality will get the new state of the card as a result. And then we will store that new functionality in this local card object, and the other functions which want to access this card, they will get it locally through this local card object rather than making a trip to the backend and getting it from there. So the only thing that we have to take into consideration all the time is that whenever our card is updated at the backend, we make sure that this local card object reflects those changes as well. Okay, now let's go and define this function. Okay, so by now we know that the data that we have been returned actually consists of an object, and that object has one property named cart in it. And inside that cart object, we are going to have all the product IDs as the properties of that cart object, and the rest of the information related to those products is going to be stored as a value for those properties. The last property in that cart object is going to be a property named total, which is going to contain the accumulation of all the prices of all the products in the cart. So let me show you in the browser. Okay, so this is the object that we have been returned, which has one property named cart, and this cart again is an object, and it has three properties. One is a property named 14, and the value of this property is object, which contains all the information about the product whose ID is 14. And the second property is 30, whose value is again another object which contains all the information about the product whose ID is 38. The last property is a property named total, which contains the total of all the prices of all the products in the cart. So basically we have to separate the products in a separate variable and the total in a separate variable. Then it will be easy to process them. So to do that, we are going to use object destructuring. Since we are destructuring an object, so we have to use curly brackets, and right now I'm just extracting the cart, the whole cart, along with the total from the data object that we have been received. Now from this cart, actually we can do something. So let's use data.cart, and over here, so now this represents the cart object. So from cart object, what we are going to do is that we are going to extract total, and the rest of the contents are going to be in the another variable which we are going to name as cart. Now let's console log total and cart to verify if we have done this restructuring properly. So console log total, then cart. Okay, so you can see this total and then this cart, and this cart doesn't have any total anymore because we have destructured this cart, data.cart, into two variables. So basically we are saying extract the property named total from this cart and store it into this variable. And over here we are saying after extracting total, extract the remaining properties of this variable or this object into this new object or this new variable. So now cart contains just the products and total contains just the total. Okay, so now we have the current status of the cart in these two variables. So let's update our local cart. So we have a property named cart in our local cart, length and total. Let's remove these. So local cart.cart, we are going to assign this cart to our local cart.cart property. Then local cart.total is going to get the total that we have just destructured from our object data.cart. Now for the local cart.length, what we are going to do is that we are going to, so basically what we want to know is that how many products are currently in our cart. Had this been an array, then we would have used cart.length. But since this is not an object, so object doesn't have any property through which we can count its all the properties in that object. So what we are going to do, is we are going to use object.keys, and we are going to pass the object whose number of keys we are interested in, whose all the keys we are interested in. So we are passing it. We can pass the cart or local cart.cart, both currently represents the same thing. So I'm putting in the cart. Now This will return us all the keys, and by keys we mean the properties, all the properties in our cart object. So product IDs are going to be returned as keys as a result of executing this method. Now on that we can use the length, because we have been returned an array. So this is object with capital O, not small o. So now we have cart in local cart dot cart property, total in local cart dot total property, and the number of items in the cart in local cart dot length property. Now until we make another request to the fetch which makes changes in our cart, we are going to use this local object, the local cart one, if in the meantime we need to access the cart at the front end. Now after updating this local cart, we are ready to work on bringing the cursor over the cart icon. So to make this cursor appear and disappear over the cart icon, first of all we have to go to our CSS and create a CSS class there. In fact, let's go to index.html. Let's look for cart. And over here, let's add one more class to this, cart not empty. Now let's go to CSS file, search for the cart class. So there it is. So what we are going to do is that we are going to define certain style for cart not empty class, but we are going to define this style for its after C2 class. Its after C2 element. And what properties are going to set for this? So let's go back up to our root and define one more variable, cart, and let's temporarily put 6 in it. Let's make this cart size. Okay, now let's go back down. Over here, content is set to var cart size. So whatever is the value of this variable, those are going to be the contents of this after C2 class, C2 element. Let's give it width. Let's make it 28 pixels. Height is also 28 pixels. Background color is going to be primary color. Now let's convert this to circle by setting its border radius to 50%. Okay, so this is how it currently looks. Remember, now if you notice, the width and height property hasn't taken effect. So to make width and height take effect, we have to set its display property either to block or inline block. But if we do that, even though the width and height will take effect, but 6 won't be properly aligned within the center of that circle. If we not only want to make width and height take effect, but we also want the number to be exactly in the center of the circle, we have to set its display property to flex and then set the contents to be centrally aligned as well as centrally justified. So that's what we are going to do. Display is flex, justify content center, align item center, and let's increase the width and height a little bit more to 25 pixels. Now you can see it's centrally aligned, but since now it's occupying a lot of space and it doesn't have any more space on the at the end, so it has moved to the kind of next line, and because of that the cart icon has moved a bit further up. As a result, it's not aligned with these two icons anymore. So now we have to bring this cart icon back to its original position, and we have to move this circle to the top left corner of this cart icon. So to do that, what we have to do is that we have to take this circle out of the normal flow of these items in the browser, and to take element out of the normal flow, we have to set its display property either to fixed, not the display property, the position property either to be fixed or to be absolute, and then we can set the top left bottom right corners to place the element anywhere in the browser. So if we set the position to be fixed, then we are basically positioning the element with respect to the starting position of the browser, and if we set the position to be absolute, then the element is going to be positioned with respect to the first parent whose display property has been set to something other than static. So we want this circle to be positioned with respect to icon, this cart icon. Therefore, we have to set its display property, the circle's display property, to absolute, and we have to make this icon its parent, so that the circle takes this cart's position as a parent property. That means we have to set first display property of this, the position property of this cart icon to be relative, and then we can set the position property for the circle to absolute, and then we can, using top left bottom right properties, we can move the circle around with respect to the cart icon. So let's first give position relative, setting the relative property and then not defining any top left, bottom right properties has practically no effect to the original position of this element. So this statement is not making any changes to the cart icon. However, now because the position property is set for the cart, now this cart will act as a parent for our after pseudo element. If we set the position to be absolute. Now when you set the, okay, let's comment this out for the time being and let's go and have a look on the browser. So currently it has no effect. The only thing that has changed is that the cart has moved to its original position, and with respect to the cart, the circle has moved down. Previously it was trying to fit into the same place, so therefore the cursor got moved up and the circle moved down. Now we have to move this up and slightly towards the left. So currently where the circle is, that's the top, which is 0. So we have to move it beyond that initial position. So we are going to say minus 20 pixels, and left, let's make it 10 pixels and see where it places our circle. Okay, we have to move it a bit further towards the left and slightly down. So let's make this 15. Sorry, did I make 16? 15, and let's make this 15 as well. Okay, that's better. Now let's remove this cart.empty class from the index.html, and we will add and remove this class to this div dynamically through JavaScript, and the contents of that circle are going to be changed dynamically as well by accessing this variable from our JavaScript. So let's do that. So let's go back to cart.js, and now over here we have to say if local cart.length is greater than or equal is greater than 0, so that means there are content in our cart. In that case, we want that circle to appear, and we already have access to this cart, don't we? Okay, so let's get a reference to our cart icon. Cart icon dot class list dot add cart dot empty, and now we have to change the contents of that after pseudo element to reflect the length of this cart. So therefore we have to get access to the root pseudo element that we have defined in our CSS. So const root CSS document dot query selector root, and what's the variable that we created? Cart size. So root CSS dot style dot set property, root CSS dot style dot set property, and the property that we are interested in is cart size, and the value that we want to give it is going to come from this cart length. So backticks. Now the value that we have to set for this cart size from our JavaScript, we must append the quotations. So the first two backticks represents the quotation marks for any text in our JavaScript, and the second one are part of the contents. So the actual contents must have this quotation. Without this quotation, the value will not be set. Now the value is going to come from local cart.length. However, if length is not greater than 0, in that case, cart icon dot class list dot remove cart not empty class. Now since we have, I think, 2 elements in our cart, okay, so it has already worked. Since we have 2 elements in our cart, so we can see 2 over here. Let's add one more item. This is out of stock. It's 3. Now you can see the value in the circle has changed as well to reflect the number of items in the cart. So this is working as well. Now we can move on to defining the detailed cart page, such that when you click on the cart, we should see the cart page over here. So let's work on that. For that, we have to attach an event listener with this cart, such that when we click on it, the cart contents should appear over here and these contents should disappear. So let's go and do that. we have this cart icon. Now attach an event listener with this cart icon. The event is click and the function is going to be show cart. Now let's go and define this function. Let's go and test it out if this works. Okay, so this is working. Okay, now the first thing that we want to happen when this function is called is that if any of the category is highlighted, we want all the categories to be unhighlighted, because let's suppose if main category is selected and in the window we are seeing the cart items, so it doesn't make sense. So first of all, we have to make sure if any category is selected, it has to be deselected. So to select all of the categories, we are going to call the same function that we created in one of our earlier videos, which was set active category, and pass it null. So what usually happens is that we pass the category name over here. So the category which matches the category provided through this parameter over here, that category gets highlighted when this function finishes its execution. But now when we are selecting null, so no category is going to match the null. As a result, all the categories will be unselected. Let's go and see if it works. So let's select boy and now click on the cards and you can see the boy is unselected, baby, and it's unselected. So that means it's working. Now the next thing that we have to do is that we have to remove everything which is inside this main. So let's get reference to the main over here. Main is HTML element and sets its inner HTML to an empty string. So everything is erased from the main. Now create a div. Let's give it name container. Let's give this class name container div. Cart container. Now let's create some divs which are going to represent the headings on our detailed cart page. So const image heading document.create element div image heading dot text content equals item. This is image heading. Now append this div as a child to container div. So container dot append child image heading. Okay, now we need to repeat this process for our other headings. Paste. Now let's change this. Okay. Paste again. Now this time availability div. Availability as well. Paste. Now order value div. Okay, so we are done with the headings. Now we have to iterate through the cart and one by one keep adding those elements to this container. So to iterate through the cart, which is available through local cart.cart variable or property, so for const product, let's make it ID and product of object.entries local cart.cart. So this object.entries is going to return us one key value property of this local cart.cart, not cart icon. So this object.entries is going to return us each property in this cart into this ID and that properties value into this product variable at a time. And then within this curly brackets for this for block, we can define the rest of the logic. So the first thing that we should do is that we structure this product. So const, and now we know this product contains properties. One of them is image, there is another one price, quantity, and I think there is one more called stock, which is going to represent the availability. Okay, so now instead of writing product.image, image is full name. So now instead of writing product.image, we can straight away write image. Instead of saying product.price, we can straight away say price. Product.quantity, instead we say just quantity, and likewise just stock. Now let's create a div where we will insert this image. So const image div is document.create element div. Now let's create another HTML element, image element, document.create element image, image element source equals spectex http localhost 8081, and then we are going to append this image. This because this image variable contains the rest of the path. Now attach this image element to this image div, append child image element. Now this is image div. Now let's create quantity div. And within this div, we have to insert select statement. Since we have already defined the logic for select statement, so instead of writing the logic for the select, let's go and get that code. We have defined that code in the global.js file. Search for select. There is copy and paste it over here. Now let's go and check if we need to do any modifications. So we are creating a select statement over here. Then we are checking if stock equals 0. So in global.js we did have a variable named stock. Let's go and check if we have a variable named stock over here as well. Yes, we have. So if its stock is equal to 0, select.disables equals true. Else counter is equal to either the value select or the stock value. For I is equal to 1, 2 less than or equal to counter I plus plus. Then we are creating options. Then option.value equals I, option.text equals I as well. Then we are appending this option to select. Now when we are creating these options, over here we need to add one more statement which is going to by default select the option which matches the quantity selected by the user. So if I equals, we have a variable named quantity, but there is a possibility it's in textual form, so append plus sign. This will convert the string into numeric value which will then match the I. If it matches the quantity, in that case option dot set attribute selected, and we have to put an empty string. So this is going to select that element. So if the quantity is 3, we will be able to by default see number 3 there as the displayed value in the options drop down list. And we know this stock cannot be 0, so we need to remove this part, because if the stock is 0, obviously that cannot be in the cart. Now we need to append this select element to quantity div and then append the quantity div to the container. We haven't attached this image div to the container either. Sorry. Container.append child image div, and let's do the same for the select. Quantity div.append child select, and then container.append child quantity div. Now let's create a div for the availability. So over here we have to use the switch statement because we have to display 3 different messages. If the stock is 0, then we will display the message out of stock. If the stock is less than 10, we will display only 7 left or only 3 left. And if the stock is greater than 10, we will display the message in stock. So again, we have defined this switch statement in our global.js file over here. So let's copy this. Over here. Okay, since we have stock div name over here, so let's change the name to stock div over here. Otherwise, we will have to make changes at many places. This way, we only have to make change over here. So now, if the stock is greater than 10, the text contents are going to be in stock. Color is green. Otherwise, so okay. So everything is working fine. Now we have to append this stock div to the container. Okay, so we are done with the stock as well. Now let's work on the price per product div. Price div dot text contents equals, we have a variable named price that we have destructured from the object. Now within this div, we also have to create delete button. Delete product button. This is delete button as well. Price div dot append child delete button. Now append this price div to the container. So container dot append child price div. Okay. Let's go and test it out. The logic that we have defined so far, is it working or not? Refresh, close this, click. So something wrong. There doesn't seem to be an error, so it should work. I think I haven't appended the container to the main div, to the main HTML element. So it's outside the for loop, main dot append child container. Okay. So these are the headings: item, quantity, availability, order value. Then this is first image, and it's selected stock, it's selected quantity, and it's showing it's in stock, and this is the price. Then the delete button. Then second image, selected quantity, in stock, price, and delete button. Third image, selected quantity, in stock, price, and delete button. So everything seems to be working. We need to put a $ with the price. So this is price. Put it within backticks. Now we can put the $. Okay, good. So we also need to attach at the bottom a div for the total, and then 2 buttons, one for continue shopping and other for checkout. But let's style these elements first, and then we will append those elements. Or shall we finish it before applying styling? Let's do that. Okay, so we have to attach those elements outside this for each loop because we don't want repetition of those divs. We want the total to appear once and those buttons, navigation buttons, to appear as one as well. So therefore we have to put them outside this for each loop as well. So let's create a div that represents total. Let's give it class name because we need to target it through our CSS styling. Total div.text contents equals backtick total, and then the total is going to come from the total variable that again we have destructured from our local card. Sorry, this is separate, it's not destructured, so we have to use local card.total. Now let's append this to container. Container.append child total div. Now let's create a div in which we will put those navigation buttons. So navigation div. Document.create element div. Let's give this one class name as well, because we need to define separate CSS styling for this as well. So nav div dot class name equals nav div. Now inside this div we need two buttons, one for continue shopping and one for checkout. So const continue shopping button, document create element button. Let's give this class name as well. Text. Nav div.append child continue shopping button. Let's create same one for the checkout. Copy. Paste. And paste. We have some spelling mistake over here. Okay, let's give this button different class name. Checkout. Now we are ready to append this nav div to the container. So container.append child nav div. Okay, now let's go and have a look in the browser. Again, there is something wrong. Append child card 119 and parameter 1 is not of type node. Okay, we are not supposed to put it within the quotations. Okay, so let's go at the bottom. We have already checked it's working. Now this is total, and can you see these tiny buttons? Probably, I think we did give it text content, so okay, it's text content, not just text. Okay, so now we can see the total, continue shopping button as well as checkout. Now the only thing left is give it proper styling. So let's go to our CSS file. Okay, now let's go to the very end and the cart container styling begins. Cart container styling ends. Let's target cart container. Set its display to grid template columns, repeat 4 1FR. So equal size 4 columns on each row. The total width of this container is 80% of viewing window or viewport window. Margin 8 frame. Auto. Now let's target each of the divs in the container. the divs which are direct children of this container, not the divs which are children of these divs. So that means each cell of this grid. So width 100%, display flex, justify content center, align item center, heading 2 rem top bottom, 2 rem left and right, border bottom, solid 1 pixel, gray. Now let's target the image which is inside this div. Let's give it width 35%. That's better. Okay. Now let's target select. Width 100%. Height 30%. Margin is up. Now let's work on this delete button. So we have given this button the class name delete product button, I think. Heading 0.5 rem and 1 rem. Background color red. Margin left, because we need space between text and the button. 2 rems. Border radius 5 pixels for smooth edges. Border color is red, so that we don't see the border color. Letter spacing 0.1 rem. Font size is large. Okay, that's better. Now we have to work on total and these 2 buttons. So we have to make sure this total is occupying space equivalent to this whole row, because only then these 2 buttons will be on the next line. So we have given the last div the class name total div. Grid column, we want it to occupy space equivalent to 4 columns, so span to 4, and we want the text to be present at the very right side. So for that we have to set its display to flex and then justify content to right. This is not working, the contents are still in the center. However, if we put this class name and target the direct child with the class name total div, this time hopefully it will work. Yeah, we need to put $sign over here as well. Okay, now let's work on continue shopping and checkout buttons. So let's target nav div. Margin top 3 rem. Grid column, again span to 4 columns. Display grid. Grid template columns 1FR, 1FR. Column gap 40 rem. That's better. Now we have to target these buttons. Background color, primary color, heading 0.5 rem and 0. Border radius 5 pixels for smooth edges. Border color should also be primary color. Letter spacing 0.1 rem. Font size is large. Okay, so we are done with the styling. Now the only thing left is that when we change the value in this drop down list, we want the price to be updated as well for the product as well as the total price. And the second thing that we need to do is that when we click on this delete button, the item should be deleted from the cart. So let's get to it. So let's first work on updating the quantity, and for that we have to attach an event listener with this options element, and the event that we are interested in is change. So whenever this quantity is changed, we want that event to get triggered. So let's go back to where we just defined the select element and attach an event listener with that. This is quantity div, and within this div we define the select statement. So let's attach an event listener with this. Select dot add event listener, and and the event that we are interested in is change, and let's name our callback function update quantity. Now let's define this function. Copy, we need to pass the event which got triggered as a result, because through which we are going to access the changed value. So console log e.target.value is going to return us the updated value. Okay, let's change this from 7 to 2. Nothing happened. Refresh. Okay, it did change. Let's change one more time. Let's select 9 and it's working. Let's do the same for this element. Okay, so it's working. Now what we are going to do is that first of all we are going to create a query string. Let's make it payload, new URL search params, and this is payload. Let's append one key value pair to it. So the key is going to be quantity, and for the value let's write copy paste. Now let's make a page call. Now since this time we are updating certain value, so we can use either HTTP page request or put request. So I prefer the page request because it makes more sense. We are fetching something. So car.php. The callback function is we are going to again call the same function that we created. Response update card. Paste. Now provide the method type. So we are this time using fetch, and the last one is the data that we want to send along, payload. Okay, so that's it. In fact, let's not use this one right away. Let's cut it and response update quantity. Now let's define this function. And within the body of this function, let's call this function response update card and pass along whatever data we received. And the reason I removed this response update card from here and instead define another callback function, and within that callback function, the first thing that I'm doing is again calling the same function. So you must be wondering, then what's the point? Why don't we use this straight away over here? Well, the reason for using a different callback function is that within this function, obviously the first thing that we are using is calling the response update card function. But once this function has done its job, then we want to call another function which is show card, because this is going to kind of reprint the new card with the updated quantity and associated price and the total price. So we would not have been able to do these two things if we directly pass this function over here. Okay, so this is all that we needed to do at the front end. Now let's go and define its counterpart at the back end. So car.php, and let's copy this and let's go down. Paste it. The first thing that we need to do is change the method type to page. Then let's comment these things out at the time being. We will uncomment them in a while, but now let's focus on how to extract data from the request. You see, the PHP by default provides us two super global variables, get and post. So if the HTTP request is get, we can use super global variable $_get to extract the data from the request. If the HTTP request is post, we can use super global variable $_post to extract the data. But with fetch, put and delete, there are no super global variables associated with them. So that means we have to find other ways to extract the data. So what we are going to do is that we are first of all going to get data by using a function called file get contents, and to this parameter we can pass a file name or we can pass an input stream. PHP's input stream, so we are passing in that input stream PHP : 2// and then the word input. So this is going to get the data from the input stream, which in our case is going to be the HTTP request. Now this is data in the raw form. We want to convert it into associative array like we have with super global variables get and post. So to convert this data into associative array, we are going to pass this whole thing as a first parameter to another string called parse string, because this first parameter represents the string and the second parameter is going to be the array name to which we want to store this string as an associative array. So let's follow super global variable conventions and let's create an array named fetch. So now this thing extracts the data from the HTTP request, converts it into a string, and then parse string, take that string as an input, converts it into associative array and stores in this array $_page. You can pass any name, but I have matched it with the other super global variables get and post. Now uncomment these things. So now again, if it's a logged user, then let's call another function. Let's make it update logged user card, and we are passing along this fetch array. Else update guest user card and pass along the fetch array. Now we have to define both of these functions in the relevant file. So copy where is logged user and paste it over here and put empty body function. Okay, close it. Now copy this guest user card and at the bottom function update guest user card, and this is the body. And in the body, let's extract the data. That reminds me, over here we have only attached one query string key value pair which represents the quantity. We need to pass along the ID as well. So how can we get the ID? This function doesn't have access to ID, so that means where we were attaching this function as an event listener, we have to go back there and bind ID with it. Okay, bind, and since the ID in this function is represented through, there is a for loop, this variable ID. Sorry, let's pass ID. Okay. Okay. Now let's attach one more key value pair with the payload ID, and the value is going to come from this keyword. Okay. Now let's go back to card.php, guest user card. Okay. Now over here, extract both of those values in local variables. $sign underscore fetch ID, $sign quantity equals quantity. Now if we are updating the quantity, that means the product already exists in the card, so we don't need to check if this product exists or not. So $sign underscore session card, the second parameter is going to be ID, ID, and the third parameter is going to be quantity. And let's assign it new value, this one. And if the quantity is changed, obviously we have to update the price as well. So let's create a variable price. So the price is going to be quantity times the price of 1 unit of this product, which we are going to get from this get product price function. So we have to call this function get prod price and pass along the ID. So this will return us the ID of 1 unit of this particular product, then times quantity, it gives us the total quantity. This function returns us the price of 1 unit of this particular product, and then times quantity gives us the total price for the number of units user has in the card. But now since this value could have a very long fractional value, so we have to reduce it to 2 decimal points. So we have used round so far to kind of rounding it up to 2 decimal points, but now I'm going to use a different function which is again going to do the same job. So let's learn this both ways. So the function is vcdiv, and this takes 3 parameters as a string. Price, then we have second parameter is going to be the number with which we are going to divide this number with. So we actually are not interested in dividing the price, so we place 1. So if you divide whatever value with 1, the value is going to remain the same. Now the third parameter is how many fractional places do you want after the decimal point. So we are interested in 2. Now we have this price. So now all we need to do is update the price. And since the price for single product has changed, that means the total will also be affected because the quantity is changed, hence price is changed, therefore total price is also going to change. So we are going to call update total. What was the function name? Update total cart. Now let's send the updated cart back to the client. Okay. So let's move this function above the helper functions. These two were helper functions. Let's place it before these helper functions. Okay. So hopefully we have done everything right and we should be able to see updated values. So now let's change it. The price unit is 156.89 and let's look at the price as well. 2,285 plus something. Patch is not allowed. Okay, we have received a course issue. It says the method patch is not allowed by access control allow methods in pre-flight responses. Okay, so that means we have to add one more header in our PHP. So all the headers are defined in this db.php file, and by default PHP only allows HTTP request of type get and post. So we have to add another header. Access control allow headers get, post, fetch, delete. Now our server will accept these four types of HTTP requests. I haven't included put over here. That means if any request comes with the HTTP put verb, then it won't be accepted. So hopefully now it will work. Okay. Let's change it to 3 again. Okay, I figured out the problem. The problem is that it's not actually access control allow headers, it's access control allow methods, because these are HTTP methods. Okay, now let's change the property to 3, and you can see the property is 3 and the value has been updated, the price, and so is the total. Let's change it back to 1, 56 and 22,000. Let's change this to 1. The price has decreased as well. So our quantity change is working as well. Now the only thing left is we have to attach an event listener with this delete button, and then we have to send a request to the backend to delete this particular product from the cart. So let's go and attach an event listener with this button. So cart.js. So I think we gave this button the class name delete product button. Okay, so this is where we were defining this button. Now attach an event listener with this delete button dot add event listener. The event that we are interested in is click. Okay, and the method is delete product. And again, this will need the ID of the product. So let's bind the ID with it already. Let's pass the ID. Now let's go and define this function. Copy. So this does get ID as it's this keyword. Now we have to make a fetch request to the backend. That means we have to create query string const payload new URL search params payload.append. The key is ID and the value is this. Let's make a fetch call to car.php, and the callback function is going to be response. It's going to be the same as this one. So what we are going to do is that let's generalize this function, response update cart, and let's bring this function response update cart. Let's bring it outside. Cut. Let's make it paste over here. So now this is a global function, response update cart. So now over here we will again use the same function, response update cart. Method is delete and the data is payload. That's it. Now we don't need to do anything. So both of these fetch and delete requests are calling this function response update cart and passing it the data which it receives from the backend. Then the first thing that they are doing is that they are updating the cart and then showing the updated cart. Okay, now let's go to the backend and work on the counterpart at the backend. So cart.php, again let's copy this, copy, delete specific product from cart, paste. Let's change the request to delete and change the array name to delete as well. If we set logged user, then let's make it delete logged user cart product. Let's make it product and let's pass the delete. Okay, now let's define this function in the logged user file. So this is logged user. Function and put empty curly brackets for the body. Copy, go to guest user card. Okay, now let's extract the ID from this delete array. Now again, this product with this ID does exist. That's why we have this ID in the first place. So we don't need to check if this product exists. We simply have to call unset function and pass session cart, and the second index is going to be ID. So this is going to unset the product associated with this ID. Basically it removes this particular element from this cart array. Now since a product has been removed, so that means the total need to be recalculated because it's definitely going to change. So update cart, total cart. Now our total has been updated. Now we are ready to send the response back, that is the updated card, back to our customer, to our front end. Okay, that's it. Now we have done something wrong over here. Let's go to the cart.js. Okay, so the thing is this: when I change the name from response update quantity, I gave it name response updated cart. I failed to realize that this function also has the name response update cart. So let's change this name to something else. Modify. Copy. Paste it over here. And paste it over here as well. Okay, one more time, let's update. The price has changed and I'm sure the total is also changed. Let's modify. No, this is already. Let's make it 5. The price has changed. Oh, sorry, the total is also changed. Okay, now let's delete this one. It's not working. Failed to execute fetch on window. Delete payload is not a valid HTTP method. Okay, that's because this quotation is supposed to come over here. Okay, let's delete this. Okay, we got one item deleted and our cart is updated as well. Delete this one. Now the thing is this: when our cart gets deleted, then we should be redirected back to our dashboard. And by redirected, I don't mean the change in the URL, but rather the different contents, the dashboard contents. So now we have to work on that part. So let's go to our show card function, because this is the one that is showing. Okay. So over here, the first thing that the show card function should do is that it basically checks the length of the local card.length. If the value is greater than 0, then we should be able to see the card, otherwise we should see the dashboard contents. Now over here we have to check if we are already on the card details page. So if we are on the card details page, which I remind you is not the page, just that the contents of the main contains the card details. If our main basically contains the card details and there is nothing in the cart, we have deleted all the items from the cart, now our cart is empty. In that case, we want to change the contents of main from the cart pages to our dashboard contents. So that means we have to move this statement at the top so that now we can use this main reference. So if main.children, if currently our main is showing card details, so that means the main will currently have one child. So at index 0, we will have a child whose class list will contain a class named card container. So if that is the case, so cart is empty and we are seeing the card details page. So if that is the case, we are kind of redirecting location.replace. And since this is a single page application, that means we don't have actually different pages to move to. So what we are going to do over here is that we are going to access the URL which is currently being shown in the browser address bar. So location.pathname is going to give us the address in the address bar, and we are replacing whatever is currently on the page with that page. This in turn is going to reload the page. So this is the only time when our whole page is going to be reloaded. So basically, in a sense, it will give the illusion of we being redirected to the main page or dashboard. However, if that is not the case, it means we are already on the dashboard. So in that case, if the cart is empty, then we should just see an alert which says the cart is empty. So alert, cart is empty. And then now we simply return from this show cart function. That means the rest of the logic doesn't execute. Okay, so now let's go and test it out if this logic is working. So currently our cart is empty. So we should see just a pop-up when we click on this cart icon. The cart is empty. Okay, and we are still on the same page. Now let's add something to the cart. Let's add this item. Add this one as well. Now we should be able to actually see the cart details page because now our cart is not empty. Okay, so we have these items. Now let's delete one by one. Now delete. Now since our cart is empty, so we got redirected to our dashboard. So with this, we have finished all the logic related to our cart, which is associated with our guest users, and at the back end, we have implemented this cart through the PHP session variables. In our previous tutorial, we implemented a session-based shopping cart for our guest user, and in this tutorial, we are going to implement a shopping cart but for a logged user, a registered user, and that cart is going to be implemented through database tables. And since this cart is going to be implemented through database tables, so let's go and have a look at our tables before we start our code shooting. So as you can see, we have already 3 users in our database who are registered. The username for them is AAA, BBB, and CCC. And the passwords are AAA, BBB, and CCC as well. So these are 3 registered users which we can use to log in and create a cart for them in our database tables. Now let's have a look at those tables and see how those tables implement our shopping cart. So we basically need 2 tables. One is called this cart, which is going to represent a user's cart. So when the user is logged in, a row is implemented over here. This cart table basically contains just 2 columns. The first one is auto-generated ID, which is going to be unique and it's a primary key, and the second one is user ID. This is actually a foreign key to our user table over here, and whatever is the ID of that users over here, that ID is going to be placed over here. The actual items that are in the cart are going to be placed in another table called cart item. Now this table has 4 columns. First one is ID, which is unique for each row. The second is cart ID, which is a foreign key to our cart table. And this product ID is a foreign key to our product. So any product that has been placed by the user in the cart, that product's ID is going to be placed over here. And this last one represents the number of quantity selected by the user for that particular item or product. The unique thing about this table is that this table doesn't have the ID column as its primary key. So let me show you its structure. So as you can see, the ID is not our primary key. However, it can't be null and it has to be unique. And it's auto-incremented as well. We actually have a composite primary key which consists of two columns, the cart ID and product ID. So collectively, these columns are going to represent a unique value. And that combination of uniqueness represents our primary key. The reason for making these two columns a primary key is going to be made clear once we have implemented the update cart logic for the logged user. By the way, these two are also part of foreign keys as well. So we have a foreign key cart ID, which is going to refer to our cart table, and the product ID is referencing to the ID column in the products table. So individually they are foreign keys as well, and collectively they make one primary key as well. So this is all there is to tables that we have to implement in our database in order to implement a database-based shopping cart. Now let's go and define the logic. And when it comes to logic, since we already have implemented a session-based shopping cart for our guest users, that means our front-end logic is already implemented. We don't need to define any further front-end logic except for few minor changes, just the addition of few lines of code. The only thing that we need to work on over here is those empty functions that we created in our logged user cart file in our previous tutorial. So this is our, let me close this index.html. So this is our logged user cart.php file that we created in our previous tutorial when we implemented the guest user cart.php file. All we need to do over here is that we have to fill in those functions. So let's get to it. The only thing that we have to take into consideration while implementing these functions is that they return exactly the same data in exactly the same format to our front end as being sent by the session-based shopping cart implementation. Otherwise, our front end might fail to properly display the data in the browser. Okay, so now let's start with this function, get logged user cart. So this function returns the current status of the cart back to the front end so that the front end can update the cart, and if there are any items in the cart, it will display that circle above the cart icon in the browser with the number representing the number of items in the cart. But before we implement this function, I have noticed one minor mistake, which is this one, require include db.php. So we are saying in the current folder we have a folder named include, and in that folder we have this database file. But if you remember, these two files, guest user cart and logged user cart, are within this include folder. So that means we have to remove this part. So within this current folder, we have a file named db.php. Include that file into this file. And now this file has a connection variable which is now part of this file. We simply have to pass that connection variable to our function. And since we are interested in that connection variable, so we are going to say global connection. So this way we are even though declaring this variable inside the function, but because of this keyword global, this function is not creating a local variable named connection. Rather, it's going to use the global variable connection which is inside this db.php file. Now let's create an empty array. Let's give it a name cart. Now the crux of this logic is going to be, step 1 is going to be get the ID from the cart table where user ID equals logged user ID. So that means we have to look in the cart table and look for any row where the user ID is equal to the ID of the logged user. Now if you remember at the time of logging in, when the user is logged in, let's go to login.php file. So this is the method which is logging in a new user, and when this user is logged in successfully, we are creating two session variables, which is a two-dimensional array. So index name for the first dimension is logged user, and the second dimension is name, and for the second variable, again the first index is logged user and the second index is ID. And in this session variable, we are actually storing the user's ID so that we don't have to again and again go to our database and look for its ID. So we are going to utilize this session variable, this one, to get the ID of the user. So we can say user ID equals $_ session log user and ID. From here we will get the user's ID. Then we are going to use this user ID to look for a row in the card table whose user ID matches this ID, and that ID will represent the card ID. So we will define a separate function which is going to perform this logic. So card ID is going to be defined in a function get card ID, and let's pass this user ID as a parameter to this function. So we have to define this function. Now we will be using this user ID in many other functions that we have defined over here. So we have to write this line at multiple places. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to place this logic in another helper function so that I don't have to write this longer sentence. So let's cut this line and get user ID. Now this function will return us the user ID that we store in this variable, and then we pass this user ID to get card ID. So these two are helper functions. We have to define both of these. So let's go down and define those first. So we are simply returning this session variable. Okay, now let's define other helper function. It takes one parameter, user ID. Since we need to communicate with the database, so let's declare connection global variable. So this way we have access to the connection variable in our function. Now let's create a local variable which is going to store the card ID, and initially it's null. Let's create a statement, MySQL statement. Select ID from card where user ID equals the parameter that we have received in this function. So we are saying return us the ID for the row whose user ID is equal to the one that has been passed as the parameter over here. So if there is any such row in our card table, that row's ID is going to be returned, and that ID represents the unique card for this particular logged user. Now let's execute this statement. If this part executes successfully, we will have some object in the result variable. Hence, we will enter in the body of this if block. Now over here, we have to check if the number of rows that have been returned is greater than 0 or not. So it can either be 0 or 1. So if it's 0, that means no such row exists in the card table. In that case, we have to insert a new row in the card table whose user ID is going to be the one that we have received as a input parameter in the get card ID. Because if we don't have any row in the card, we cannot have subsequent rows in the cart item table where we will actually place the items or product that the user puts in the cart. So if result num rows, so if this is greater than 0, the result will be true. In that case, let's update the cart ID variable by calling fetch sock function on this result object. And since we are only interested in the ID, and in fact we only have ID in this associative array, so we are performing these two steps in single line. First, convert the row that has been returned into an associative array, and from there return the index whose name matches this ID and store it in the cart ID variable. If that is not the case, that means the num row is actually 0. That means we don't have any row in the cart whose ID matches the logged user's ID. So in that case, insert a new row in the cart table matching this user ID. So statement equals insert into cart user ID. Values is going to be $user ID. again result is execute the query. So if this statement executes successfully, then if the rows affected, if this is greater than 0, that means a row has been successfully created in the cart table. So assign the ID of that newly created row to this cart ID variable, and to get the ID of the newly created row is going to come from connection variables insert ID. So whatever new row has been inserted, if we are interested in getting the ID of that row, we have to use this insert ID property of this connection variable. And finally, we will have the ID of the newly inserted row in the cart ID table. Okay, now at the very end, simply return the cart ID. Okay, now both the helper functions are defined. Let's go back to our getLoggedUserCart function. Now once this getCartID function finishes its execution, this cart ID will actually contain either the ID of the cart which is associated with this particular user, or it will be null if no cart has been created for this particular user. So we are going to check if cart ID, that means if it's not null, in that case let's call another function and store the values that are going to be returned by that function into this cart variable. So cart is going to be get all cart items, and let's pass this cart ID. So this part will only execute if this cart ID is not null. Outside this if block, we are going to simply return whatever is the current status of the cart array back to our front end. And we have to over here make sure that the index should be the same, exactly same that our guest user cart is returning, because based on those values we have already defined our front end. So if we are putting something different over here, let's suppose capital C, a cart with capital C, this will not match with the one based on which our front end logic is displaying the data in the browser. So we have to make sure we are returning exactly the same data and exactly in the same format to our front end that our guest user cart is returning. Let's return this array. Now this cart can be an empty, in which case it will be an empty array, otherwise this will contain all the cart items which would have been returned from getAllCartItems function. So now we have to define this getAllCartItems function. Let's go down. Let's get access to our connection variable. Now the SQL statement that we have to use in order to get all the necessary fields that we have to send back to our front end. Now the SQL statement that we are going to execute over here is going to be the most complicated SQL statement that we are going to use in this whole project. So basically we have to use join statement to join 3 different tables together in order to get all the data that we have to send back to our front end. So before I write that statement over here, let's go to our workbench, MySQL workbench, and try to construct a SQL statement that joins 3 different tables. Make sure that that statement is returning us the results, and once we are certain that that statement is executing properly, then we will place that statement over here. So let's go to our workbench. Now in order to verify that the statement that we are going to write is returning us the correct result, we need to have some data in our cart table as well as cart item table. So let's put some data so that we can verify the result. So we have 3 users with the ID 1, 2 and 3. Let's use this first user with the ID 1. So in our cart, let's insert a new row with the user ID 1. Apply. Okay, so now we have a row in our cart table with the user ID 1. Let's put one more row with the user ID 2. Finish. Now let's go to our cart item, So the first row, which belongs to the user with the ID 1, has the cart ID 1 as well, and the second user with the user ID 2 also has a row with the ID 2. So the cart ID is going to be 2. So let's put some data in the cart items. This is the user 1 with the cart ID 1. Product, let's put product 1, and let's make quantity 2. For the same user with the cart ID 1, so if the cart ID is 1, that means it's the same user. Product ID 5, and the quantity, let's make it 3. Now let's put some data for the second user whose cart ID is 2, and let's put the product ID 5 as well. So this product is in both cards. The product with the ID 5 is in both users' cards, but the quantities are different. And let's put something different. So cart ID is 2, and the other product that this user has in the cart is, let's make it 7, product ID 7, and the quantity, let's make this 2. Apply. Okay. Now we can get the product ID from this cart item double and the quantity the user has selected from this quantity. But we also need this product's image and the stock that this product currently has, and we also need the price of this product's single unit. So that information is going to come from the product table. So we have to join these three tables. The cart item, product, and the stock is going to come from the inventory table. This one. So we have to join these three tables. So let's make a statement. Select product.id. So this P is going to be an alias for the product table. So from product table we are going to get the ID, and from the same table we are going to use the image column. Then from the cart item table, so CI is going to be the cart items alias. From that one we are interested in the quantity, because the quantity selected by the user is in cart item table. Then from the inventory we are interested in the stock, so the actual stock of the product. From the product table, let's get the price. So this price is for the single unit of that particular product. From product is, sorry, not is, just P. So this P becomes the alias for this product. Now we are going to use inner join, and we are going to join this product table. Let's put this down on the second row from product P, and let's move this up. Inner join with the table cart item, and let's give it alias CI, because this is the alias that we have used over here. Now we have to define the condition for this inner join. So on product ID equals cart item dot product ID. We also define another condition for selecting the row, where ci.cart ID equals what data we have in the cart. Let's use this one, cart ID 1. Let's ignore this inventory for the time being. So we are joining two tables for product and cart item. So we are saying join the rows in both the tables based on where the ID in the products table matches the product underscore ID in the cart items table, and where cart underscore ID is equal to 1. So join those two rows, and from that joint row return the ID, image, quantity, and price. So this is one half of the statement. Let's execute this for the time being, and we got an error, unknown column ci.quantity. Don't we have this column in the quantity cart item? We have the spelling mistake. It's QUAN, not NA. Okay. Now let's execute it. Okay, so now we have been returned two rows, a product with ID 1 and product with ID 5. Let's check this in the cart item. So the rows whose cart ID is 1, that has two products, one with the ID 1 and other with ID 5. This is what we have got over here. Then these are the images and the quantity selected by the user and the price. The only thing that is missing is the stock availability for this particular product with the ID 1 and 5. So now we have to use another inner join with the inventory table, and from there we are going to get the stock. So let's put i.stock, and at the very end add one more inner join with the inventory table, and its alias is I. On, let's define the condition where product ID is equal to I dot product ID. This is the column in this inventory table. So any row whose product ID column in the inventory table matches this ID column in the product table, return those rows, and in fact only return the stock. So now let's execute this one more time. So now we have got again two products, ID 1 and 5, images, quantity, price, and this price is for the single unit of this particular product. This is not the price for 2 units of this product or 3 units of this product. But the stock availability is 56 for product 1 and 18 for product 5. Now if we change the cart ID from 1 to 2, we'll be returned the other 2 products in the other user's cart. So now we have been returned a product with the ID 5 and ID 7. The quantity for product 5 is 1 and for product 7 is 2. So these are their prices. This is the cart that belongs to the other user. So that means if we replace this value with a variable, then this statement, this whole statement is going to be a dynamic statement which is going to return all the products and all the fields which we need to get from these tables that we can send back to the front end. The only piece that we still have to modify over here is that this price should be the collective price for all the units for each of these products. Like for this second product, since the quantity is 2, so the value over here should be 240. We have to now work on this part. So what we are going to do is that for the price we are going to multiply it with quantity, and the quantity is going to come from the cart item. So times ci dot quantity. So this is going to give us the price, as price is the alias, but now this can give us a decimal value with more than 2 decimal digits. So we have to truncate it to 2 decimal places. So what we are going to do is that we are going to pass this whole thing as a first parameter to truncate function, which is part of MySQL. So Control X, truncate, first parameter, comma, since we want 2 decimal places after the point, so 2. Now let's execute this statement one more time. So now you can see we are seeing the collective price for the number of units for each product. Let's change this back to 1. Execute. Now this is the collective price for all the units of each product. So now this is working. Let's copy this whole statement and over here create a statement. Paste. The only thing that we need to do is that we have to replace this cart ID with this variable. Now let's execute this. So if result equals connection query function and pass our statement to it. So if this executes successfully, then we have to check if we have been returned any number of rows. So if result num rows, that means if this is greater than 0, we will get inside the body of this second if block, the inner if block. And since we might have been returned more than 1 row, so we are going to use while loop. Let's pass 1 row at a time to this row. Now we can create an empty array and keep inserting all of these rows into that array and return that array back to our front end. But if we do that, then even though that array contains all the data that is needed by the front end, but when it's received by the front end, it's not in the same format in which we want it to be for our front end to understand and display it in the browser. So now we have to convert the data that we received from this row into 2-dimensional array and send that 2-dimensional array back to our front end, because that was the format that we put our data in when we are defining the guest user cart. So first of all, let's create a temporary variable ID, which is going to contain ID from this row. Now create a 2-dimensional array, product array. The first dimension is the ID and the second dimension is going to be different. Let's make it first one image and give it the value from row image. Copy, paste. The second one is going to be stock, paste. Third one is going to be quantity, paste, and the fourth one is going to be price. So now our product array is 2-dimensional array The first dimension is going to be the ID for each of the products, and the second dimension is going to be the rest of the information. Okay. Now at the end, we can return that product array, but this product array doesn't contain the total price, and our front end logic this product array to contain total price as well. So what we are going to do over here is that we are going to create another function, update total log car. So we are calling another function, update total logged cart, and passing this product array, and whatever is returned from this update total logged cart function, that value or that array is going to be eventually returned. Since we don't have this function defined, so we have to define this function. Now this function has received this product array which contains all the items which are currently in the user's cart. So what we are going to do is that we are going to iterate through this array, and we will keep on adding the prices together into a separate variable named total, and then at the end we will add another index to our product array that will contain the total and then return that array. So let's create a variable named total with the initial value is 0.0. Let's iterate through this array. I'll make it item. Inside the body of this for each loop, so total equals to total plus item price. Now the current total after the addition with the current price can have a decimal value greater than 2 decimal points, so we have to again truncate it. So total equals round total up to 2 decimal places. Okay, so that's the logic inside the for each loop. Now outside the for each loop, we have our total variable updated which contains the total price for all the products. Now we are going to append this total to this product array. So product array, and give it the index total because this is what our front end expects, and give it the value total variable. Then we have to return this product array. Copy, I have used different function names. Paste. Okay. Okay, so we have defined the logic for get logged user cart, but while we were defining this logic, we have implemented most of the logic which is going to be utilized, which is getting all cart items which are currently in the user's cart, another helper function which returns us the user's ID and user's cart, as well as we have defined the function which calculates the total. We have manually put 2 products for the user ID 1 and user ID 2. So let's try to log in with user ID 1 and see if we are able to see the circle with 2 in it over the top of the cart in our browser. So refresh. Let's open console. So we have already got an error, unexpected, and it says internal error. So there is something wrong with the PHP. Okay, so the error that I have received is failed opening require db.php. So the thing is this, now since this logged user, now the thing is this logged user car.php file is going to be included. So it's being included over here. So that means the path to this db file should also be with respect to this file car.php file. So that means our previous path, which was include folder, was correct, because this whole code is going to be inserted into this car.php file, and from this car.php file the path to our database file, this db file, is in the include folder. Starting from the current folder, go to include folder, and from there you have a file named db.php. so we didn't need to make this change anyway. Okay, so now let's go and test it out. Okay, so we haven't got any error. Now let's log in. It's AAA because this user has the ID 1. So even though we have got this user logged in successfully, but we don't see any cart item, that's because when we are logging in, we haven't called the update cart function. So let's go to our login.js file. So this is user login function, and let's go to the end of this function. So actually this is the function we have to go to, because when the login button is clicked, this is the function that gets the response back. So let's go to this function, user login request, which is this one, user login request, and let's go to the end of this function. So over here we are saying if the data that has been returned, if that object, this object has a property named user, that means the user has been successfully logged in. So we have to add one more, if data.user ampersand then update cart. We are going to call this function update cart. Refresh. Let's log out. Let's log in one more time. AAA, submit, and you can see we have the circle over our cart icon with 2 in it because there are 2 products in the cart. Okay, so let's click there, and we can see this part is already sorted out. Now what we need to work on is that we have to define the logic which actually inserts the item into the cart, because currently these 2 items were manually put through the database table. Now we have to define the logic which adds a new item in the cart, updates the quantity, and deletes the item from the cart as well. So these 3 pieces of logic that we have to work on, but we have already done most of the work. So let's go towards working on updating the cart item. So if I change the quantity from 2 to let's say 3, now we got an error because now this request went to the logged user cart, and there the function is empty which is supposed to handle updating the cart. So let's go and work on that one. Add new product to the cart. Let's work on this one first. Then we will work on updating the logged user cart. Okay, so as we have already figured out when we are defining the guest user cart, that when this function executes, it actually contains some data in the post super global variable, and that data is the ID of the product which is being added to the cart as well as its quantity. So let's first extract those 2 values in local variables. Let's make it product ID. Now it is possible that the product that we are trying to add to the cart is already in the cart. So we have to take into account that possibility as well. So if the new product that is being added to the cart is already in the cart, then simply update the quantity and price. Otherwise, insert a new row in the cart item table. So the way to do that is through SQL statement. Insert into cart item, cart ID, product ID, quantity, value. Since we are receiving these values from the user, so we can't rely on them, therefore we have to use prepared statement. So question mark. Then we have to take into consideration if this product already exists in the cart, so we have to use on duplicate update quantity equals the old quantity or the current quantity plus the new quantity that is being received from the user. So question mark. Now this on duplicate update, this part only works on the primary keys. So if the primary key is duplicate, then we can update the quantity. But the thing is this, we were not applying this condition based on the ID, because the ID is going to be unique for each row. Therefore we had to change the primary key for this cart item from ID to the composite values, the product ID and the cart ID. We made these 2 columns as a primary key, a composite primary key. Had we made one of these a primary key, then that would not have served our purpose, because there can be multiple rows in the cart item table with the same cart ID. So cart ID cannot be unique. and the primary key is supposed to be unique. And likewise, a product is unique for each card, but different cards, that means different users' cards, can have the same product. So this product ID cannot be unique either. So we have to keep this possibility that both of them can be repeated in multiple rows. But in order to make it a primary key, we have to make it a composite primary key. So there cannot be any two rows with the same card ID and same product ID. So that's why we had to make it a composite primary key, because the collective combination of both two rows is going to be unique. And since now these two are unique, we can apply duplicate on this one. So if there already is a row with the card ID 1 and the product ID 1, that means the user to which this card belongs to has already a product in the table, and we are trying to insert new one. So if that is the case, then that means it's a duplicate row. In that case, just update its quantity. I hope this is clear now. Since we will need the card ID, so for the card ID, call the function get card ID. And since this requires user ID as a parameter, so let's call another function get user ID. This will return us the user ID, which is being passed as a parameter to get card ID function, and this in turn will return us the card ID. Now let's prepare this prepare statement. We need to define this connection as a global variable. Now bind the parameters with the prepared statement. Since all of them are of type integer, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 i's, because there are 4 parameters. The first one is card ID, then product ID, which comes from over here. Then the third one is quantity, which comes from this variable. Fourth one is also quantity. So the quantity is quantity plus the new quantity, which comes from this quantity variable. Copy, paste. Now we are ready to execute this statement. So prepare statement, execute. Now let's close this prepared statement. Otherwise it will keep leaking the memory. Now let's create an array with the name card and call a function get all card items, pass card ID as a parameter. Now this card array contains all the items in the card, so we have to simply echo this back to our front end. So just sign in code card. Let's pass this card array to it, and with this we are done with the logic to add new item in the card. Let's go and test it out in the browser. Okay. Let's add one more item. We got an error. Okay, it says we are getting a bind param error on line 25 in logged user card. So if this call to a member function on boot usually happens when the parameter names are not correct. So line 25. Okay, cart ID, product ID, is it? Cart ID, this seems to be fine. On duplicate, okay, we are supposed to write on duplicate key. The keyword key was missing. Now let's try to add one more item. Just to be extra careful, let's refresh it. Even though that wouldn't have made any difference. Okay, so we've got 3 over here. That means the product was added successfully. Let's check the contents. So we have 3 over here. Okay, brilliant. Now let's update the card and delete the card. So by update, when we change the quantity over here, everything should get updated over here, and when we click on this delete button, the product should get deleted from the cart. So these two logics, let's go and work on them. Okay, update user cart. Let's first get global connection variable. Now if you watched the previous video, you know that this page is an array which contains 2 values, ID and quantity. So let's extract them into local variables first. In fact, let me go and copy paste, and now just change the name over here from post to page. Now cart ID, we need access to cart ID, so get cart ID, which will require user ID, so get user ID. Now let's create the statement, update cart item, set quantity equals question mark, where cart ID equals cart ID. We don't need to put question mark over here because we have got this cart ID from session variables. We haven't got this cart ID from the user, so this value is safe to be put directly. And product ID equals this prod ID, so question mark. Let's go and let's copy all of these and fit all of them. Paste. Okay, this is fine. Prepared statement, we are passing this variable statement. Now we have how many parameters? One is quantity, other is product ID. So both of them are integers, but just two, so 2 i's. The first one is quantity. Okay. So the first one is quantity, so quantity, and the second one is product ID. Paste. Okay. Then we are executing the statement and we are closing the prepared statement. Then we are calling get all cart items and we are sending it back to the front end. Okay, should work now. Let's go and test it out in the browser. Let's update the cart from 2 to 1 and it got updated. Okay, let's change this from 1 to 2 and see if our total updates as well. Good. Now the only thing left is delete items from the cart. So over here again, let's get global connection variable. We need the ID of the product that needs to be deleted, which is going to come from delete array. Now again we need cart ID. Which requires user ID as a parameter. And we are going to have almost the same logic as this one. So copy and paste everything. Okay. Paste it over here. Change the statement from update to delete. So delete from cart item where cart ID equals $cart underscore ID and product ID equals question mark, because we are getting this product ID from the user. Prepare statement, so this product ID is integer but we have just one question mark, so 1i, and this is product ID, same variable. Okay, execute, close, then call the get all cart items function and send the cart back to the user. Let's delete this one, and it got deleted successfully. Now let's delete. We got redirected back to the front end or the dashboard. Now the only thing that we need to do is that let's put some items in the cart first to show you what I mean. So this is one item in the cart. Now log out. Now even though we have logged out, but we can still see the one item from the previously logged user's cart. So we have to make sure that this gets erased as well because the user is no more logged in. So for that we have to go to login.js file, and in our logout function we have to again call update cart function. So where is login.js file? This one, and we have to go to logout. User logout. Okay. So if the logout is successful, then call update cart function. This is going to update the cart, and as you can see, we can't see the one over here. So just to be extra certain, let's log in one more time. Add an item to the cart. This is out of stock. Add this one. Okay. Did I put 2? The one item was already in the cart when we previously logged in. Now let's log out, and the 2 disappeared as well. Let's log in one more time. AAA. And you can see the 2 over here because this AAA has put 2 items in the cart. They are still in the database table, so therefore it's still there. Now, even though our logic is complete and it will work fine, but just to put extra safety, we are going to our login.php file, and when a logged user has logged in successfully, at that time we want to destroy the session variable named cart. So even though it's not going to affect, our logic is already working fine, but just to be extra careful, we want to destroy that cart session variable if it exists. So let's go to login.php, and over here this is a post method. So this is where we are logging in. So before echoing back to the front end, let's unset $_session named cart. So this session variable contains the cart which is associated with the guest user. So we are unsetting it. Okay, so that's it. This is all the logic. So now we have completed both session-based cart as well as database table-based cart. Session-based cart was for guest users and the database cart is for registered users. So in our last 2 tutorials of the series, we learned how to implement a session-based cart for our guest users and then database table-based cart for our registered users. In today's tutorial, we are going to learn to implement the checkout process. So before we get our hands dirty with coding, let me give you an overview of what we are going to build today. This checkout logic that we are going to implement today is going to be a very basic but a complete checkout based logic in which the user will be deducted amount using some card as well. And we are going to implement this logic using services from a payment gateway named Stripe. So before we get our hands dirty with coding, let me give you a demo of what we are going to build today. So currently, as you can see, I'm not logged in. So let's put some items in our cart. Let's add one more. This is out of stock and this one. Okay. Now we have 2 items. Let's click on it, and we have these 2 items in our cart. Let's click on the checkout. So now over here you can see we are being asked some very basic information such as the name of the customer, because when these items are delivered to the customer through mail, we need to have the name of the customer. And since it's a guest user, that means we don't know that user's name. So now we are asking for the name. So let me put some random street. Now for the street, again something random. Let's say 12 Northwest, City, ABC, postcode 121212, something random. Submit. And we got redirected to a payment gateway named Stripe. And this is the amount that we have done the shopping for. So over here we have to provide the email of the customer. Let's say something random qqq@qq.com. And since this is a demo project and we are using the Stripe's test services as well, so the only card that we can put in as a valid card is 424242. Name of the card, something random again. Okay, postcode 121212, something. Click pay. And now we got redirected to a page with success in it. So currently I haven't put anything in that page except for this check success. Okay, so now we need to go and check out that if this payment has actually been made. So let's go to our Stripe, and this is our Stripe dashboard. Let me go to the payments, and this is the most recent one that we just made with the QQQ as email address. And if you notice, this is a payment $168.11. That's so we have successfully made this payment. Now let's go and check our database. We need to have some record over here as well in the product table. Okay, this is product table already. So this is the name. 12 Northwest was the address that we put. The city was ABC, and this is the information. And this payment ID is the same payment ID that we have got in the Stripe. So this is the same payment ID over here. So once the payment has been made, then this particular business can come and check if currently the order status is pending, but we can go to Stripe and look for this particular payment ID and see the status over there. So now it says this particular payment has been made successfully. That means we can change the status from over here from pending to success, and once the status has been changed to success, then the next process in the workflow begins where the items are being packaged and mailed to the customer. but that part is obviously we have not implemented. We are only implementing the checkout process. Now if you notice over here in the column user ID, many fields are null except for this one. So when a customer is being checked out as a guest customer, that means in this column we won't have any value in it, rather we will have null values in it. And when a registered user is being checked out, we will have user ID over here. In that case, we won't even be asking for the user's name. So this is the order table, which will contain the general information regarding the order. Now the actual items in the order can be found in this order item table. So we are going to look for order items with the order ID 17. So let's go to the order item. Now this table contains the information regarding all the particular products that the customer has bought. So if you notice, we have two rows with the order ID 17, that is the most recent checkout that we just did. And it has two products with the product ID 4 and product ID 13. Quantity for both is 1. And if you add up those two values together, you will get 168.11. So we basically have two tables. The order table, which contains an ID column, and then user ID. This one is a foreign key with the user table. However, this particular column can be null in case our user is a guest user. In that case, we will not have any value in this particular column. Then we have name for the user. So if the user is a registered user, the name of the user will not be asked at the front end because we already have in our users table. However, if the customer is a guest customer, in that case name will also be asked. Then this is the address field, city, postcode, total price. So this is the total price of all the products, and these are the payment IDs of these Stripe. So using these IDs, you can actually go to that particular payment and check its status, and then you can change the status over here. And then for the order item, we have this ID field, then in this order ID, which is a foreign key with the order table, with the ID column in the order table. Then product ID is again a foreign key with the ID table in the products table, quantity and price. So now let's go and do shopping as a registered user and see how the process continues. Let's log in. AAA is a user, a registered user. Now we already have one item in this particular cart. So this user has already put one item in the cart. Let's go and put something. 2 items. Let's add one more. 3 items. Now let's go to cart, and now the price is 1199.98. So let's go check out, and since we already know the name of the user, so that's why we don't see a field with the name in it. We only have to provide the address or something. 40, let's make it street, city something, postcode again something, submit. 1199.98. Email, let's make it ll@ll.com. Since we are in the test mode, we can only verify this process using this particular card number. So 1123 name on the card, let's make it ll as well, and postcode again ll. Again, we have successfully made this payment. Now let's go to database first and let's check the order. The user ID, the user AAA has the user ID 1. Let's verify this. Let's go to user table, and we only have one user, registered user AAA with the ID 1. So this one has user ID 1 as well. Name is AAA. We didn't provide this name at the time of checkout. This has been taken from the registered users table. Then street and the price, and this is the payment ID PI3495, and ending is QOW. Let's go to Stripe. Let's refresh. PI3M95 QOW LLL@ll.com. So we have this price. You can take a look at the further information as well if you are interested. Okay, so this is the Stripe payment gateway which we will be using. So now we are all set and ready to implement this whole logic from the scratch. So let's get to it. So for the checkout logic implementation, the first thing that we need to do is that we have to attach an event listener with the checkout button. So this one. Currently, if you click on this checkout button, nothing happens because we haven't attached any event listener to this button. So we have to attach an event listener with this button, but first let's inspect this and figure out its name so that we can quickly identify where to go in the code. So this button has a class name checkout-button, and it must be in the cart.js file. to card.js and look for checkout hyphen button. So this is the checkout button. Now we have to attach an event listener with this one. So checkout btn dot add event listener. Click, and let's give it the name, the callback function name, checkout. Now we are going to define this checkout button in its own separate file, checkout.js. So let's create a file named checkout.js and associate this checkout with HTML as well, our HTML file. So index.html. Script checkout.js. Okay, let's go to checkout.js. Function checkout. Let's console log checkout button. Click. Let's see if the logic so far works. After checkout button clicked. Okay. Let's close this cart.js file and index.html as well. Now we have to define the logic over here. So once this checkout button is clicked, we should be redirected to another page where a form will be displayed in which the user has to provide the delivery address. And if the user is a guest user, the user has to provide his or her name as well. So let's comment this out. Now the first thing that we need to do over here in order to display the form is that we have to clear out the page. So therefore we need to get a reference to the main HTML element. Now we have to erase its content. So main.innerHTML equals empty contents. Now let's create a div which is going to hold the form. So const form div document.create element div. Let's give it class name form div as well. Let's create a h2 element for the heading. Delivery address form. Append this h2 is the first child of form div. So form div.append child h2. Now let's create the actual form. So const address form document.create element form address form.class name address form. Now we have to create input fields for address, city, postcode as well as the name if it's a guest customer. Since the name is going to be optional depending on whether the customer is a guest customer or registered customer. So what we are going to do is that we are going to create the input fields which are going to be part of both the customers' forms. So const address document.create element input. So address dot type equals text. This is a text input field. Let's give it name, address as well. Address dot placeholder is going to be address as well. Let's append this address input field to the address form. So address form dot append child address. Now we have to create another input field for the city. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to copy these contents and let's change the name from address to city. Okay, now one more for the postcode. First, change the name from address to postcode. Okay, let's create one more input field for the submit button. So const submit document create element input. Submit.type equals submit. We don't need to provide any more information. Address form dot append child submit. Okay, so these are the fields which are going to be part of any form. Either it's a guest customers related form or registered user related form. Now we have to work on the optional input field, which is only present if it's a guest user, and if it's a registered user, we won't see that input field. So in order to figure out when to display that input field, we have to check the login status. So that means we have to make a fetch call to our backend and ask for the login status. If it's a logged user, then we will get the name of the user. In that case, since the name is there, we don't need to attach input field. However, if the name is guest, then in that case, that customer is not a registered customer, so we will attach an input field in this form. So we have to make a fetch call. Since we are already making this fetch call in the login.js file, so let's go there. The function name is check login status. Okay, so this is the function. In this function, we are making this fetch call, so we are going to copy this and paste it over here. We have to change this function name, otherwise we will be redirected to this function which displays information in a certain way, and here we are not interested in changing any front-end appearance or anything. We only want to check if the particular user is a registered user or a customer. So we have to provide another callback function over here. Login status response. Let's give it that name. So over here we have to check if data.user, if it is equal to guest. In that case, we are going to attach another input field to the form. So let's copy. Yes, now change the name from postcode to name. Now we have to make one more change over here, that is, if we do this dot append child, since this is the very last input field that we are attaching, so the name will be attached at the very end. Since we want the name to appear at the very top, so we have to change this from append child to insert before. The input field that we are attaching is name, and now as a second parameter we have to provide HTML element. We want to insert this name before, so we have to provide the name of the very first child of this form. So address form dot first element child. So now this address is attached at the very first child. Okay, so now our form is complete. Now we have to attach this form to the form div, and then we have to attach the form div to the main element. Have we already attached it? We haven't attached the form div to the main, so we have to do these two things. Okay, so form div dot append child, address form, and then main dot append child, form div. Now we should be able to see this whole form when we click on the checkout button. Okay, so we can see the address field, and since we are logged in, so that's why we can't see the name field. However, we need to work on the CSS styling of this form as well. So what we are going to do is that we are going to our CSS file, style.css, and we have to give it the same styling that we have given to our login and registration form. So Control F dot login. We have to look for login form or something. Yeah. Over here, let's attach address form as well, and comma address form asterisk. Let's go down, copy, comma, paste, and change it from register to address. That's better, but I think there's still something wrong with the styling, because this isn't the styling that we get with the login and registration forms. So let's go and check. Oh, it's address.form, not from. Yeah, that's better. Now the next thing that we have to do is that we have to attach an event listener with the form, such that when we fill in this data over here in these input field and click on this submit button, a request should be sent to the backend along with this data, so that the checkout process should continue at the backend as well. So let's go and work on that part now. So we have to attach an event listener with the form. So address form dot add event listener, and the event that we are interested in is submit. When this form is submitted, the callback function that we want to associate with this event listener is send checkout request. Now let's define this function. Let's pass this one the event object which is created when this event is triggered, so that we can call event default on it. Now over here we need to make a fetch request to the backend and send the data which is inside the form along with that request. So we are going to create an object of type form data. And over here we have to pass the form. And since this event is associated with the submission of the form, that means inside this function we can access the form through this keyword. So we are going to pass this to this form data. Now this form data contains all the data from our input fields. Next we need to make a fetch call to our backend, and the endpoint that we are going to hit is checkout.php. The callback function that should be executed once we get the response back from the server is response send checkout. Let's make it shorter. Now we are interested in making a post request. So third parameter is post, and the fourth parameter is going to be the data which is going to come from the form data object. Now we have to define this function as an inner function. This is going to receive all the data from the fetch response from the backend. So for the time being, we are simply console logging whatever we receive from the backend. Now we have to work on our backend. So let's go to our backend and create this file checkout.php. Now in all of the PHP files, we have been including this file db.php, because this contains database connectivity as well as all the headers that are needed to communicate between different domains. Those headers are also set in that db.php file. But in this particular file, checkout.php, instead of including this db.php file, we are going to include this logged user card.php file. And because this file already contains this db file, therefore we don't need to explicitly include this db file over here as well. So let me just include this file first, and then I'll tell you the reason for including this logged user card file over here. So in the current folder, we have a folder named include. There we have a file named logged user card.php. Now let me tell you the reason for including this file. Since our checkout session depends heavily on the contents of the cart, therefore we need to have access to the customer's cart. Now if the customer is a guest customer, that means the whole cart is available through the session variables. Therefore we don't need to include the guest user cart.php file over here. We can access the session variables from here. But if the customer is a registered customer and he is currently logged in, that means his or her cart is available through database tables. And in order to access or manipulate that cart, we must have to use the functions which are defined in this file. So therefore we have to include this file over here. Now we are ready to receive the request and serve it from the customer. But we are only going to serve the requests which are type HTTP post type. So we have to check if server request type equals post, then we are ready to serve this request. Now inside this if block, we are going to handle the checkout process slightly different depending on if the customer is a guest customer or a logged in customer. So therefore we have to create another if block, if $_ session logged user. So if it's a logged user, then the logic is going to be defined over here. Else, if it's a guest customer, then the logic is going to be defined over here. But before we define any of the logic for these if and else blocks, let's go outside the main if block and define some global variables. The reason for defining some global variables is that we are going to be dependent on data which is going to be used by multiple functions that we will define in this file. So rather than passing the data between these functions, I'm going to define some variables as global variables so that all the functions can have access to those global variables. So let's first create a variable named cart, then another one logged user ID, cart ID, total price, name, Stripe data. Okay, since we are going to use Stripe payment gateway, which is going to collect payment from the customer on our behalf, so we have this variable in which we are going to store information which we receive from the Stripe once we make a request to the Stripe. So it will return us some information that we are going to store over here. This cart is going to contain the contents of the cart. Now either those contents are going to come from the session cart or from the database table cart. The logged user ID is going to contain a logged user's ID if it's a logged user, otherwise the value of this variable will be null. Likewise, this cart ID will only contain value if it is a logged user who is doing the checkout, otherwise cart ID will also be null. Total price will contain the total price of all the products times quantities of the cart. And this name variable is going to contain the name of the customer who's doing shopping. So either this name is going to come from the form which the guest user has submitted, or it's going to come from the logged user's name. Okay, now let's go and define the logic for the inner if block. So if it's a logged user, we have to put it inside is set. So if this variable is set, in that case it's a logged user, and the name for that user is going to come from logged user name, and the logged user ID is going to come from session variable logged user ID. We can also use get user ID, which is defined in this file, logged user cart as well. But over here I've used the session variable. Since name and IDs of logged users are also stored in the session variables, so I'm getting these values from the session variables. Now for the cart ID, I'm going to call a function which is defined in logged user cart file, and we have to pass in logged user ID. So provided this logged user ID, we will be returned a cart ID for that particular user. And for the contents of the cart, we are going to call get all cart items, and we have to provide cart ID as a parameter to it. Again, this function is defined in the logged user cart.php file as well. However, if it's not logged user, in that case, the cart is going to come from session variable named cart, and the name is going to come from post superglobal variable name. So in this case, logged user ID and cart ID are going to remain null. Now outside this inner if else block, we are going to assign some value to total price, which is going to come from our cart variable. Since this cart is a two-dimensional array, and the last element of this cart is a one-dimensional element named total. So from the cart we are extracting this total, and then we are going to unset this total element from the cart. The reason for unsetting this total element is that since we have already stored the price in this variable, total price, so after storing the price in another variable, we can safely unset this variable in the cart array. And the reason for that is that for the rest of the contents of this cart, the structure is same. The rest of the contents of cart is a two-dimensional array. So eventually we will iterate through that cart using for each loop. So if you are iterating through cart, then it's going to work fine until we reach the end where this total has a different structure. So that's why we have stored this total in another variable and then unset this total. Now we are going to assign some data to this Stripe data variable by calling a function initiate checkout. We have to define this function, and this function takes total price as a parameter. Okay, so once this function does its execution, it returns us some data, which is an array, which is going to be stored in this Stripe data array. Then we will call another function named add to order table. So what this function will do, it will store the contents of the cart into two tables, order and order item tables. And finally, we want to clear the current contents of the cart. Then we will send the response back to our front end with an array. So let's keep this array empty for the time being and exit. So now we have to define these three functions. Now let's define this initiate checkout function. It takes price as a parameter. Now this initiate checkout process is basically going to communicate with the Stripe API. So what we are going to do is that we are going to follow the steps which are provided on the Stripe's website to integrate a pre-built checkout session with our web application. So this is a pre-built checkout page and it consists of different steps. So I'm not going to explain this process in detail over here because I already have a beginner-friendly series about this Stripe where I have explained everything in detail. So if you are interested, you can go and check out that playlist. Over here, I'm going to quickly go through steps and integrate this checkout page with our web application. So the first step is we have to install a library called stripe/stripe-php. So let's go and do that. I already have this package installed, but I'm going to install it anyway so that you can see it. Stripe/stripe-php. Now this has installed this package and it has created a folder named vendor as well as composer.json and composer.log files. So these two folders are inside this vendor folder. The next step we have to do is that we have to require a file named autoload.php from that vendor folder with our file. Since our vendor folder is directly inside our root folder of this project, so the path for this autoload file is going to be from the current folder, which is inside user and in the backend. So we are currently in the backend folder. So starting from the current folder, that is the backend folder, we have to go one step up into the user folder and then another step up to a root folder. In fact, let's remove it. So go one step up. This will take us to the user folder, and from there one more step up. That will take us to the root folder, and there we have a folder named vendor where we have an autoload.php file. Then we need this Stripe key. Now this key that you can see over here, that's my Stripe key, my secret API key in the test mode. I can see this key over here because currently I am logged into the Stripe dashboard as well. Had I not been logged in there, I would not have been able to see this key over here. But since I am already logged in, so therefore this key you can see over here is my key. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to copy this line. Then we have to copy this header line as well, and then this your domain. So copy these three lines, paste them over here. For this your domain, I have to change this domain to my front end domain, which is everything that comes before index.php. So copy, and I'm going to replace this thing with my domain. In fact, I can cut this from here and bring this in the initiate checkout function as well. That's where it's needed. Okay, let's go up. Now let's go to pre-built checkout. The next thing that we have to do is that we have to copy this. So what's happening inside these lines of code is that a session object is being created which sends a request to the Stripe, and the Stripe does some job over there and sends the response back into this same object, the checkout session object. So copy. Let's go down, paste it over here, and the only thing that we are going to change over here is that instead of this price, which requires price ID, we don't have this price ID, so we are going to replace it with price data. Price data. Now again, I'm not explaining in detail why we are doing this, but if you are interested, you can go and watch my Stripe related playlist. There I have explained everything in detail. This tutorial is not about the Stripe. Okay, now this Stripe data is an array which takes certain elements. So the first one is currency, and in our case it's US dollars, so USD. Then the second element is product data, which happens to be another array. Now in this product data, the only mandatory element is name, which represents the name of the product. So in our case, we are going to write customer shopping bill. Then the third element for this price data is unit amount, which in our case is 1. Okay, that's it. Now this success URL, as you can see, your domain and then success.html. So if this checkout process is done successfully, then the customer will be redirected to this success.html file, and if something goes wrong during that checkout process, then the user will be redirected to the cancel.html page. So we have to create these two files in our front end. Next, we have to return some data back to the calling function. So we are going to return an array which consists of 2 elements. The first one is the key named URL, and this one is going to contain this checkout session objects property named URL. The second element that we want to return is payment ID. And again, it's going to come from this checkout session objects payment intent. So these two values are being returned to the calling function and stored in this Stripe data. Next is this add to order table. Over here, we are going to create data for the order table as well as the order item tables. So we need to access these global variables that we have defined at the top, these ones. So therefore, copy, paste, and we have to prepend each of these with the keyword global, because we are not defining local variables over here, rather we are using the global variables. So that means these variables already contain data. Now this cart is going to contain the cart, whether it's guest customer or a logged customer. We don't need cart ID over here, rather we are interested in the connection variable, which represents the database connectivity. Now this logged user will either contain an ID or it will be null. So if it's null, we want to store the string null in our database table. So we have to sort this out first. So let's create a variable named user ID, and we are going to use ternary operator. Copy. So if this logged user contains some value, in that case, or let's make it if this logged user equals null, in that case store null in the user ID, otherwise the logged user. So this way this user ID will either contain string null, which will be converted into null in the database, or it will be this user ID. Now let's define another local variable, payment ID, and we are going to get Stripe data's particular element with the key named payment ID. The reason for creating these two local variables is that this way, when we are defining the SQL statement, it will be a very simple statement and everything can be defined within the within double quotations. So we can use string interpolation. However, if we had not simplified these two variables, Then we would have to break our SQL statement with the dot operator, and that complicates the statement, and then we lose track of the whole SQL statement. So this way our SQL statement is going to be a simple statement with everything defined within double quotations and no breaks there. Now let's define the statement. But before we define this statement, we need to get the address, city, and postcode data from the superglobal variable. So address is $_ post address. City. Postcode. Okay, now let's go back to our statement. So the statement is going to be insert into table named order. So the column names are user ID, name, address, city, post_code. This is the column name inside the database table. Total_price, payment_ID, order_status. And the values are going to be, for the user ID we have a value in the user_ID variable. Then the second one is name, third is address, fourth is city, fifth is postcode. Then comes the total price. Then payment ID. And for the last one, we are going to provide the text pending. Okay, so this is the statement, but before we proceed any further, while entering the value total price, I remembered something, so I need to check if I have missed some data over here. Okay, so this unit amount is not 1. It's actually going to be this price. And we have to times it with 100. The reason for multiplying this price with 100 is that, okay, it's a comma. Okay, the reason for multiplying the price with 100 is that the Stripe expects the lowest common denomination of any currency. So for the US dollars, the lowest denomination is cents. Each dollar contains 100 cents. Therefore, we are multiplying the price with 100. This converts the dollars into cents. Okay. Now let's go back on the statement. Now let's execute statement using connection variable, query method, and we are passing the statement to this query method. Now obviously this execution can be successful or unsuccessful. So ideally we should have defined the logic which handles the case when something goes wrong and the statement is not executed successfully, but I'm assuming everything goes smoothly. Otherwise, we will have lots of failure cases to handle, and that would have expanded the length of this video, and the focus would have been scattered as well. So over here, I'm just focusing on the bare minimums. And if you notice over here, I haven't used prepared statement either, just so the code is a little bit more simplified. Okay, now once this statement is executed, this connection variable contains a property named insert ID. From there, we are going to get the ID for the row which got inserted into this order table. So we are going to store this in a variable named order ID. Okay. Now using this order ID, we are going to insert rows in order item table for each product in the cart. So let's start that process. So for each cart is ID. So as you remember in our cart, this is a two-dimensional array. The first dimension always contains the ID, and the second dimension contains different attributes of that particular product. So over here, the ID is going to be stored in this ID variable, and the rest of the information is going to be stored in this product variable when we iterate over each of the cart element. So now let's extract quantity in a local variable. Then the product price. Now let's create SQL statement. Insert into order item. The column names are order ID, product ID, quantity and price. The values are going to come from this order ID, then the product ID is going to come from here, and the quantity and product price are going to come from over here, these two values. So I forgot. Control X, double quotations, press back. Okay, now order ID, then the ID, then quantity, and then product ID. What's the actual name? Product price. So all of these are numeric values or float values. So that reminds me, we have to go back to our first insert statement. Now user ID is integer value, so we don't need to do anything. However, since name is a string, so we have to enclose it inside the single quotations. Address is again a string, so this needs to be enclosed in the quotations. City is also string, single quotation. Postcode is also string. Total price is float value, so we don't need to enclose it inside the quotations. Payment ID is also a string, so quotations. Okay, now let's go back down to our second statement. Now let's execute it. Again, connection, query, and statement. So this will put one row for each of the product in our order item table. Now at the end of this for each loop, we simply return back to the calling function. Okay, so we are done with add to order table as well. Now at this point we want to clear out the cart because the payment has already been made. All the products have been inserted into the order table. The reason for inserting all this information into order table is that otherwise how will the business people at this e-commerce website will know who shall this order ship to? So we have to add all this information into order table along with the name, addresses, and what items that customer has bought, so that those could be shipped and mailed to that particular customer. So now let's work on the clear cart function. So if the customer is a guest user, that is set $_session cart. In that case, simply unset it. Copy, paste. Else, it's a logged user customer, so in that case we have to remove this user's entry from the cart table and cart items table as well. So let's define the statement. Delete from a table named cart, where again I've used single quotations, so Control X, double quotations, paste, where ID equals cart ID. We need to get access to global variable cart ID as well as connection variable. We only need to delete this entry from the cart table because in the cart item table there is a foreign key which links all of those rows with this ID in the cart table. And the properties of that foreign key is that when the row belonging to this ID is deleted in the parent table, that is this cart, all the rows in the child table, that is cart item table, that have the cart ID matching this ID, those will automatically be deleted as well, because we have set the on delete to cascade and on update to cascade as well. So once this row is deleted from the cart which matches this cart ID, all the rows in the cart item table which matches this cart ID in the foreign key, those rows will also be automatically deleted. We don't need to explicitly delete them. So this simplifies our job a lot. Now we have to simply execute this query and pass the statement and simply return. Okay. So everything is done. Now let's go back up. The only thing that we left out was what are we sending back to our client. So what we are sending back to the client is that, if you remember, this is type data received an array as execution of this function. The first one was payment ID and another was URL. So that URL is the one which will contain the link that will take the customer to the checkout page. So we are sending that URL to our front end, and from there we will redirect the customer to that page. So what we are going to do is that inside this function, inside this array which is being returned back to the front end, we are only passing it one element named URL, and to that we are going to send stripe data, its URL element. That's it. So our backend is complete. Now for the front end, which was checkout.js, now we know this data contains a property named URL. So what we are going to do is that if data.url, in that case redirect the user or customer to another location. So window.location equals data.url. This will redirect the customer to that checkout page that you could see where you type in your card's information. Okay, there is one piece of information that we need to attach at the front end from the Stripe, which is in our HTML page. And what we need to do over here is that the only thing that we have to do is that we have to attach these two script tags with our index.html file. So index.html, and they need to be attached in the head section. So paste them over here, and I hope this should work fine now. Let's go and test it out in the browser. Let's refresh, and we are logged in user. So checkout, let's make it address, city, postcode 111111. We are not being redirected, so there is something wrong. Okay, the reason for receiving that error was over here. If the request type, it's not type, it's method. So that's why the request was never being served by the server, and hence no matter what you did, you got the response, that JSON error, because no response was returned. So hopefully now it will work fine. Refresh, checkout, address, let's say 20 street, city, my city, postcode 111111. Submit, and we got this 899. Okay, so now let's fill in the details. kk@kk.com. Card number, we have to keep on providing this 4242s because this is the test card. That's the only dummy card that will be accepted by the Stripe. Name, some random, postcode 1111. Oh, we forgot to create the success.html file, so that's why it says could not find this file. So never mind. Let's go and check the payments. And this is the one with the kk@kk.com, the PI3M9MNZ. Now let's go and check our database. So let's open the order table first. I think there is something wrong over here because this information has not been added to our database. So that means insert into order hasn't been executed successfully. So let me find out the problem, then we will continue from there. Okay, so I have identified the problem. The problem was, the order table. Let me remove this. So we were actually inserting something into order table. Now order is a reserved word in MySQL or SQL in general, so that's why we have to append it with the database name, eshop.order. Now it will work fine. Now before we test it out, let's create success.html and cancel.html files as well. So let's create index.html, and it's in the body just put success. Let's create one more file, cancel.html. Payment cancelled. Okay. So let's go to our index page. One item, let's put another item. Let's go to checkout. Address is my address, city is my city, postcode is 11. We are being redirected now. Over here, let's bbb@bb.com, 424242. Okay, 1123 123, name some random value, postcode random value, 112.43. Okay, so we have been redirected to success page. Let's check the payment. bbb@bb.com. So we have successfully made this payment, $112.43, PI3M9 G6K. Let's refresh. AAA was the username, my address, my city 111, the postcode 112.43, PI3MY G6K. So we have successfully inserted the order table along with the payment ID. Now the next person on in this business line will look at this payment ID in the Stripe page, and it will notice that this payment has been made successfully. Then it will change the status from order status from pending to, what shall we change it to? Let's make it prepared or something. Apply, finish. Now the next person in line will look at this order is being prepared, so it will start collecting those items and then dispatch it to the customer. So this is how this whole process will work. So since it is working for the logged user, now let's go and let's test it out one more time for the guest user as well. Okay, let's log out. Now let's do some shopping. Out of stock, in stock. There's one item, $92.92. Easy something. easy.com. 1123 123. easy. Okay, again success. Now let's go and check the database table. Now as you can see, since the user is a guest user, so there is no user ID. This name it provided while typing in the information related to address and everything, and its payment ID is PI3M, so initials are same, 8QH. So this is A8AQH and the name is ZZZ. So that means we are able to check out as a guest user as well. So this is the end of our tutorial. I hope you liked it. If you did, please don't forget to comment, like, subscribe and share. Thank you so much.